calm down. Learn to enjoy losing.
Another one. Another one.
Hey, it's your boy, Skinny Penis.
Oh, yeah.
You're supposed to do this one, Baba.
Yes! That's awesome!
Dude. He gives me the...
Oh, yeah.
What just happened? Did that sound command stop working?
Hey, hey, hey.
Oh, they're not letting us use that anymore?
Thank you.
I forgot about that one. Oh, really? Any meetings that? Channel. It's live. Watch the interviews. I mean, are they live? Are they happening right now? Hours ago. Probably saw them already. The U.S. warship isn't selling anyway. What are you talking about? They just got there. We're definitely not leaving, dude. We're going to World War III. Chances of us not going to World War III now are actually less than the chances of just going to it. It's a perfect storm, man. Especially with this Russia and China shit going on at the same time. Taiwan, Ukraine. We're spread too thin, man. And the ones that care about that sort of thing, they know it is happening. As somebody said yesterday, that's a common occurrence in civilizations that end up crumbling as they spread themselves too thin. Civilizations that were once superpowers, they try to fucking be Captain Save-A-Hos for the world, or they try to take over too much shit and they get too spread out. Or too spread out on what we care about. We shouldn't be giving a shit so much about Ukraine. And we shouldn't be funding both sides of this war. America's getting tired of funding both sides of it, and they're starting to become aware that it's happening. The more people like me that are here to continue telling people that they don't need this much humanitarian aid that they're getting. If they're able to survive of 100 trucks over the past week, they definitely don't need 500 to 800 trucks a day. We're being used. We're being used, dude. By gangs. The gangs of Gaza are taking complete fucking advantage of us. We need to wake up. They're taking our stuff, they're selling it, and they're buying weapons. And we're definitely funding both sides of this war, dude. By selling our goods at half the cost to people in Egypt. Why else is Egypt not closing those tunnels off? Why not? Because they're getting something out of it, man. We got homeless people on our streets, and like, this is supposed to be the equivalent, the size of Philadelphia, right? Have you seen what Kensington Street in Philadelphia looks like nowadays? We could use that $100 million and clean up our own Philadelphia. And a bunch of other cities probably with that much money. Nah, no, we need to feed Gaza. All the while our southern border is being flooded by terrorists. Why does it scare you so much, Simon? The first spark of the lighter makes Simon's entire body jump. If I do it continuously, it doesn't happen. But if I wait like a few seconds, oh, he didn't jump that time. Nobody hears salads that we can't hear. Hey, by the way, shout out to everybody that's here, man, coming through all fast as heck. There's a lot of people here already. Lou, that's all coming through. My man, he's got a girthy friend out here in case any ladies want. He's got a friend named Lou that's girthy. That's cool. How do you know, Lou? Do you compare? I'm not trying to place my ear with someone cobbled up to me. That was Lou. That was Lou probably. Top 3, Bubba Bitcoin. Kush, good morning to you too. Thank you for being here. Top 3 podium holders, you guys know you can all leave now. You're free to go. The rest of you though, we're stuck here for the day. So that's how you get to leave. Get here first. Thanks guys. Enjoy your day off. You have a good one. JD Redding 4th. Appreciate you. MGC 7199. Level 1, I see you, man. Thanks for coming through and hanging out with us. We are done. Hey, man. Good morning. Are you over in Germany? A name like that? I forget. Delia's Vlog over in Thailand in the house. By the way, Lou's in Australia. If anybody didn't know, thank you both for being here. It's Thailand, right? I'm not getting them mixed up, am I? Be the Philippines? Damn. I got that one mixed up. It's been a while, Delia. How you been? Just a while, Bill 47. Okay, yay. Man, Bill, get yourself an avatar. Stop being a weirdo. Man, Jim S is in the house. He's got one. Lead by example. I appreciate you, Jim. Carol Binge. A lot of smoke. Almost a minute ago. Good morning, though. Good morning to you, Sister T2 and Ms. Bungle. Thank you both for coming through. Thank you for all you do, Sister T. Everybody else to hold this place down. Thank you to the mods. All the people that are in gray, you're actually all mods here. You're all honorary mods of yourselves. Be cool. Thanks. Otherwise I'll ban you. Good morning! Cuckoo Ruku in the house. You're amazing. Off to rave too. Off to rave. Well, how do you feel, man? It's no longer your season. Last night was your last night. Are you still raving? Is it still pumpkin rave time? Because we met in October, so it was kind of like seasonal. It was like a, oh look, the pumpkin person showed up. Perfect timing. Are you gonna be different? You always pumpkin rave. Hunter Hunt's here. Got some rest? Yes ma'am, I did. Hope you did too. The size you think? I don't think so, Connor. Nah, I don't think they're doing that though. John Doe's here. Appreciate you being here. Brother from another mother. Connor, I'm about to check into it though. I'll check into it. About 10 hours ago there. Let's see. You People still leave because they can see what happened. I don't believe that, dude. I don't believe it, Connor. I need more proof than that. There's no way we're just gonna put 2 battle groups and then leave all of a sudden. We're not that wishy-washy of a country, dude. That would be an extremely bad look on us to do that. Unless something extremely catastrophic had happened and we have to completely cut ties with Israel. We're not going to do that. An empty fridge. You do start with an empty fridge, don't you? When it's brand new, what's in it? The drawers? Got air in it, I guess. Oh, he's saying that they had food, I guess. No, they have stockpile, dude. They have stockpile because guess what's happening? The cartel of Gaza, Hamas, what they do is they take it and they take it underground and they store it down there in underground storage, right? So that they have a stockpile. Who knows how big their fucking areas are down there, dude? Turkey had millennia old, who knows, at least thousands of years old caves that are big enough to have livestock areas in them, schools, churches. They lived underground, man. Who knows what they got in Gaza? Or what they've made, like, that's new. The cavernous, dude, they're stockpiling stuff everywhere in Gaza. And they've been doing it. It's like they're, like all these people having kids, right? What do you think that does for Gaza? What they do is they take a consensus, right? A census or whatever of the people in Gaza. They probably do it every year. And they see that people are having 9 kids each. The average is extremely high in Gaza for the amount of kids that people are having. Well, what does that do when humanitarian aid is taking divvying out, like, or taking note of how many people they got, how much shit they need to give? That increases the amount of stuff that they get, just like a welfare person having 5 kids so that they can get more shit, and they're not actually giving it to their kids, right? They're not actually giving it to the kids. They're using it for their stuff, maybe for drugs or shit. But for Hamas, they're using it for extra, like, rockets and whatever, bullets. You see where this is going? These people, if they really needed this much food, they would be starving by now. People wouldn't be energetic and looking like they're just kind of waiting on shit because they're bored. They would look like they're in pain. None of these people look pain to me unless they're coming out of the back of a car going onto a stretcher. And they've been hit with something. But the people that are walking around, they got bags of food and styrofoam and stuff at the hospital. No, something's up. Something's fishy with this show they're running in here. Hamas is in charge of everything. They're picking the numbers. They're telling us that we can't trust their numbers. Why can we trust their numbers on the population and where all the food's going to begin with then? We can't. It's ridiculous. America is so fucking retarded. Just keep giving them stuff though. Yeah, they need it. They're hurting. They need it. I have my hamburger and I'm fine, so we should give them everything they need. I got my hamburger. I got my car. I got my roof over my head. So let's fund both sides of the war. Because I'm an idiot. That's most of America. Start with an empty fridge. Their fridge is massive that they have stockpiled right now, I bet. Aside from all the stuff they sold to Egypt. Because Egypt likes humanitarian aid too, you know, especially when it's half price. They're not exactly the richest country. Everybody feels sorry for Gaza though, so they're gonna give it to them. And these people are still like appeased or docile about the situation because they're getting such an abundance that Hamas is still able to divvy out enough for everybody to be happy and make tons of money off of us. It has to be happening, dude. Anytime there's a ton of money involved, there's going to be corruption. When it can happen, it's going to happen. And if it cannot happen in Gaza, where else can it? I mean, it's worse than Mexico there. Like in Mexico, they say that the cartel runs the country, right? They run the country because they're in everything. Well, in Gaza, the government is Hamas. Like literally, it would be like the cartel being president of Mexico. And people are like, well, they voted him in there. For one, that was in 2007. It was a long ass time ago. A lot's probably happened since then. And who knows how fair those elections were. I doubt they were very fair. What is this? Oh, look at that, y'all. That's very awesome. Chocolate flying around. We hear it? I think we can hear it right now. Over here. That's a bummer, we lost the border stream. There's something happening in the streets of New York. You didn't realize to put your name there? What, on the pinned comment? Well, Lou, now everybody knows you have a girthy friend named Lou. Maybe that's why your name is Lou on here. Is your name even Lou? Or is this like to show respect to your girthy friend? I don't know, I got a lot of questions now, Lou. I'm just gonna leave it at that now. You said I would do it 3. What? Bro, wait. I did one. It was like Wile E. Coyote. You didn't like it. Remember? I still have it in here. It was a blue background with Coyote. That's all I got to. Remember? I remember. Mr. Sparks was even there. I had a cookie. Jim Hoppus. Morning, man. Spare time. Just in time. How's the head feeling? My head feels great, man. It's all about water. As long as you drink water when you drink, you're fine the next day. Right? I was down. I was literally down in like 16 ounces of water in between drinks at one point, I remember. So, I saved myself. Oh man, I thought it was Lou all this time. But their name was Loose, that's all. Oh, my stomach's a little jacked up though. The head's fine, but I need a Jesus cracker. There she is. Where's your best? Crazy they come. By the way, Simon's in my lap right now. He's really been like, lately, every day, this is our routine, man. And like, I've also been... Also been like, he'll come back there when I do the litter box in the morning now, and he'll stare at the door and meow at it because he wants to see outside the back door. So the past few days I've just been opening it for a second and holding on to him and letting him sniff outside and look at it for, I don't know, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, whatever it is. And then I'll notice he'll eat a little bit more after that. Like he just wants to look out there for a second. Pretty much, he'll eat a little bit more, and then he wants to hang out and lay in my lap. Maybe it means a lot to him just being able to see out for a second, all the air from outside for a second. Yeah, I mean, he's been here maybe an hour already, and he'll probably be here all morning. Interesting. Because it was just last week, I was like, man, why does he want to hang out with me anymore? He's always hanging out in the... I don't know if it was starting up this new... I have an like, they're not selling it in America for cats, but I'm buying it. It's a dog formula, but I'm giving it to him. But they're selling it to cats in Thailand and Japan. Same product. Please feel better, and it's not a bad sign. But he's like not feeling well or something. Coat feels really nice. Team is very relaxed. Oh man. I'm throwing at it. Dang it. Dang. Maybe this has a timer on it. Hey, MGC, fresh fish in there. Okay. What else I missed though? Alright, what else did I need to get while I was up? I want to get my phone. Oh my god. You are so knocked out. So now we're still in. They're starting to loot, dude. They didn't do that before. All right. Well, because they're starting to loot doesn't mean that they're starving, man. When we get people in America and Philadelphia, it was, ironically enough, it was just Philadelphia that was happening in, and the AOC was like, the people are starving, they need food, and they're fucking stealing Jordans, and like they're stealing what was that shit? They were busting in Chicago at one point, stealing that Canadian goose. Was it Canadian goose? Oh shit, everybody needed a vest all of a sudden, I guess. They're going up, dude, man. It's the same thing. And it was mostly kids. It was, dude, it was just the same thing we have going on here. A bunch of kids acting a fool, smiling the whole time while they were getting it. They didn't look like they were freaking out, like, get away, I gotta eat. They were like, haha, look what I got, dog. Oh shit, that's pretty sweet. Look what I got. You know, people that are truly desperate for food are fighting each other over this shit, dude. Man, people have gotten, like, or something, man. People got something. Like, kids are taking over the world, it seems. Oh, but the people, they don't look at the whole picture of everything. They don't actually look at things. They just look at the little news clip and they're like, yeah, look, they're starving out there. Look, they're looting. They looted because they were able to loot. That's how I'm seeing it. There's lack of security going on in this city at the moment. Like, UN isn't trying to be up in there patrolling shit like they usually are because UN is dying in there. They're getting killed. So they're not watching their shit. They can't. That's why people are looting now, because they can. If they could have done it before, they probably would have. What? Someone cloned my last name. Are you talking to me? Oh, yeah. What? Maskell Splotty from Homewood. What is this? What is this? Sea Hunt. Hey, go back home, dude. I don't know. What is that? What is that? That's first. I've been hiding in your live chat. Trying to take his meds. Take your meds, buddy. Everybody tell CEO to take his meds if you see him. Let's see New York? Why? Is there something to see? It's Wednesday. Blue Diablos, hey. I did never give it to you. Do you want it, Bill? Who's BLW? What? He actually shouted out Lou Sassaw? No way, dude, because the last time Lou tried to do that didn't work. How about that? Palestinians are not Americans. What's that mean? Oh, you think that Palestinians are on a higher moral level than all of Americans? They wouldn't ever loot and steal if they could. Is that what you're saying? Dude, they got poverty and heat. Those are the two main things you need for crime. Poverty and heat. It's hot as shit out there, but it's normally warm. Right now, what is it, 79? They don't get a break. It's not really cool, right? It's gonna be like 85 today probably. What is it, 81? I guess that's not too bad. But their poverty is shit. They're gonna steal, dude. These people aren't holier than thou because they're Muslim. They all kinds of free time, nothing to do right now. If they can, just earlier today they were pulling shit off of a truck and walking off with it. I was watching them do it. They didn't look like they were hurting either. They would look like, hey, look, I got an extra box. I'm taking this one home with me. They weren't freaking out over it. They were actually putting boxes back onto the truck, but just grabbing one for themselves since they did some work. I'm sure they weren't supposed to do that, but they did it anyway. Didn't look like they were starving either. Had plenty of energy to throw boxes up on a truck and do a little work. They're getting way too much humanitarian aid from the world, dude. Other people are going to see that. They have to. This is a test for how much humanitarian aid they actually need. And now they're fucking us all over by letting us fund their war, making us fund their war. You know what I mean? The Muslim countries should be given all the money for humanitarian aid for this shit. Not America. We're not predominantly Muslim. The predominantly Muslim countries should be giving them most of their money. Why wouldn't they? Don't they care the most about it? Winners all over what? Jim, you saw it too? Big up to you, Blue Jay. You guys said it's gonna loot before because of a few young guys? They could have. No, it's 2 million citizens, by the way. They're all at that one area where the UN guy is. These people are smart enough to know they're not going to bite the hand that feeds them, right? Right now they're allowed to a little bit because everybody's feeling sorry for them. If they did that type of shit during normal times, the world would be like, what the fuck are you doing? We're sending you plenty of stuff. Why are you robbing the stockpile? Hold up. These people are too savage for us to be helping this much. They're not controlling themselves, you know what I mean? They can't do that shit all the time. Just like our streets aren't, the people from the hood aren't hitting up, looting the streets every night. Sure, they want to. It's not the right time. You gotta wait for the right time. You're invisible? No, you're not. Israel claims they are biting the hand that feeds them. They are biting the hand that feeds them, aren't they? Israel took their land, though. Like, they need to give back their land. That's where I stand on that. They don't have enough property to be able to do anything in there. They shouldn't have to be fed by Israel as much as they are. It's unfortunate. They should have much more farmland, much more greenery. It's all buildings. They have a very small area in the south of Gaza, in Gaza, where there's an agricultural area, but it's nothing like what Israel has in their neighborhoods. And that's bullshit. I can see that pissing a lot of people off in there. Because they lived in this land for 800 years, having it to their own with the Ottoman Empire running things, and then UK comes in, fucks it all up, and decides to take all their property from them. I get it. I get why they're pissed off about their situation, and why they're fighting, and why they have tunnels underground, and why they're slaughtering their civilians and shit, because what else are they supposed to do to try to get their land back? You see now the UN starting to push the two-state, going back to 1960s borders so that they'll have more property. So it is getting the talks happening, and the UN's not even really going after Hamas the way that Israel thinks they should be, which is why they're not ceasefiring. They're not holding Hamas responsible, they feel, enough. The international community. But the international community, a lot of the Muslims believe that Hamas is, what else are they supposed to do? They can't create an army, have boot camp, have they could try, but it wouldn't work, dude. Like they would be taken out. They have to have these underground things that they're doing and shit, because we see these bombs that Israel has. If they had some above ground, actual, legit thing, Israel would take it out with a couple bombs. Boom, boom, done. They have to do it this way. And I get that. But they definitely have a stockpile, and they're taking advantage of our kindness. They think we're stupid. And we are. We have been for a long time, giving them as much as we have. We need to let them just fight it out. The thing is, Israel will get dirty. Israel would flood the tunnels. If they have the opportunity to do that, they'll do it. Just pump them with water or something, I bet. Or gas or some shit. But they have so many exits. Dude, those things probably have exits all throughout the city. If I've been to basements and stuff. You say Palestinians came from other lands, but I mean, what about the ones that were already there? Cuckoo. Sure, a lot of them came there. There's also Christians there. Yeah, there's Christian. Well, it wasn't originally Christian land, though. The Christians did conquer it. Yeah, Muslim. Well, you know, it's originally the Canaanites, right, or the Egyptians, that they let the Canaanites watch over or something, or They let the Israelites watch over, one of the two, and then well, it ended up being Israelites for a really long time. And it was like they weren't worshiping one god; they were worshiping a bunch of different polytheism or whatever. But they turned in to the Jews eventually. But then, eventually, the Romans or Christians or something, they ended up taking it with the Crusaders and Knights Templar and all that shit was up in there. But then the Ottoman Empire, it wasn't the Ottoman Empire that took it in 1100 though, was it? Captured by Saladin on 1187, the Dome of the Rock was re-consecrated as a Muslim shrine. Yeah, so it was 1187. So Saladin, the founder of the Ayyubid dynasty, was the first sultan of both Egypt and Syria. Right. That's what I keep forgetting. It's Sultan, Egypt, Syria. So that's how the Egyptians took it back, I guess, and then the Ottoman Empire got the Dome of the Rock in 1520, 1866, oh wait, even later, 1800s. Hard to see when the Christians got it. Because it was a site for Solomon's temple, and that's believed to have gone back all the way to 10th BC. We're talking about the Dome of the Rock right now, which pretty much whoever was there would have been controlling all that area. I'm assuming, right? Because this wasn't that far from there, or isn't that far. The first temple was the biblical temple in Jerusalem, believed to have existed between 10th and 6th centuries BC. Hebrew Bible, well, there you go. Its description is largely based on narratives in the Hebrew Bible, in which it was commissioned by biblical King Solomon. Son and successor of King David, according to the Hebrew Bible and the Old Testament. So then that would be more like the Israelites territory then, right? Not Christian. Not originally Christian, though. Originally not even Jewish. Israelite. So, what's interesting is that really? They weren't... What's the word where you worship one god? Monotheologist? Or they... I'm looking up... Israel, son of the Bible. Yahweh. Yahweh was an ancient Levantine deity and national god of the Israelite kingdoms of Israel and Judah. Though no consensus exists regarding the deity's origin, scholars generally contend that Yahweh emerged as a divine warrior associated first with Seir, Odom, Param, and Tanum. And dude, see what I mean? Like, so that's what's interesting. Like, the Jewish history goes back to this Yahweh God. Or also known as God of Judaism. Pretty sure it's more Jewish people's area than it is the Muslim people's area, dude. Because Muslim religion didn't even come about until after, like, what, 500 AD or something? Those people came later. But they feel like it's theirs now because they lived there for a little while. What are we doing to the Native Americans, though? You know, are we doing the same thing to them? Like, damn, no, I mean, if they were to all of a sudden revolt on us and put us in a corner, and Native Americans are running the country all of a sudden, they're everywhere, there's more of them. Are there more? I can't remember now if there are more Palestinians or Jewish people, Israelis. But if they were to be able to do that, and our numbers are about the same, could we blame them? Like, why do they blame the Jewish people so much for wanting their territory back? We wouldn't really be able to blame the natives, would we? We'd be like, well, shit, man, we took it from them. We kind of did take it from them a while back and killed their ancestors. Our ancestors killed their ancestors, and because they're like, the Ottoman Empire was brutal, dude. They weren't known for being lenient, right? They had weird ass looking swords and everything. This shit looks scary. It's only 9 million Indians. Yeah, they don't have a chance now. Must be a weird feeling for them. But in a way, these people should have seen this coming. They should have known that eventually, if, like, the Israelites or whatever are able to come back and reclaim their territory, it's biblical, dude. Their shit's not biblical. Their shit doesn't, you know what I mean? Their Bible, or the Torah is before the Quran. And the Torah says that they're supposed to build a third temple out there, dude. Right? Isn't that right? Because do they even have Revelation? Isn't that in Revelations? Where does it say that of the third temple? isn't the Torah, right? Or is it just in the Bible? Oh wow. Programming. Romans spread themselves out too thin, right? Isn't that one of their downfalls? Kind of like how we're doing. Trying to colonize everything, though, we're doing. Well, why do they call them Zionists then? If it's like they're supposed to do it, why don't they just call them Jewish? They're supposed to go back, man. Yeah, I was just taking the trash out today. I'll be alright. I think I took it out last week. It hasn't been getting that hot outside lately, so it should be alright. Solomon is portrayed as wealthy, wise, and powerful, and one of the 48 Jewish prophets. That's a lot. What? However, there are no mentions of Solomon from the time period. Outside of later written scriptures, there has been no contemporary archaeological evidence found to indicate he existed. Well, that's a little sus. Hey P, welcome back, man. Jesus can return. That's right. What? If there wasn't persons leaving it, it would have just been destroyed by now? Probably. We would have blown it up. All it takes is one cruise missile to take down that western wall, the whole world would end. Or the Rock of the Dome, Dome of the Rock. Or the Allah, whatever, the mosque that's up there next to the dome. Dude, all the Arab countries would lose their shit, dude. That'd be crazy. Like, missiles would just instantly be like, bing! DEFCON 18. Past each other, bumping into each other in the sky. Bing, 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 bing. From different countries. Bing, hey, get out of my way. It'd be insanity, dude, if that got hit. Iron Dome wouldn't be able to take it. And that's what they're worried about, man. If Hezbollah ends up shooting 100,000 rockets at once or whatever at Iron Dome, it won't be able to withstand it. That's why all our carrier groups are here. The carrier groups. Because those destroyers have extremely capable missile takedown capability. And I bet they're fully loaded. It took us so damn long to get there, probably. We might have got like an on their way replenishment real fast for a certain payload or something. Who knows, man. They're definitely ready though. The subs are there too, full of missiles. Probably 4. Most carrier groups have a sub in the rear and a sub in the front. Because they can hear for so far. They can hear for 100 miles in any other direction. So they have one in the front and one in the rear. Because if they're not there, then you get a lot of background noise from the fleet. Like a mile or miles probably ahead, so that they're not getting too much noise. And they are impossible to find. Our subs are impossible to find, dude. I know because I did war games with them. It was we couldn't find them. Okay, it was a little embarrassing. They definitely found us, but we're easy to find. If we can't find our subs, then they're probably not able to find them. They don't have a navy anyway. But Iran, oh, what is that? Yo! Was that a drone? No, that was something to hit. Like Iran might be in the water. I'm pretty sure. Let's see what their navy is looking like. What they got as far as submarines? They're 17th in the world for military, so they probably got a sub in the water. Navy forces, they have 19 subs. They rank 7th in the world for submarine fleet strength. But that's something to worry about. I mean, that could kill us. That could kill our boys. But they're close enough to Iran water, probably for. I wish it said. I want to look into their submarine fleet and see what they have. Because it's stuff like this that our military would be worried about, right? To not act too hastily, and they gotta watch their ass out there. We got Iranian submarine capabilities. What's wrong with this website? Look at this shit. How am I supposed to read this? Maybe it's because the dark mode's on. Yeah. Alright. The Islamic Republic of Iran Navy commands a submarine force of 19 to 27 vessels. I guess they don't know how many. IRIN plays a crucial strategic role in Iran's national security architecture due to the country's dependence on the Persian Gulf for trade and security. Besides the Persian Gulf, Iran's Navy forces also operate in the Caspian Sea, the Gulf of Oman, the Arabian Sea, and the Indian Ocean. They have 0 ballistic missile subs, 0 nuclear-powered attack subs. Well, that's good. 4 diesel-electric attack subs. As I said before, those have to surface, and they're loud when they have to surface to charge the batteries with a diesel engine. But they're quieter than a nuke when they're on the batteries. They have 15 to 23 mini submarines. I don't know what that is. I guess that's what it says, but what's the difference between that and a diesel electric? Let's see. Vision submarine. Other class. This? Oh, look at this thing. It's specifically built for cruising the shallow waters of the Persian Gulf. Look at this silly thing. But it's still deadly. But it's kind of silly looking. If the cartel had it, though, I'd be nervous. Like, whoa, they're moving up. For government, that's kind of like, that's antiquated right there, ain't it? The Islamic Republic of Iran Navy is the sole operator of this class. They've shown interest in midget submarines in the 1980s. Purchased at least one Yono-class submarine for North Korea. Yeah, what they can do, dude, they shoot stuff. Armament. Oh, they have torpedoes. 21-inch torpedoes. Seems small. Mark 8 torpedo was designed in 1925. It was designed in 1925. This is what they have in those things. Look at this. 21-inch Mark 8 torpedo design 1925 has a diameter of 21 inches and a length of 21 feet. 7 inches, weighs 1566 kilograms, 340 kilograms, ET warhead. First torpedo to be utilized in the burner cycle engine advancement. How'd they get those, man? They still make them, or like old stock? It's wild. Well, they can fire cruise missiles? Oh. Oh, I didn't know that. Where'd that go? This is one firing a cruise missile. Eventually. Dude, come on, man. Oh, wait, is that it? Oh, it's a torpedo. No, is that the missile? Oh, shit. Dolphin missile. Oh, it's a torpedo. I don't know what the hell that was. Maybe it is the missile. It like shoots out of that thing. Interesting. They shoot it out of the torpedo tube, and then it busts out of that capsule and goes airborne. Trippy. Dang, man. Well, that's kind of scary. They have cruise missile capabilities with these little micro subs. And they can go back underwater and be ghost again. So happy about. Oh, look, there's what it looks like. Kinda neat. It only possesses only 2 torpedoes or missile. I see. They may use them en masse to launch barrages of missiles. Yeah, that's what it's saying. These are the little things. Like I didn't know they had that capability. Figured though. The reason why they make us a little nervous. I wonder if they have the biggest Navy as far as Middle Eastern alliance. See, the country in the Middle East with the biggest Navy. Here's a list here. Actually, I was forgetting the whole list. So we got, whoops. Right, let me resize this first. Alright. So we got China, Russia, and this, but just so you know, this doesn't mean they have the best navy or the farthest-reaching navy. China's navy doesn't go very far, but it's huge. So their borders are extremely protected. So that's the difference. Anyway. Russia, North Korea, United States, which actually has the furthest reaching, strongest navy. Sweden, Indonesia, Italy, India, Thailand, Sri Lanka, Colombia, Finland, Egypt. Would they be considered the Middle East? I think they're not really, are they? They're in Africa. They're not really in Asia, so. Turkey, Kuwait, Pakistan. Dude, where's Iran at? Iran's way down here. Are they siding with Kuwait right now? Are they friends? Are they friends? They are friends with Turkey. He's going to Turkey to talk to them soon. So. But oh, then we got Russia. Russia at number 2 with their navy. You know they're there already. They got a sub or 2 there probably, just trawling around. They have to be there. Everybody's there, dude. I bet it's a regular party underwater. Any of these countries that have submarines. Where else would they be? I'm not sure if China has a big enough one to be out there though.
Chinese eyes, man.
Oh shit, Simon, I gotta give you your meds. Back, bro. snowing? Oh man. Yeah, they have, dude, China's got nuclear attack submarines, so they're out there. And they have ballistic submarines. Nuclear ballistic submarines. Probably out there too. Chilling. Just floating around, you know? Checking out the sights. These subs are actually looking pretty sweet. There's the bad boy here. It's pretty sweet, bro. That bad boy. Get that bad boy. They're the bad boys. They're looking like they're looking pretty bad, man. Sweet, nice lines on them. They got material on them to absorb sound, to absorb active radar. All this. Look at that, dude. That's their ballistic. I think that thing is massive. Jeez. Pretty sweet, China. We might have to watch out for them. And what was dude saying the other day that their navy was like, was nothing? I don't know, man. Compared to Peru, they're doing alright. Where did they rip that off from? Why do you say that? I don't think anybody had ever seen that kind of submarine before. only 500 people were allowed to leave today. Trying to be breathing, bro. Hey, this is T coming through with the $30 on Cash App. This is you have to do that. We're just hanging out. I do appreciate you being here, but dude, $30 definitely helps. Thank you for your support and generosity. Extreme generosity. I need to, dude. Alright, starting this month, I need to start like putting these in when they happen. Do this now. It's slacking lately. So I think because the credit stopped working, I forget what happened. Wait for it. Here. Did it happen or not happen? I'm not seeing shit. Oh, there it is. I'm late on doing a lot of these too. I need to do them.
Tight, yeah! Appreciate you.
Seriously, I appreciate you too, Sister T, every day coming through here, gracing us with your presence, giving us your ideas and your interaction. Nice having you here. Thanks for the 30.
Tight, yeah!
That's what it is.
Appreciate you.
I don't know why it does that twice. Thanks, Sister T. I need to add other ones that people did that didn't end up on the board. Oh, and you get, so I gotta make sure I start doing this for everybody this month as it happens, so that's 60,000 though, is 2,000 freestyle. This is the month we're definitely gonna start doing this again. On Twitch, I think it does it automatically for the bids. just gives a little extra back to you guys for it. Okay. 587 to 647. And I'll cheers to that. I do need to go back and do last month's though. Somehow. Should be too hard. A really big savage job. Extremely nice, extremely like I know you guys don't have to do that. Y'all know you don't have to do it too. That's really going above and beyond anybody that, because you're going like out of your way, because it's not, you know, it's, you don't get the super chat thing up there, and it's not like a button you can easily press. You gotta do some extra shit next to YouTube. But is it already prayer time? Oh no, it's bedtime prayer time. Almost turn. Nice, I need a little cracker now. A little Jesus cracker. Hey, Blue Jay. Good to be up with me. Huh. Have I done this to him? I should remember that if it's snowing where you're at or it's cold outside. I got pants on. Biden is going to deliver remarks on investing in rural America. U.S. Department of State should be on at 9:45 my time. Dude. Do boxes look like animatronics?
Do you? You want me to carry on? Okay then.
Don't they?
Good girl. Yes, you're a good girl, aren't you, eh? You want me to carry on? Do you? You want me to carry on? Okay then. You're a good girl. Yes, you're a good girl, aren't you, eh? You want me to carry on? Do you? You want me to carry on? Okay then.
They look so happy.
Good girl.
They made for life? Oh, neat. You see it in its eyes, it like seems like a carrying animal. Does it sound creepy? Oh really? They scream? That's scary. How'd you know it was a fox? You went out there and looked at it? Let's watch some propaganda. Oh wait, there's no audio.
هذا التفاح.
No, it's not. In Arabic. Never mind. Mystery behind the 4,500-year-old Sphinx solved. It is ancient sculpture not carved by Egyptians alone, says scientists. Scientists have claimed they've solved the mystery of how the Great Sphinx was created by creating it in the wind. Creating it to the wind. Crediting it to the wind. What? University group showed how the rock could have eroded and formed a sphinx by drowning clay in water to represent the windy conditions. A new theory around Giza's iconic sphinx suggests that the dusty desert winds are the prime suspect in how the overall shape was formed. Wind theory has been around since 1981. By creating tiny lion-like sculptures from clay using the method they believed could have been done on a much grander scale. Researchers took lumps of soft clay and mixed it with harder, less erodible material to replicate the Egyptian desert. All those years ago, the replica formations were then covered in fast-flowing streams of water to act as the wind and created the impressive lion sculptures. This led them to strongly believe that it's absolutely possible that the natural shape of the rock might have inspired the Egyptians to create the Great Sphinx. Oh, like the rock was already there in that shape? It says, had the ancients built their monuments in the shapes of a cube, a rectangle, or even a stadium, they would have been erased by the ravages of wind erosion long ago. Today the pyramids of Giza exist in perfect harmony with their windy environment. Historians do still agree, however, that the actual detailing, like the face and feet of the sculpture, was still carved by hand, probably by experienced stonemasons. Oh, interesting. They don't exactly know when it was built, because it was unearthed, although it was only found in 1817 after an excavation team uncovered the mammoth's beast chest. It took another whopping 70 years for the whole thing to be completely visible. But it was covered up completely? Dang. Over the last few years, rumors of giant sculptures being found in Egypt have been off the chart. Last year alone, 2 massive limestone statues of an ancient Egyptian ruler were unearthed. Pieces of a colossal structure were made for King Amenhotep III and were found in his mortuary temple, which people called the Temple of Millions of Years. Egyptian's tourism board have also come under fire by archaeologists for announcing a second Sphinx statue has been discovered. It's untrue though. They were trying to cause media fanfare. Oh, but back in October, a lost ancient tomb containing the Book of the Dead and 3,400-year-old mummified bodies was uncovered. That's pretty epic. burial site was discovered in the Tuna El Gabal necropolis in southern Egypt, and is understood to have included the bodies of a number of high-ranking officials and a high priest from ancient Egypt's New Kingdom. It comes after a 4,500-year-old chamber inside one of the famous Great Pyramids was revealed earlier this year. The secret passageway is around 30 foot long and more than 6 feet wide, but where it leads to remains a mystery. The discovery was revealed as part of the Scan Pyramids project, which began in 2015. Still here after all the time. Hey, awesome mama. Awesome mama in the house now, Brody YYC2. I see. We're able to figure it out. That's cool. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I read you. Our history now. Want to look good. Just shut the fucking door, dude. What the hell's happening? Alright, man. What the heck? Later, Lou. Whatever, man. Always learn, man. Never leave. Leave before never leave. Is this shot sucks? This one must be over with. Meow. Conus, no? The hospital, is that what you're saying? I don't think there is one. You have a horse, dude? Yo, look at this weird stream I just ran across on accident. Yo, they're streaming in the weirdest places now. I have no idea where this is. I'm subbed to this channel, though. I don't know how that happened. He's got a T-Mobile shirt on. Oh, he's got the matching hat and pants. He's styling out there. Other guy too, what's he wearing? Fancy shirt. These people are living their best life. Look at this guy's pants. They look designer. The color in them. They're not dirty. He's clean white shirt. Got the nice glasses on. Nice white hat. White shirt. Nice clean. All these people are living their best life, man. Look how clean they are. Whoa, that was big.
Merci beaucoup.
Lakers, baby. Hey, look at that dog. Dog ain't living this. That's not a dog. Holy shit, those are sheep going everywhere. Yo, this is crazy. This is real Africa TV. These famous people in Africa? That's a New York hat on. Oh, these goats look like they need some food. But this get together, you gotta watch out for goat shit. What's up, baby? Oh, we got a female out there even. Let's see what she looks like. Hey, I know this isn't the Gaza, but check this out. Breaking news. Oh man, now it's blurry though, it's so good. Are they fighting? People are hating, they're leaving right now because they're racist and they hate black people. That's why they're leaving the stream. It's amazing. Fuck, we see this shit all day long, it's the same thing. This is weird. And this is live, man. This isn't a video of this on. 200, 300 people are watching this live right now. It just went live 8 minutes ago. It's the annual sheep. What, is that a sheep or a goat? It's a celebration of them. Random Africa streams are always welcome here. I'm impressed with how well they're all dressed. I mean, they're walking around in dirt. Oh, pretty clean though. Like if they were in a different environment and this was all nice looking and the goats weren't there, it would look like just like a city, and you could just put these people in a city. Well, except for a couple of them are pretty, like this dude run a gown.
waaw wàccaay comme ni ñu daan waajee yeneen combat yi rek waaw lañ nekk di waajee ni Modou Lo di waaj ndam rek incha allahu rabi waaw.
combat bi dina gaaw wala dina yéex.
gars yi mun nañ xaar lu nekk waaw ndax lamb lañ wax rek ku la wax maa gën a xam lamb bàyyi ba dimanche mooy loolu noonu yaa ma gën.
bëre lay jeexee wala ci xeex.
mun na xeexee si bëre mun na jeexee si bëre mun na jeexee si xeex waaw ndax Modou Lo lañ wax de roi des arènes da nga koy xaar ñu ñëw turaat.
lay wax Modou Lo.
Modou Lo ñun dañ koy wax mu indil ñu comme dab rek lu mu ñu ko daan indil.
loolu leen daan indil.
ndam ni rek comme dab moom loolu rek lañ koy wax amuñu leen luñ ko waxaat ndax moom mooy loolu kenn ko conseil sax si lamb naan ko defal li wër xam na lu mu war a def waaw xanaa toog di yokku ñaan rek di ñaan yàlla suturaal ko incha allah bu la 5 mu indil ñu ndam ni waaw.
looy conseil
the coach, okay.
amuñu luñ ko wax moom na ñëw rek loolu rek lañ koy wax na ñëw le 5 stade loolu kese lañ koy wax na ñëw kese lu dul loolu moom amuñu leneen luñ ko wax waaw.
jaajëf. waaw gis ngeen ko mu ngi noonu ba tey lamb ji jàmbaar ziar naa la.
delloo ziar.
jàmbaar tey ñu gis ni Ama Baldé ak Modou
Dude,
Lo
this
ñu ngi
coats don't look good. What's wrong with this
tey
one?
di open press Modou Lo ñu ngi fii passé unité 10.
Side of it's like rotting. Damn, he's pulling him out of the chair.
dëkk Gueule Tapée Modou di sama nit sama wóolare moo tax tey ñëwal ko fii quoi.
naka ngeen gisee combat ak na ngeen wàccaayoo.
sant yàlla rek sant yàlla ñu ngi si wàccaay bi te ñu ngi si dernière ligne droite bi quoi incha allah.
tey looy wax ki nga xamante ni Modou Lo.
New York,
man de wax dëgg yàlla
other New York had
parce que
it.
lu ma diggaale ak moom def na ko.
They're all coming to New York, is what they're saying. I've started. This is the. Oh, it's the start of their journey. Look, he's gonna be the king of New York. He says, "I'm starting my journey in 2 days." He says, "You're going to the southern border of America first." Okay, yeah, he's gonna take advantage of all the programs they got in El Paso. He said, and then free plane ticket, and you get right up to New York. And that's all it takes. He says you get to New York, they give you another free plane ticket to go wherever you want. After you get the New York advantages. He's like, what are you going to do in the other city you go to? Oh, well, they have stuff in those cities too. They take care of you forever in America. You should come too. Yeah, but what about working? You don't have to work. He's like, no, you don't have to work. You don't. You just have more kids. You have kids that give you more money. You see? Kids are money in America. That's all they want. No work. No, don't work. Obama, he said. It's because of Obama we have healthcare. And now Biden, he gives us the money now. America's beautiful. It's ironic, two of them have New York hats on.
am nga fort am nga faiblesse loolu dañ koy nangul ñëpp am na fort am na faiblesse.
This is the beginning of the journey. See these people back here? They're going on the next trip. No, they're going on this trip. Maybe these are the tour guides that are taking them to America. The whole crew back there behind the cattle gate, those are the ones that are the traveling. They paid $1,000 each. This guy's in charge of bringing them all here. Concrete grasshopper knows I'm telling the truth, dude.
lamb ji ñi pare nañ instant bi Boy Niang la ñu préparé billahi
gaay nee nañ Ama Modou bi mu téwé couronne bi ba tay bëre waatu
non loolu dara loolu affaire kii la rek tolof rek mooy loolu corona beeg yooyu noonu
What the heck is this? Shaka Zulu wrestling? No, that's something I can watch. Dang. How far do they go with it? Some African sumo wrestling. Yo, that was a big boom. Oh, those glasses are looking fancy, dude.
No, but no.
Out there, got some fancy ass stuff, dude.
bés bi sama bés la. déggoo ma de. li ma def lépp. bu ma ñëwee stade. incha allahu rabi tey di ngeen ko xam. non jarul exclusivité biir stade la. tey fa la lépp da xawee. ana Modou mi ngi ñëw bu leen yaaxamti. dégg non amul yaaxamti. maa ngi moom ñuy ànd génn loolu te man sagooguma gis ngeen ma ni ma mel. waaw parce que gars yi man benn yére laa am. il faut que ma dee gars yi pam du ma romb new te courant du ma romb batterie doole yemul. lépp ci niveau la lépp ci ndong la. Joker am na problème. ndeysaan tey nga xam ne tey la tey. ndeysaan bilaay tey nga xam ne maa xawle. ndeysaan ñëpp moo loolu la ñëw booy yëpp. ndeysaan Modou Lo Arañ Lo. ndeysaan El Hadj Thiam waay. bilaay wal kitaab bi tey nga xam ne tey la tey. dégg naa loolu. dégg nga Pathé Baldé ñëw na.
He was famous. A musician or something.
Donc la beauté des belles âmes est toujours supérieure à la beauté des beaux corps. Man saa su ne niveau laay waxee. Baax na ma dem sagu ñu ñëw.
Oh, they're the poor people on the other side of the fence, I see. Okay, we're with rich people of Africa on this side. The dirty clothes are over there. We keep them separated. Africa is about the segregation.
Assane maa ngi lay siyaar waaw tey waa Dakar instant ñoo la dekk micro di la laaj naka nga gisee lamb ji ak wàccaayu Modou Lo.
waaw Modou moom wax dëgg yàlla yàgg naa pare quoi combat bi gàllankoor yi si jot a jaar moo xaw a kéemaane rek te yàlla ak dogalam jàmm ak pexem yàlla ak dogalam daal waaye li mu waroon def lépp def nañ ko di ñaan suñu borom defal ñu
I kind of wish I could just be sitting there
tey lan nga gis
looking at all this.
ak lan nga xam ne tey Modou digganteem ak Ama dara du ko lan nga
The only white dude there just like stoned as shit, just looking at everybody like with my mouth a little bit open.
surprise ki muy bett tout le temps mooy
I'd be looking at me like the dude on
bu wér
Napoleon Dynamite.
yàgg nañ tase mbapat bëri nañ mbapat yàgg tase loolu la ko xamee loolu képp la
I look good there. Look
non tout
tasty.
est possible mais bu dee bëri la moom lu mu bëgg rek lu mu
Fresh
indi ñu
piece
fekk
of
ko ci
meat.
loolu moom la ñuy
We're
déglu
not.
quoi kon moom moo
I don't
taxaw
know
di
what kind
wax
of tribe this
moo
is.
takk rajo yi lu mu bëgg ñu wan ko loolu
Careful.
mais damay dégg gars yi naan lamb ji bu yàggee du
They
arrangé
might like the white meat.
pourquoi pas tam bu yàggee ñu ne du arrangé Modou
non xam
So I
nga
do
ñu ko wax
the
dañoo xam
tongue
lamb
clicking on me
aussi
and
dañoo def benn analyse
I
boo
start
xam ne
running.
Modou Lo Modou même bu dul lamb day entraîné guddi ak bëccëg matin et soir moom sans contrat sans dara.
Actually, that tribe is supposed to be super docile and sweet. That tribe that the guy is supposed to be crazy was about that did the tongue clicking.
ay hôtel ak naa kërëb non lamb daf ko def métier.
A real tribe.
ba pare bëgg ko moo waral mu yegg fi mu yegg.
It's a real fucking tribe, dude. You douchebag. Respect the tribe, okay? If you don't respect it, I'll leave. The tribe of Africa. Give them your money. Sarah McLaughlin will be happy. Please help. In the arms of an angel. Where is this dude? Come on, so they can talk about Bangladesh some more. Senegal is where that was actually. Senegal. Is that actually South America? I can't remember. Africa. Looks like it's gotta be Africa. dental work. Why not take it? You think you're gonna get hooked on it or something? Take less than they said to take. You know what I mean? Take a quarter of a pill or something. Boil it. You have to boil it. Ever had them? You don't want to start? Yeah, it doesn't have to be like, you just have to, it's just warm. Just warm water helps the salt kind of dissolve in it. It doesn't have to be hot or anything. But, or why don't you want to start now? You don't want to experience it? Not like you're gonna get strung out on. Dude, most people that get strung out on opiates have like back problems, or they'll get really strong opiates from surgery. But like what they give you outside the dentist is usually pretty mild, dude. It's usually Vicodin, which is hydrocodone. It's the next step up from codeine. Semi-synthetic codeine. Is that what they gave you? They gave you Oxy? They gave you Percocet? Well, they gave you a little bit stronger. If I could, and then it's interesting they went straight for the perks. Oh, I see. What? Vet Percocets once you... Oh, they're vet, then then they might be straight Oxy then. I thought they prescribed them to you. Oxys might be a little strong. That's wild. They give those to pet owners. That's trippy, dude. I wonder how many people are out there taking their pets' Oxys. Like all of them. The poor dog is in pain constantly and they're strung out on their Oxys. Damn, man. That's gotta be happening. I didn't know they were giving out that strong of stuff to animals. If it's for 120 pound, that means I bet if you take 2 of them, you'd be like zonked, dude. I'm not saying to take 2 of them, I'm just like, I bet that would be like the level. Unless they process them differently. So which they could, you had to look into that sort of thing. But you can always look at the dosage that they're at. It'd be the same for humans. It'd be the same drug. I wonder if they might process them, because cats process some drugs differently than dogs do, even, so. Process them, process them slower. The half-life on this heart medicine I'm giving Simon is 7 times longer than it is in a dog. It's one of the reasons why I want to get him off of it, because I'm wondering if it could be doing some sort of damage. Shortening the longevity of his heart, if it's making it work too hard, maybe. we're on like day 4, I think, of half dosage of that. Still has an appetite. Politely ask if I have schizophrenia. Why would you ask that? No, I don't have schizophrenia. Do I look like it? Do I act like it? People with schizophrenia hear voices and stuff. Do I ever act like I'm hearing or seeing things that aren't there? I had somebody coming through last night saying this Connor dude, Connor H he's escaped. I need to ask him if he's taking his medicine. Take your medicine, buddy. I seem to have schizophrenia. I'm kind of crazy. 20 more minutes and I can eat, and Simon can eat again. It's a good time. Where is he? He went somewhere. Dude, I need to hit this guy up about this cat and tell him that I don't want to be the one that has to take it to get spayed and everything. You know what I mean? Like, it shouldn't be my responsibility, right? The cat's not, like, it's not even here anymore. It never comes here. Why would I have anything to do with this? I don't get anything out of it, the infection or the cat. That's a major pain in the butt for me to do it. Plus, I could get Simon sick. Why would I need to say anything? Because I made the appointment. I need to let them know. Look, I don't think I should be the one that takes it. It's not my cat. Call them and change it over to you being the one that's taking it, you know, type thing. I've done enough. The cat apparently needed help, and that's why it was sleeping in my backyard, and it got the help it needed. It got the antibiotics, at least for now, and fleas got rid of fleas off of it. Now it's not sleeping back there anymore. It's happy where it's at. So, as long as that's the case, that's not my problem. The cat reached out to me and I helped it, and it's good. I need to be like, hey, by the way, about the cat, how's it doing? Thinking maybe it'd be best if you take her, since she's actually more your cat. I'll give you the number. But they probably won't even take it though. That's what's fucked up. I don't know. I'm judging, thinking they won't take it, but yeah, we have something here where you, hey Jack, we have something where you can get a voucher for Long Beach, but it takes a month to get it, and either one of us have put in for it yet, and the vet's not in the city of Long Beach, so I don't know if they'll accept them or not. I just don't really want to be involved with all this. It's like it'd be different if the cat was here all the time. It's like, dude, I got my own cat to deal with. Oh look, he's up there right now too. He's starting to sleep up there again. Oh, that's major. Dude, he hasn't slept up there in months. Like, what, half a year probably? Maybe the arthritis is actually getting better. Pretty cool. Breathing kind of fast though. Looks like 18. We do one more time. That time it was 20, so he seems to be completely asleep too. So if I'm not doing him a disservice by taking him off the meds. I forgot about Resto being here last night. What was that? Hey, you're a good dude, Jack, taking care of that stray cat, man, like that, helping out. Wish I could have helped that one out more, but I mean, if he wants to take care of it, take care of it. That's, I need a man up and be like, hey, you're gonna take him now. You're gonna take her. You're gonna take him. Here's the address for getting stuff. Good luck. What is this? Oh, it's time. Wait, no, I get to him late, didn't I? That's right, I gotta wait. I was late. 8:15. Oh, we gotta wait, buddy.
One and oh, he ain't got no wins with me.
What you gonna do today, Floyd?
I got it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Let me tell you this.
RC Drag Racer.
What's your reactions?
I didn't do so good, but the car did pretty good.
The car did pretty good. Man, we out here, we ready to have a good time.
Right,
Floyd's trailer. Guys in there wrenching, getting their thing on.
They're serious
Always
about
come to
this.
Floyd, man. He got all the parts for you. Wheels, tires, all that good stuff, man.
I didn't know this was even a thing.
Yeah, we out here, man. We out here, we ready to have a
Huh? These aren't even close to each other, though. What's that all about? People there, huh? Not really. Well, they got funny cars too. Well, they sound different. Hold on. A little bit. Longer tracks, man. I feel like it's long enough though. Dude, that African thing we were watching a minute ago? Check this out. There's a monkey hanging out with them. Oh man. What's happening? No, I gotta rewind it. Look, right here. It's chilling. Oh no! It has a leash. It had a leash on it. It's kind of sad. Oh, they run scale. Quiet tonight. Oh, there they are. I ate the Jesus cracker and they started blowing stuff up again.
Sorry for being late. Nice scarf, Matt.
Thank you.
Let me start.
Not a Steelers scarf. I might.
Yes, for the record, Matt is wearing a Buffalo Sabres scarf, correct? As I informed Matt earlier in the day, being from Texas, I'm not a hockey expert, but
Why is their audio always
appreciate
shit?
you wearing your colors in the briefing room. Let me start with an update on the situation at Rafah. It has been a top priority for the United States to get Rafah open, not just for trucks coming in, but for U.S. citizens and other foreign nationals coming out. The President has been working on this, Secretary Blinken has been working on it, and of course our Special Envoy for Middle East humanitarian issues, David Satterfield, has been on the ground negotiating the details. As a result of these efforts, an initial group of foreign nationals, including U.S. citizens, departed Gaza through Rafah today. And we expect exits of U.S. citizens and foreign nationals to continue over the next several days. We want to make sure we can get U.S. citizens and their family members out as safely as possible. In the past 24 hours, we have informed U.S. citizens and their family members with whom we are in contact that they will be assigned specific departure dates. We have asked them to continue to monitor their email regularly over the next 24 to 72 hours for specific instructions about how to exit. The U.S. Embassy in Cairo is standing by to provide assistance to U.S. citizens as they enter Egypt. The situation remains extremely fluid, but this has been an important breakthrough. Turning to humanitarian assistance, keep working on it to ensure that all of the U.S. citizens who wish to depart safely from Gaza can do so. Turning to humanitarian assistance, as a result of our efforts to accelerate the delivery of international humanitarian aid, representing the highest number of trucks in a single day to enter Gaza since representing the highest number of trucks in a single day to enter Gaza, and bringing the total number through yesterday to 217. Trucks continue to enter today, and we expect today's number to surpass yesterday's, just as yesterday's number surpassed the day before's, as we continue to ramp up deliveries to Gaza. Finally, turning to travel. Secretary Blinken will travel to Israel and Jordan on Friday. The Secretary will meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu and other leaders of the Israeli government to receive an update on their military objectives and their plans for meeting those objectives. He will reiterate U.S. support for Israel's right to defend itself in accordance with international humanitarian
I did that. I put the mono in it. Fucks up the damn.
and discuss the need to take all precautions to minimize civilian casualties, as well as our work to deliver humanitarian assistance. In his meetings in Jordan, the Secretary will also underscore the importance of protecting civilian lives and our shared commitment to facilitating the increased, sustained delivery of life-saving humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza, the resumption of essential services, and ensuring that Palestinians are not forcibly displaced outside of Gaza. He will also reaffirm the U.S. commitment to working with partners to set the conditions for a durable and sustainable peace in the Middle East, to include the establishment of a Palestinian state that reflects the aspirations of the Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank. And in the West Bank. And of course, he will continue to discuss the ongoing work to secure the release of all hostages. We will provide further details about the trip over the coming days. With that, Matt.
Yeah, so in terms of the number of Americans, I realize you're hesitant to say, but I mean, are we talking about a handful?
So am not going to discuss the number of Americans that were able to depart today, and I will not give rolling updates as this process unfolds over the next several days. I'll say a couple things. Number one, there are around 400 Americans in Gaza with whom we are in communication who have expressed desire to leave. They have family members as well who have expressed a desire to leave. The total number is around 1,000 people when you count both American citizens and their family members. We are going to give them specific instructions over the next few days about where to go, when to go, how they can get out. But for operational security reasons, which I think you can imagine, we're not going to kind of put numbers on it as the next few days unfold. When we get to what might look like the end of this process, we'll be happy to come back and talk in more detail.
All right. And when you say that they crossed Rafah, does that mean that they are safely, and you have confirmed that they are safely in Egypt?
There are a number of American citizens who have crossed through Rafah and are in Egypt today.
Could I follow up on Jordan?
Yeah.
Also related to Jordan, Jordan just today announced that it's withdrawing its ambassador from Israel. Do you have any comment, first of all, directly on this, what it means for the Middle East? What do you think about the Jordanian decision, and how this would affect, if at all, the Secretary's travel and the Secretary's interactions?
So I saw the reports, and the reason Jordan stated for withdrawing its ambassador. I would say that we share the concerns they expressed about the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza. That's why we're actively leading the efforts to address that humanitarian situation, including those I just detailed, to get humanitarian assistance into Gaza. But ultimately, we believe that increased diplomacy is important, and steps to reduce diplomatic channels aren't productive to our long-term, our shared goals of promoting a long-term solution to this crisis.
Would you say we would like the Jordanians to reverse that? And is that
I don't want to comment in any more detail than I just did.
Thank you, Matt. Is this a process that has an end date certain, or are you in ongoing discussions via interlocutors with Hamas? Or is this going to be extended to other groups beyond Americans, locally employed staff, or other individuals?
So I don't want to put an end date on it. It is a process that's ongoing. As I said, we expect it to proceed over the next several days. Our goal is to get American citizens out, their family members out, locally employed staff. We also want to get out the locally employed staff who want to depart. There are other foreign nationals, of course, citizens of other countries in Europe and elsewhere around the world who, of course, those countries have been expressing interest in getting them out, and a number of them went out today. So it will take time to get all of those American citizens and other foreign nationals out, but we are working expeditiously to get them out as soon as possible.
And just to re-ask this question, what, if any, concessions is the U.S. making to Hamas in order to secure the release of these individuals?
We are not making any concessions to them.
So what is Hamas getting in return for their release?
So you might have seen that there are wounded Palestinians who made it out through Rafah today. That was a step that we supported. We thought it was important that wounded Palestinians that needed medical care in this instance could leave and seek appropriate medical care. But ultimately, the United States is not in a position and has not provided any concessions at all to Hamas.
On the aid front, yesterday the Secretary testified briefly about the possibility of exploring the Kerem Shalom in Israel as an additional pathway for aid. Is that actually something that is being considered in order to boost the amount of aid getting into Gaza?
It is a possibility, but right now our focus continues to be on ramping up the amount of assistance that can go in through Gaza, and we have seen increased assistance, as I outlined, over the last several days, and that's because we have been working with the government of Israel and the government of Egypt to increase the ability to have the trucks that are entering Rafah be inspected as expeditiously as possible. There are some kind of complicated logistical reasons that go into that, or logistical circumstances that go into that, as you might imagine. But we have been working to unstick those so you can get the number of trucks increased. The Secretary said yesterday that we want to get to 100 trucks going in as soon as possible. You could potentially see more trucks going in than that, and we're going to work to continue to do that. If we find that we can't get the amount of assistance through Rafah that is required, we will of course look at any other options.
One more question on the Secretary's travels to Israel. What messages has the U.S. already conveyed to the Israelis about settler violence in the West Bank? Have we told the Israelis to stop sending arms to settlers there?
We have made quite clear to the government of Israel that we are very concerned about settler violence in the West Bank. We find it incredibly destabilizing. We find it counterproductive to Israel's long-term security, in addition to, of course, being extremely harmful to the Palestinians living in the West Bank. And we have sent a very clear message to them that it's unacceptable, it needs to stop, and those responsible for it need to be held accountable. I'll come to you in a minute.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. On the Rafah crossing, who is administrating the exit from Gaza? Is it Hamas? Is there a third party who's
There is not a third party. I believe it is the authorities in Gaza that were existing running the crossing before October 7th.
So it's kind of a return to the status quo?
I wouldn't call anything I wouldn't call it a return to the status quo in that the process is very different, but ultimately it's the authorities that, with respect to the authorities that are administering the gate on the Gaza side and the Egyptian side, it is a return to how they were operating before October 7th.
And then when exactly did this deal actually get reached?
That is a hard question to answer because it is something we have been working on continuously for a number of weeks. There have been a number of false starts along the way. There have been times when we thought we were going to be able to get American citizens out, and ultimately those efforts fell through. It's been extremely complicated when you think of the number of partners we're dealing with here. But ultimately, we got to the point where we were able to feel confident that we could get American citizens out really in the past 24 hours. I will tell you, I came out yesterday to the briefing and talked a little bit about what we expected to happen without being able to give any details, and it was just in the last hour before I came out that I really felt comfortable even saying that.
And then you said the U.S. supported allowing injured Palestinians to leave via Rafah.
It's not that the U.S. is. We don't have any.
No, but you said you supported that move.
Yeah,
Did
correct.
a party oppose that move?
Not that I'm aware of, no. Go ahead. I'll come. Go.
Matt, I have a couple of things. On Secretary's travel to Israel, can you say what is his primary objective? And one thing specifically, as the civilian death toll rises, is the United States going to push Israel more to show restraint?
So his primary objectives are, as I outlined them in my opening comments. He wants to get an update from Israel on their military objectives and their plans for meeting those objectives. He wants to talk about ways that we can increase the flow of humanitarian assistance and get to the point where it's a sustained, continuous flow getting in every day that meets the needs of innocent civilians in Gaza. He wants to talk about preventing the conflict from spreading. He wants to talk about the ability to get hostages back. And as I said, he will talk directly with the Israeli government, as he has previously, as the president has previously, about our expectation that in conducting this military campaign, that they do so in full compliance with international humanitarian law and the laws of war, and we will be very direct about that.
There's been back and forth in this briefing room about this, but given there was a big attack yesterday on the refugee camp, I have to ask again, what is the U.S. assessment so far in terms of whether Israel is following the rules of war?
Again, I will say that I'm not able to offer an assessment on that strike, as I'm not able to offer assessment on other individual strikes. What I will say is that we will continue to discuss with them directly, as we will say publicly, that it is our expectation that in all of their activities, all of their military campaigns, that they comply with the laws of war.
I mean, in terms of yesterday's attack, there are various commentators, some countries, international human rights lawyers, some of them are calling it war crimes. And we know that in this building, when you're making these kinds of legal determinations, there is a process for that. Has there been any thinking of starting such a process for Israel's actions in this war?
It is not an assessment that we are making now, no.
Thank you. Actually, follow up on both Libya and Humaira. On Humaira's first. I mean, this area was struck today again. Now, why wouldn't you condemn the killing of dozens of civilians, like 300, maybe less, we don't know, to kill one person? Because that's what the Israeli spokesman said. So he said we went after one militant. Why wouldn't you do that?
So I will say that we are deeply saddened by the loss of civilian life. Whatever the number of lost civilians in this strike or any other strike, we are obviously troubled and deeply saddened by every loss of life. And that's true whether it be Palestinians, whether it be Israelis, and we will continue to make that clear, and we'll make it clear to the Israeli government.
Well, that's okay, but 21 years ago, Ari Fleischer came out and condemned a similar act. The George W. Bush administration condemned an act at the time where Israel killed one Hamas leader, Salah Shahadi, and killed 15 others, which is a lot less than what we have seen in the last couple of days. And they condemned it very strongly. So why wouldn't your administration do the same thing?
So I am not able to speak to whatever assessments an administration 20 years ago has made. I will say that we will continue to impress directly upon our Israeli counterparts the need to minimize civilian harm in all of their military activities.
All right. To follow up on Olivia, on what the Secretary said yesterday about, they're looking beyond, what comes next after Hamas is completely destroyed and so on. What kind of system you would have in place in Gaza. And he suggested that you are in talks with a group of governments. Would that include all the Arab governments? Would that include Israel and Saudi Arabia or Egypt and Jordan? Who does that include?
So I don't want to get into any details. As the Secretary said, we have begun to have initial conversations about it. I do want to make one thing clear, which is the future of Palestinian leadership is ultimately a question for the Palestinian people. We have been thinking through and discussing with our partners in the region different post-conflict scenarios, but I'm not able to get into any of those sort of details at this point.
So let me just, my last question on the internet. The internet and communications have been cut again. Do you have any comment on that? Because you urged the Israelis last weekend to have connectivity again. So are you urging them today to do the same thing?
The internet was cut. It was restored. I will say that we have made clear that we think internet access is important. I just started this briefing by noting that we are going to send emails to American citizens about how to get out of Gaza. We think it's important, obviously, that they be able to have access to those emails. So at times, Israel may need to take operational steps that they have judged they need to take, but I will say as a general principle, it is the position of the U.S. government that internet access needs to remain viable for the people of Gaza.
Could you follow up on this question? When she asked you about whether there was any discussion in the legal NL, the legal bureau, about what Israel is doing and whether it complies with the rules of war, and you said no. So I'm just wondering why not.
It's not an assessment that we have made at this point. You saw the Secretary.
I know, but she didn't ask if you had made an assessment. She asked if it was being discussed and considered. If there were people looking at this.
Let me say that
to eventually make a determination. And it's now been, we're 3 weeks in basically into this. You have made similar determinations, roughly in that space of time. So I'm just wondering. You're saying that that's not even being discussed.
No, let me be clear. I'm not going to get into internal discussions, internal deliberations at the State Department. I'll speak to the assessments that we have made. We have not made an assessment of war crimes in this situation.
No,
I should have been clear. We have not made any type of assessment at this time. As the Secretary made clear, there will be an opportunity for that. We're not in the position at this point to judge all the strikes. What we think is important is to continue to impress upon the Israeli government the importance of minimizing civilian harm.
But you guys have made a determination. We had this discussion with Simon the other day about Russia and actually committing war crimes, where you made a legal determination. In this case, you're not even willing to say that that's something that's being talked about?
I will say, in the case of Russia, we were able to assess with a very high degree of confidence that Russia was deliberately targeting civilians. I remember that it came after that assessment came after Bucha, when there were clear evidence of deliberate
but in order
killing
to
and targeting civilians.
It had to be considered by the lawyers.
And
what your response to Humera was, unless you're saying it was now wrong, or that you misspoke, was that it's not even being discussed. It's not. People are not even looking at
what I'm saying is I'm not going to get into internal discussions, internal deliberations. It is not an assessment that we have made, and as the Secretary has said, there will be time to make those judgments. Saeed, were you? I think you got. Were you done? Or
I'm done.
Okay. See, a minute ago you were interrupting me. Now I come back for more, and you're not. Go ahead, Michelle. Go ahead.
Will you have any response to the Houthis missiles after they joined the war?
Nothing further than what I said yesterday, which is that as the secretary, or as the president has made clear, as the secretary has made clear, anyone that's considering joining this conflict in opposition to Israel should think again.
But they already joined and fired missiles towards Israel.
I recognize their statement, and I don't have any further comment to add.
Will there be any American reaction?
Again, I'm not going to. I never want to preview actions that we might take. I'll make statements and leave it at that. And of course, the government of Israel might have something to say about that as well. And I would defer to them. Alex,
thanks,
go ahead.
A couple of questions on the trip. As I understand, there are some expectations in Turkey that the secretary might extend his trip and stop by this time around. How realistic are those?
I saw reporters in this room tweeting that we might be going to Turkey. I can say that we have not confirmed a visit. Sorry, I didn't mean. I wasn't going to single. You raised your hand. I wasn't meaning to single. I wasn't meaning to single you out.
Just for the transcript, my tweet is not based on my opinion. It's based on Turkish diplomatic sources who are saying Secretary Blinken is going to Turkey.
Correct.
So would you like to respond to that?
I am sorry. I should not have singled you out. It wasn't my intention. I am not able to confirm any additional travel at this point. Other than that, I announced at the top, we will make further announcements as they're available in the coming days.
As you know, Councillor, Derek is headed to Turkey. Is there any relationship?
Just someone speaking over you. So
any connection between Derek's trip and the secretary?
I'm sorry?
Derek is headed to Turkey. The Councillor to prepare Secretary's regional trip. Any connection between?
I just don't. I'm not going to make any announcements or speculation about travel before I'm.
On Ukraine, if I may, the Secretary yesterday spoke with his Ukrainian colleague following the congressional hearing. Is there any concern on your end that Ukraine might become a victim of domestic politics?
We believe that if support, first of all, we believe that support for Ukraine continues to be essential. It continues to be important that the United States be there to help Ukraine defend itself against these horrific attacks that Russia has launched on them and continues to launch on them. And we believe, as a practical matter, that should funding for Ukraine get an up or down vote, it will pass in both houses of Congress. So I understand the kind of churn that has accompanied this, but it continues to be our position that funding is important, it should pass, and that as a practical matter, if it gets a vote, it will pass.
As you know, Ukraine has seen more attacks during the past 24 hours than since the beginning of the war. 100 attacks to villages and towns. Do you think Moscow is under the impression that other conflicts are diverting attention in the West and that it has leeway to
I don't know what I won't speak to what impressions Moscow might be getting, but I can assure you that we have not lost focus in any sense on our need to support Ukraine. That's why you've seen the president give an Oval Office address about our support for Ukraine, and we will continue to stay focused on it. We think we have the ability to work on more than one thing. You hear the secretary often say we have to walk and chew gum at the same time, and that is true with respect to both of these issues.
Who is compiling the list of evacuees at Rafah Gate, and what is the criteria for determining which injuries are eligible for treatment in Egypt?
So that is one of the details. Because of the kind of sensitive and delicate nature of this, I'm just not able to get into. All of this has been, as I said, an extremely complicated process when you think of all the parties that are involved, and I continue to find it not productive to kind of speak to the underlying details from here.
And then, given that both Egypt and Israel have expressed security concerns and no third party is doing the monitoring, how have those concerns been addressed as part of this process?
Security concerns, you mean with the number of people coming through? What I will say about it is we have worked with the government of Egypt and the government of Israel to attempt to ensure an orderly flow through the Rafah crossing. I will let Egypt speak to ultimately if their concerns were assuaged, but obviously they have agreed to this transit of people throughout. And in fact, they agreed to the transit of people through Rafah some number of weeks ago, and it's taken this long to actually make it a reality. So I won't get into the details other than to say that we feel confident that we've been able to establish a system that can get an orderly the orderly flow of U.S. citizens and other foreign nationals. But as with all things related to this situation, we'll repeat the caution I started with, that this remains to be a very fluid situation, and we'll continue to work on it and not rest until we have gotten all of our people out.
And then just finally, do you have assurances that all of the 400 or so Americans and all of their family members will be able to leave?
Again, for some of the operational security reasons I outlined at the beginning of the briefing, I just don't want to get into those details. Go ahead.
Thank you, Matt.
What do you expect from Hassan Nasrallah's speech on Friday, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, his first appearance since the war started? And some speculation says that it might change the course of this war, or maybe we will turn to a large-scale war. What do you expect from this speech?
I would not want to speculate what he might say in advance.
Is there any fear or worry that?
Again, I'm sure we will be monitoring what he has to say. We will not be speculating. As I said with respect to the Houthis, the president has made very clear that any entity hostile to Israel thinking of entering this conflict should think again.
The president and the secretary have made a point lately of saying that there should be a path to a two-state solution. I noticed you had a bit of a revised version of that you would work for the establishment of a Palestinian state that reflects the aspirations in Gaza and the West Bank. So, given that the Israeli government, it's against the Israeli government policy to talk about or contemplate a two-state solution, given that many Palestinians think it's not possible anyway because the settler activity means it's no longer viable, what is the purpose now of flagging a two-state solution?
The purpose is that we believe it is ultimately the only solution that will provide durable, lasting peace. And I will add, it has been our policy since the beginning of the administration. It has been something that we have pushed with the leadership of the Israeli government, with the leadership of the Palestinian Authority. Made something that we have made clear we continue to support, and we will reiterate it. We will reiterate it on this trip when people talk about the end of this conflict and what different options are for post-conflict scenarios. I think it's important, and the Secretary believes it's important, that we lay out kind of our first principles here. And one of our important first principles is the establishment of a two-state solution.
And given that there's something has to happen, obviously, in terms of the governance of Gaza, when and if and after all of this is over, do you think that the Israeli government is more open now to talking about this?
So I again don't want to get ahead of conversations that still need to take place. I will say we have made very clear that two things are true. Number one, Hamas cannot continue to govern and administer Gaza and use it as a launching pad for terrorist attacks against Israel. Number two, Gaza cannot be occupied by Israel. And so what the alternative it is between those two poles is a matter that we will discuss here inside the United States government, a matter we will discuss with the Palestinian people and Palestinian leadership, and a matter we will discuss with partners in the region. Go ahead.
I will follow up on this. The secretary, when he was asked yesterday on the Hill about this, he said we are discussing temporary measures that involve Arab countries and international agencies. What did he mean by that?
He meant exactly that. If you mean, will I provide you any more details? No, we will continue to have these discussions. We will keep them private with our partners and with international agencies, but I'm not going to provide any further details.
Okay, my second question is on the U.S. citizens and the foreign nationals who departed Gaza today. Yesterday, also the secretary has said that Hamas is impeding the departures of the American citizens, and you said you didn't make any concession. Why did they change their mind? Pressure, leverage from other countries?
So I will say a few things. Number one, that is correct. Hamas was impeding the departure of American citizens and other foreign nationals. We've talked before about how at times they had no one there at Rafah Gate to process individuals who were attempting to leave. At other times they were actively preventing them from approaching the gate. They have now agreed to no longer stand in the way. So without getting into the details of how this might have come about, I will just note for the record that the Secretary discussed this matter with the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Qatar on Monday. We've discussed it with other leaders in the region. We've made clear that anyone in the region who can help bring any influence to bear with Hamas, that they do so, and we are appreciative to the work the government of Qatar has done, as they have done with securing the release of hostages and with attempting to secure the release of additional hostages, and I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Shannon, go ahead.
Thank you. On Americans leaving Rafah, can you say a little more clearly what's the rate-limiting step on the pace of departures? Is it Hamas determining how many, or is it a security consideration?
I don't, because of the security, the operational security concerns I said at the beginning, I just don't think it's useful for me to get into any of these details. What I will say is that if there's any American citizen in Gaza who has not yet registered with the State Department and they want to leave, they should register with the State Department as soon as possible. Those American citizens in Gaza who have already registered with the State Department, they should watch their email, and we will get them a time and specific instructions for how to leave. But as it pertains to the number and when, for a number of reasons, I don't think it's helpful for me to talk about that publicly. I'd be happy to do so at the end of the process, but while it's ongoing, I think it would be counterproductive.
And on the family members, President Biden tweeted that he expected to see American citizens leave in the coming days, and of course you said you're still working on the immediate family members of some 600. But is there an expectation that they'll be allowed to depart at the same pace, or is that on different tracks?
Again, we are working to have all of these things happen together, to have American citizens and their family members move. It is always our policy to try and keep families together, and that's what we're trying to make happen. Go ahead.
Matt, thank you. Thank you, Matt. What entity oversees humanitarian aid to Gaza and the UN agency UNRWA, which is controlled by Hamas? And I have a follow-up.
So I would reject that interpretation of UNRWA. It is a United Nations agency that provides humanitarian assistance to innocent civilians in Gaza and the West Bank.
Okay, the follow-up is, when the U.S. sends funds to the UN agency UNRWA, who oversees the donations to make sure that the funds are not used for guns and munitions?
So we have strict monitoring programs in place for all of our humanitarian assistance and all the assistance we provide. We look into this regularly, we inspect, we audit, we do everything possible to ensure that there is no diversion of funds or any of the humanitarian assistance that we provide to UNRWA or any of the other agencies and international relief organizations that are working in the area.
Thank you, Matt. The foreign minister of Iran, having next to him the foreign minister of your ally Turkey, said that today, if an immediate ceasefire doesn't take place in Gaza, and the rapid attacks by U.S., he says by U.S. and Zionist regime continue, then the consequences will be harsh. I want your comment.
So we have made very clear that we do not seek conflict with Iran. We do not want to see this conflict widen in any way, but as the Secretary has made clear, we will defend U.S. interests and U.S. personnel in the region. We have already taken steps to do so, and as the Secretary of Defense made clear on the Hill yesterday, if we need to take additional steps, we will do so at the time and place of our choosing.
Also, I have a question. I see that the head of the Foreign Affairs Committee of Turkey, he said, according to the Reuters, that Turkey was in no hurry. Even US and NATO want a speedy vote by Turkey's parliament for the accession of Sweden. I mean, you said yesterday that you want ratification as soon as possible.
So I haven't seen.
He answered to you, I'm sure.
Let me I haven't seen those specific comments, and I'm gonna stick with my typical practice of not reacting to comments unless I've seen the place and the context in which they were delivered. But I will say that we have made quite clear that we want to see Sweden's accession into NATO as soon as possible. The Secretary has had a number of conversations with his counterpart, the Foreign Minister, about that exact thing, and we will continue to work to make it happen.
Thank you, Matt. And going back to what the Iranian Foreign Minister said, he said that if the wars goes out of the control, then the U.S. will be responsible for what will happen in the next. And also he said that there will be another surprise move by the resistance. Do you take any responsibility for that if the war gets out of the control?
No, I would just say we have made clear in our public and our private messaging to Iran that it should not escalate or widen this conflict or take advantage of the current situation. We have said, as I just reiterated a moment ago, that if our troops are attacked, we would respond. We did just that, and if we are attacked again, we'll respond again, and I'll leave it there.
And another question. Today, Harakat al-Nujaba, it's an Iranian-backed group in Iraq. They have 10,000 fighters. They announced a war against the U.S. forces in Iraq. And the leader of that group said that no pause, no truce, and no retreat. We're going to fight the U.S. Do you think they are not taking your signal or your warning seriously because they don't see any action from the U.S.?
I don't think anyone should doubt our commitment to defending our forces. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Matt, I have two questions. I'll be very
impactful. First, the 28th of October, Bangladesh Nationalist Party leadership, they bring American citizen to their office named Mian Arefi, claiming him to be the advisor of President Biden, and he also claimed on camera that daily he has 10 to 20 times text messaging with President Biden. But U.S. Embassy in Bangladesh disowned this claim of Mr. Arifi. My first question is that the fraudulent activities by BNP leaders defame image of U.S. government. Are you going to take any action against Mr. Arifi and related people of BNP leadership?
I do not have any comment on this individual's actions other than to reiterate what the U.S. Embassy says, which he does not represent the United States government.
And my second question about that right now in Bangladesh, the international train between Bangladesh and India was attacked by the violent BNP violent activists, and Bangladeshi Prime Minister, whose government has tremendous success in overall development in Bangladesh and zero tolerance in extremist organization, fight against terrorism in Southeast Asia with close cooperation with the United States, and they are reassuring a free and fair election. Will U.S. send any election observer there and assist Sheikh Hasina to conduct a free and fair election? Will you call BNP, that Bangladesh Nationalist Party, to stop violence and participate to the upcoming general election? Thank you so much.
So again, as I said yesterday and as I said the day before, and I said a number of times, the holding of free and fair elections is the responsibility of everyone, all political parties, voters, the government, security forces, civil society. The United States wants what the Bangladeshi people want for themselves, free, fair elections conducted in a peaceful manner.
Thank you.
Matthew, good afternoon. Two questions for you. One, in the Middle East. Sam Brownback, former U.S. Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom, told us the other day, my organization, that if you want peace in the Middle East, the Iranian regime that's in power now has to go. He says you will not have peace in the Middle East as long as this regime, his words, in Tehran, the ruling mullahs, are in power. Does the State Department agree with that assessment?
I'm not going to offer responses to individual private citizens.
Okay, two. To Ukraine now, please, Nikki. There are 5 million Catholics in Ukraine, and church leaders, Catholic church leaders, warn right now that if Russia wins this war, succeeds in its invasion, the Catholic Church there could be wiped out, eliminated, or be forced to go underground, just as in the old Soviet Union days. How does the State Department address those concerns?
Well, one of the way we would address those concerns, I'd say, would be to continue to support sustained U.S. military assistance and economic assistance to the government of Ukraine. It's been the United States has provided more security assistance to Ukraine than any other country in the world, and I would say that anyone that is concerned about Russia's potential aggression in Ukraine should join us in urging Congress to pass our increased security assistance package as soon as possible.
Matt, thank you. Just going to China, Secretary Blinken has just met with Wang Yi, and he has, and you said to me a couple of months ago that all human rights issues will be mentioned, including that of the Southern Mongolians, or where 95% of the rare minerals come from, the region what they're living in. We haven't seen any discussions on the rights of the Mongolians when discussions on Tibetans, Uyghurs, and the Hong Kong people were discussed. And in the future meetings, at the very least, is the State Department going to address the rights of Mongolians and also of those underground Catholics and Protestants and the Falun Gong practitioners? My second question to you is the other part that was seemed to be ignored was our presence in the Indo-Pacific. There is a degradation of democracy in places like Solomon Islands ever since they switched recognition from Taipei to Beijing. And so, is the State Department going to address that portion, given the fact that the erosion of democracy also involves an ousting of a former governor for speaking out against the One China policy?
So, with respect to the first question, I can assure you that the Secretary of raised human rights issues robustly in his meeting with Director Wang Yi. He has raised human rights issues in all of his meetings with Chinese government counterparts, and we will continue to raise a full range of human rights issues in our meetings with the PRC. With respect to the second issue, we of course continue to support the flourishment of democracy in the Indo-Pacific, as everywhere in the world. You've seen the Secretary travel a number of times to the Indo-Pacific, including a number of islands in the Indo-Pacific, to make that very case, and we'll continue to do that.
Two questions, please. The first one, do you have a comment on President Biden's announcement of his intent to nominate Kurt Campbell to Deputy Secretary?
So the president did make that announcement this morning. You may have seen that Secretary Blinken sent a message out to the workforce today welcoming that announcement. The only comment I will make is, of course, that Congress has a job to do here in properly considering and confirming our nominees, and we hope that they'll do so as expeditiously as possible.
Thank you. Also, as a follow-up, Secretary Blinken is expected to attend the G7 Foreign Ministers Summit in Japan next week. What can you tell us about expected topics of conversation, particularly as Japan refrained from the initial G7 statement in support of Israel?
So we have not yet announced further travel beyond Friday, when he'll visit Israel and Jordan, but expect us to make further announcements in the next few days, and I'll be happy to talk about those questions once we've made those announcements.
Pakistan's deadline for undocumented Afghan refugee to return to Afghanistan has passed, and now thousands of Afghans going back to Afghanistan. But there are around 60,000 refugees that they left Afghanistan because of Taliban's threats and prosecution. What's your comment about that? And also, would you be able to elaborate on Thomas West meeting with some European representatives in Italy?
So we join all of our partners in urging every state, including Pakistan, to uphold their respective obligations in their treatment of refugees and asylum seekers, and to respect the principle of non-refoulement. We strongly encourage Afghanistan's neighbors, including Pakistan, to allow entry for Afghans seeking international protection, and to coordinate with international humanitarian organizations to provide humanitarian assistance. And with respect to Tom West's recent meetings, I'd refer you to his office for specific comment. Alex, go ahead, and then Amir, and then
maybe update us on the case of Ready Free Europe's reporter, commercialist.
I don't. We continue to be in contact with her attorneys. We continue to be in contact with Radio Free Europe. We have not yet received formal notification of her arrest from the Russian government, though obviously we are aware that it has happened, and that's why we continue to seek consular access to her, and that also has not been granted. We would urge the Russian government to provide it as soon as possible.
Yesterday, Russian court rejected her appeal to release pre-trial detentions. Any reaction?
I don't have any comment on that. Our focus is at this point securing consular assistance as we seek more information about the case. Mara, go ahead. Sorry.
I apologize. On Wagner.
Careful. I singled Humera out and got a much deserved smackdown earlier in the briefing. So
reports that Wagner Group restarted, recruiting. Any concern on your end? Anything you have heard about?
Sure. We always have concerns about Wagner Group's activities, whether they be in Ukraine or whether they be anywhere in Africa, which is why we've taken a number of actions to hold them accountable over the past. Mara, go ahead.
Matt, just to close the loop on previous line of questioning and also Matt's line of questioning as well, is it fair to say that there is no active process in this building to make a legal determination about Israel's attacks and strikes in...
I just never want to talk about internal deliberations. I will just say what I said before, which is the Secretary said there will be time to make those assessments, and those are not judgments that we have made at this point.
Right, but I'm just asking about the intent or the plan, because Secretary did say there will be a time for that. I'm just wondering if that time is nearing or...
I don't have any further information.
Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry.
One more thing on the hostages. Since the sort of bombardment intensified, there seems to be a bit of a stall in those negotiations. I mean, is that a fair characterization? What is the latest in Qatar?
I really don't want to characterize those discussions one way or the other. That's been a rule I've applied to myself since October 7th, and you've seen the Secretary say the same thing when he's been out in front of the public. we continue to actively pursue their release, and I mean actively. It's something people are working on in this building around the clock. We continue to discuss it with our partners in the region, but I never want to characterize the status or tenor of those discussions. It's just not productive to the release of the hostages. Olivia, go ahead and we'll
I
wrap
just
up.
had one quick personnel question, which is now that he's been confirmed, when is Jack Lew expected to take up his post in Israel?
So we're still working out some final details, but my expectation is that he will travel with us to the region when we leave Thursday and arrive Friday.
Just one
With that,
question,
and with that, we'll wrap it for today. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
I'm acting really weird.
Go as deep as 70 meters. Some parts of the tunnel are reinforced by concrete to withstand Israeli bombing and also have electricity. These tunnels are now the biggest threat to the Israeli Defense Forces, or the IDF, as it awaits for a nod to conduct what could be the most massive ground offensive in Gaza after the October 7 Hamas attacks. Experts believe that some of the over 200 Israeli hostages in Hamas captivity could be in the tunnels. This theory has been given more strength by the account of the elderly hostage released by Hamas recently. She narrated how, after being abducted and reaching Gaza, she walked several kilometers to a network of tunnels that she described as looking like a spider web. Armed with this information, experts believe that a combination of dense urban terrain and subterranean tunnel networks will make the Israeli military's task in Gaza very tough and dangerous. Many tunnels have been created under the border between Egypt and Gaza to deliver all sorts of merchandise: fuel, clothes, food, weapons, and even livestock. To get around the Israeli blockade since 2007, from cows to cars, the underground system found a way of getting almost anything through the border and grew to include hundreds of passageways. And in fact, it made rich men out of those who ran them. To control the building of these tunnels, Israel even tried to stop delivery of cement and steel, the building material, fearing that Gaza's militant Hamas rulers would use construction material to fortify its positions and build tunnels to aid attacks on the Jewish state. Israel banned their transfer in 2007. But Israel caved into the international pressure and authorities decided to ease the blockade. In fact, these tunnels along Egypt's border with Gaza provided thousands of jobs to the poor in Gaza who were most impacted by the blockade. In a tunnel dug deep underneath the besieged Gaza Strip, masked gunmen from Islamic Jihad ferried rockets and mortar back and forth, preparing for the next conflict with Israel. And these tunnels, referred to as the Gaza Metro, are a source of civilian catastrophe on both sides of the Gaza border. If they are used by Hamas terrorists to infiltrate into Israel and kill and kidnap civilians, the tunnels also predispose people of Gaza to Israeli attacks. As experts explain, these tunnels are a major threat to people on both sides of the Gaza border. They open up in schools, mosques, and even homes. Some experts believe that Hamas appeared to have honed its tunnel building expertise by studying Syrian rebels in Aleppo and the Islamic State fighters in Iraq's Mosul. The tunnels were being constructed for decades, but the work got a boost after Israel withdrew its troops and settlers from Gaza in 2005. The tunneling work became elaborate after Hamas ousted rival Fatah from Gaza in the 2006 election. Some of the tunnels are reinforced with concrete, and they are typically equipped with electricity and even ventilation shafts. Some of the tunnel networks also have basic means of transportation for weapons and excavated soil. Up to 50,000 Palestinians are employed in the construction of these tunnels and in the smuggling business, according to a report which was published in 2013 by The Guardian. It was only during a military operation in 2014 that the Israeli forces discovered the extent of these Hamas tunnels. In 2021, Israeli forces destroyed about 100 kilometers of tunnels in an 11-day offensive. Hamas said just 5% of its tunnel network was damaged. Just imagine. Realizing the futility of their attempts to curb the tunnel building, in 2021, Israel announced the completion of a barrier along the Gaza border equipped with underground sensors, radars, and cameras to curb threats after 3.5 years of construction. Each Hamas tunnel cost about $3 million to build and has been constructed with the diversion of Israeli building material supplied for civilian construction in Gaza. This is according to the Israeli Defense Forces or the IDF website. If Israel goes inside Gaza with a ground attack, the tunnels will give the Hamas terrorists the benefit of ducking Israeli fire and allow them to move undetected beneath the feet of Israeli soldiers, only to emerge from behind and surprise them. This amid intense door-to-door fighting and Hamas sniper fire. It will be a three-dimensional fight, as some experts predict. Hamas would have by now stocked up the tunnels with food, water, and essential items. This, apart from the weapon stockpiles it already has in place. These tunnels will help Hamas fighters avoid exhaustion in the war of attrition. For attacks, experts say the tunnels will allow Hamas to conduct protected and surprise attacks from behind IDF positions. Its fighters will form small hunter-killer teams that move underground, pop up, strike, and pop quickly back into the tunnel. Hamas also uses the tunnels to hide and move rockets. Entering these maze of tunnels will pose a major challenge for Israeli soldiers. Troops will need special equipment depending on the depth and width of the tunnels. Even satellite-based communication and navigation tools might become ineffective. But the Israeli military has specialized units and munitions to deal with the tunnels. There are specialized units like the IDF Combat Engineering Corps, an elite commando unit which specializes in finding, clearing, and destroying tunnels. The specialized IDF units have customized weapons for subterranean battles. The Israeli military also has its own canine unit with dogs trained for operating in tunnels. Israeli forces specializing in tunnel warfare are training intensively for the Gaza invasion, and the training is being held in facilities built to imitate Hamas tunnels. This is all according to certain news reports. Israel has been using bunker buster munitions, but now has pressed into service the Iron Sting laser and precision guided mortar. This is according to the Jerusalem Post. The Iron Sting has a range of 1 to 12 kilometers and can penetrate double reinforced concrete, the like which Hamas uses to secure its tunnels. But it's all very complex. Imagine, these tunnels were even used to smuggle in hyenas, foxes, monkeys, deer, and even lions into the zoo in Gaza after the 2007 blockade.
They have a zoo?
All drugged and smuggled in sacks through the underground tunnels into Gaza from Egypt. If there are tunnels through which a lion was smuggled in, just think what hell could the Hamas terrorists unleash with the use of these tunnels.
Dude, they're just gonna let some tigers out on the
a network of 1,300 tunnels stretching around 500 kilometers. Though they are generally up to 30 meters deep, the tunnels could at times go as deep as 70 meters. Some parts of the tunnel are
Now you're a tunnel expert.
الأهداف التي تقل عدد
joking earlier with your friend. What does that mean? Shooter protects the West Bank. 3 Palestinians were killed in an Israeli raid on Wednesday.
تخريب متعمد، قتل بلا هوادي، وهذا هو حال مدينة جنين. يعني مش أول مرة بيمارسوا هاي الممارسات الشنيعة اللي بتوقع أنه ضمن المسلسلات اللي كانت موجودة في الدمار والقتل الآن يضاف إليها موضوع غزة والضربات المتتالية اللي بتتلقاها الإسرائيليين والحقد الموجود والحقد الدفين عند القوات الإسرائيلية بيتم تفريغه بشتى المناطق.
Jeez, Oscar's with a giant caravan that's coming here from Mexico. Look at this. Day number 3 of his caravan with these people, apparently.
Thank you so much for joining in. I'm Oscar Blue for Real America's Voice News. This is the epicenter of how it looks right now on a migrant camp in Wixla. This is the way it looks. Share this out.
Holy moly!
As we are going to be walking right now
ravioli.
around the whole neighborhood, and then
holy moly,
we're
shit,
going to go
ravioli.
in the middle of the camp. So this is the way it looks as right now, and I'm gonna go slowly so you guys can see how the whole park and also the river, it is full with migrants, the migrant caravan that is around 6,000.
Oh, well, that's happening at the moment that we're being distracted from.
Share the video, like the video, share the video.
6,000.
If you like the video and if you
coming up.
share the video, you will help us to get the message out and the video out. Meanwhile, it is not being shared and it is not liked the video. It is share the so that it looks right now. Municipal place. Bulbs over here from what it is. This is port event. Honduras coming in also, and the influx, it hasn't stopped. People are still trying the airport purpose to go to the United States.
What is he saying? What are you mad so much for, bro?
Let me flip the camera so we can talk for a little bit. Meanwhile, this evolves over here. Let's see from camera right here. How's everybody doing? Oscar Blue. Let me just put it right here. Oscar Blue for Real America's Voice News. We are live from one of the epicenters, that is the part of Wixla where it is a migrant camp.
Oh, that's a right ass.
Which, you know, it is basically located 30 kilometers away from what it is Tapachula, Chiapas. Now, they have walked almost 30 kilometers. This is the distance that they have walked. Their perception until now, it is to see if they're going to get the permits for them to be admitted, embedded, and to be walking freely into our country of Mexico and ultimately into the northern borders. That is their number one purpose, to go to the United States. You talk to a lot of the migrants, the majority of them are economical migrants, which they want to deliver themselves to the authorities, whether it is to a port of entry or a non-port of entry. They have already said, you know, that they are going to deliver themselves to a non-port of entry. Somebody's asking about migrants from the Middle East. We haven't seen no migrants on this caravan from the Middle East. I can report to you that when I arrived past Monday into the airport of Tijuana, there was a huge amount of people stuck in an immigration center in the airport that there were migrants from Syria and migrants from Afghanistan. Not on this caravan. This caravan, it is only the majority, it is Central America, from the triangle of Central America, that is Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala, but also they have migrants from South America, that is Venezuela. So 6,000 of them are about to walk. We talked to the Civil Protection of Tapachula. They told us that there's thousands that they're stuck on the south border coming in also, and the influx, it hasn't stopped. People are still coming in, and that is going to continue. ¿Qué onda? ¿Cómo estás? Es todo. It is going to continue. So this is the situation in terms to immigration. A lot of these people, they're looking for a better opportunity in life. They're looking for a better job. And for them, the answer, it is clear. For them, it is the Biden administration and the United States of America. That is the answer. A lot of people are mad, are upset because this is continuing. These people are, I'm not completely innocent because they know what is going on. But ultimately, I need you to understand and be conscious about what is happening to your country in the United States. If you're upset about what is happening, it is your own government that is doing this. It is not nobody else. It is your own congressional people. It is people like Mayor Adams in New York that he wanted this. People are like Veronica Escobar she's incentivizing the cartel to continue to basically take advantage of migrants and put them in a dangerous border where they are being trafficked and abused. People like Gavin Newsom, that they know what the problem that is coexisting on this side, and that is funding NGOs and giving them the power to do whatever the hell they want, not only on the side of the United States, but in Mexico. And if you say something in Mexico to these white, liberals, they will attack you and hold you as a xenophobic, transphobic, homophobic, white supremacist, white imperialist, Zionist, bigot, racist, fascist, narcissist, conspiracy theorists, creating hysteria, fearmonger, all of this stuff. So look at the narrative that these white liberals and these NGOs, which they are carrying into our country. If we follow their narrative, we will be okay. We will be on the friend zone. If we don't, we will get attacked and we will be labeled as Zionists and right-wing extremists. That is what we are, apparently, for these people. So we don't have a freedom of opinion. So who's the imperialist over here? Who's the imperialist? So our freedom of speech in our country, it is being raped and is being violated by these, leftist, progressive, mercenary activists. On the back, you can see the catastrophe and a crisis, which has been coexisting since years that we've been studying and we've been traveling through caravans. This is my 10th caravan. Walking with people. What I can tell you, the difference on this caravan with these people, it is that all of them, the majority, 90% are economical migrants. Economical migrants, basically, they have a really hard time of qualifying for asylum and refugee. That is a reality. Why? Because they're going into another country for economical reasons. It is not as much of a it's not as much of a difference when it comes. It is a lot of a difference when you're coming for persecution, and ultimately not only for persecution, but also for credible fear. That is the number one thing that the United States Border Patrol and ultimately the investigations of the Department of Homeland Security are asking for to be a credible case of asylum and refugee. When it comes to an economical migrant, it is people that they're coming in because they want a better opportunity in life, because in their countries the economy is a disaster, because their corrupt governments have been complicit of this, and it looks like all these countries in Central and South America, they're complicit of conspiring, against the United States. I can say a few that they're not. Let's per se, Panama, it is just dealing with their own problems. Panama is doing the best that they can, because I've been in Panama, and I know that the Panamanian government is trying to do the best that they can to control this influx that came to them. It's not them asking for it, it's came to them. And all these authorities from Panama, they're doing the best that they can. When it comes to Mexico, Mexico is not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Mexico, a lot of people are saying, why does Mexico does not shut their border? We're not going to do what other countries tell us to do. We are a sovereign nation. We have a constitution, and we have our own laws and our own constitution. If the border is open on Mexico, it is because it is open. But the reality is that if the United States of America was not on the global compact on migration, if the United States of America and their, people that they're serving in Congress and their people that they're serving in the Senate will only go by their laws, and they will apply immigration laws like the immigration laws that they have been applicable for years in the United States, this will not be happening. But openly, the Biden administration has been a collaborator now, the global compact on migration, aligning with Canada, aligning with Mexico, and all the continent of America, which allows people to transfer freely without no documentation or to transport them freely into every border. So, instead of pointing the finger, understand that it is all part of a plan. It's all part of a problem. And the reality of the situation is that meanwhile these politicians in the United States continue to just basically be lucrative on this situation because everybody's making a lot of money. And it is a reality. The organized crime, the cartel is making a lot of money, is making billions out of human misery, out of these people that they're risking their lives through the Darien, through extortions in Central America, to economical crisis in Central and South America. These people are risking their lives. Why? Because the Biden administration has said, you can come in, I will let you in, and they have not set the message straight that entering to a non-port of entry, it is not regular, it is irregular. Ultimately, you have that message going on, and people will understand, and the migrants will understand that why should we go through a process when I can enter through a river, I can jump a wall, I can be trafficked sadly and possibly risk my life, but I can actually, if everything goes good, I will be good to go entering the United States, or I can cross a river. And when you have that, and when you have also aiding to that situation, you're just fueling the cartel. These white progressive mercenary activists, they don't say that because they say, oh, we're over here, we're being humanitarian, and all these nationalists, they're saying this, nationalists saying that. I'm not a nationalist. I'm just a person that is speaking to you facts. And I'm telling you right now, I'm a migrant myself. I believe that migration is a human right, and everybody deserves a right to migrate. But in those migration rights, they are laws, and we need to obey those laws. And what these NGOs and these organizations, what they have done is they have built loopholes for people to go around them, like this situation which is happening, that people now are understanding that crossing through a river or jumping a wall or paying a coyote, it is a resource of transportation, for God's sake. So you're putting the life of your children and your own life in the hands of these traffickers to say, this is the only way that I can get there. So it's just inhuman. It is not humanitarian. This administration of the Biden administration has been the most irresponsible with migration, has been the one that has transformed the word of migration into a word that is not coexistent. This is not migrating. This Biden administration has been the one that has been more insecure in the history of immigration. Department of Homeland Security of the United States has been the one that has been complicit of the multiple people that they have lost their lives in the Darien, Central America, South America, in the borders with Mexico and Guatemala, and ultimately the people that they have lost their lives in Arizona, in Texas, in all the parts that they are going in the desert, cross into the mountains, cross into a river, being kidnapped by the organized crime, being extortioned by the organized crime. But in Congress in the United States of America, in the Senate in the United States of America, they're talking about funding, borders on other countries, on Eastern Europe. They're talking about letting trillions to go to this, to go to that. When you have an economical crisis and you have a border crisis in your own southern border, and ultimately, you're the laughingstock, Congress right now, these uniparties, and also ultimately these leftist progressive congressional people, they're part of this problem. They're complicit. And you're incentivizing and you're fueling the cartel by making them look like, oh, they're worried about somebody else. They're worried about another country. Meanwhile, we can still be hauling people in and making millions and millions of dollars. It is a reality. The organized crime and the cartel is making billions out of children, out of women that they have been abused. Women that they have told us in the Darien Gap that they have been raped. We have seen migrants lost their lives in the Darien Gap, bodies, decomposed bodies in the Darien Gap. We have seen the authorities of Panama fighting off bullets flying through our heads, fighting, vandals and delinquent individuals that they take advantage of migrants inside of the Darien. We have seen all of it. We have walked with them inside of the Darien. We have walked in Colombia. We have walked in the borders with Venezuela. What are you going to talk to us about that this is not a business and a new industry for these people? It is a huge industry. It is a multi-billion industry. And it is no doubt in my mind, I have grown in one of the most corrupt countries in the world. I love my country of Mexico. I will never say the opposite, that I don't love my country. I love my country. I respect my flag. I respect my countrymen. I respect, our culture. I love my culture. I love my country. But my country is full with corruption. And a lot of the cartel has taken over the power and has taken over the decisions of politicians. And ultimately, that is reflecting on what the United States it is right now. It is an undeniable fact that somebody is being paid off, somebody is being bought off, and somebody is not saying anything on the other side of the spectrum, on the other side of the border. Why? Because this is not stopping. And meanwhile, a pathway, it is not created, a safe pathway of migration. It is not created for migrants to understand this is the safe way to migrate, for you to not risk your life, for you to not lose your life, for you to understand that there's a pathway of law and order, for you to understand that, yes, there's a possibility for you to get a better life, but this is the way. Meanwhile, the United States has incompetent politicians that they're aiding and abetting this to continue because these NGOs are making billions, because these mercenary activists, they're making billions, millions they're making, hundreds of thousands. It is not a lie. You're not going to progressively attack us with your leftist, language. That is your language of barricade of defense. Projecting what you are and attacking other individuals, calling us white supremacists and Zionists. This is the reality. This is my country of Mexico. This is what we're living right now. Again, another caravan. Sadly, children walking on dehydration, women walking with their feet cut off. This has to stop. This industry has to stop.
Feet are cut off.
Because these politicians and these policies, it's all about policies and check and balances. This is what they're doing. They're putting people's lives at risk. They're putting children's lives at risk. And now parents are understanding that going through a Darien, it is something that they need to risk. But ultimately, that is the solution. When have you heard that going through a jungle, it is a normal pathway to migrate to a better place? That is ludicrous. That is crazy. But it is something that has been regularized and normalized by who? By these policies, these globalists, these elitists, these oligarchs, the organized crime, the cartel. They make you understand that that is a normal thing. Let's normalize people migrating and suffering, going on caravans, living on these horrible conditions right now. These are horrible conditions to put a human being to live. This needs to stop. If you're a humanitarian, if you're a defender of human rights, then you defend against these politicians and these senators, that they're not creating a safe pathway, a legal pathway, an opportunity of a pathway for people to have opportunities, not only in the United States is not the savior of the world, but ultimately around the globe, and make migrants understand that they have a possibility to fight this off against their corrupt politicians, the corrupt leaders that they have. It is an undeniable reality that this has to do with communism, has to do with other countries conspiring to destroy borders. It is a reality. Don't come to me with that BS that is not. Look at what Maduro is doing to his own countrymen. He has almost destroyed Venezuela. This is why there's an exile of people from Venezuela. Look at the corruption in Honduras. Everybody thought with Xiomara Castro, it was going to change the country of Honduras. And you see people from Honduras right now migrating. Look at Haiti. Has anybody done anything pro Haiti? Has anybody changed Haiti since the Clintons destroyed basically the economy of Haiti? Has anybody done anything over there? Is anybody helping the people in Africa that they're migrating through countries? Where in the hell the message got out to people from Asia and China that they can cross the Darien Gap walking, and people from Vietnam, for God's sake, people from Pakistan, people from India? How in the hell it got to that place that the Darien was built as a pathway now to get through another place for a better life? Who did that? These are facts. The ones that they're complicit, it is these governments that they're inhuman, these politicians. As I have said before I move on and before I give you the video, as I have said before, weak leaders and incompetent leaders will create chaos. When they create chaos, they create a crisis. The United States of America has a weak, incompetent leader. This is the crisis that has created. Mexico has a weak, incompetent leader. This is the crisis that he has created. Guatemala has a weak leader. Honduras has a weak leader. Nicaragua has a leftist communist leader. This is what you have. This is what you have caused. Colombia has a weak leader. All of these people, they do not care about the lives of these people. Venezuela has a weak leader. Look at this. When you have weak leaders in your country, weak politicians, you will create a crisis and you will damage your country's laws. This is not a lie. These people are running away from weak leadership. Weak leadership and economical disasters. This is why, and I'm not even lying, even you have U.S. citizens running away from California and living in Mexico to pay less rent because the economy in California is so exacerbated expensive that they do not have the quality of life to pay the rent and to pay the automobile and to pay insurance and to pay all of this. American citizens living in Mexico. The migration of U.S. citizens of California into Tijuana, into Calexico, California, into Mexicali. It is a reality. U.S. citizens. Why? Because incompetent leaders govern incompetent states, govern states, and incompetent leaders govern countries. Who is governing right now California? Gavin Newsom. Who's the problem of what is the problem of California? Gavin Newsom. Nobody else. The economy of California, gasoline, Gavin Newsom. This is the change. It starts with our homes. I wish that these people can understand that they have a possibility to change their country. Honduras is a beautiful country. Nicaragua is a beautiful country. Not even to talk about Venezuela, how beautiful it is. It's a gorgeous country of Venezuela. Gorgeous. They have gorgeous people. Everybody has really capable people. But these leftists and these organizations have created this idea that migrating through this way and through these circumstances, it is the actual way to migrate. And this is incorrect. This is incorrect. This is not right-wing extremist. This is not an extremist. This is the reality. This is the reality of what's happening. You got more people now suffering the consequences of migrating in the caravan. And more people that they're starving right now for food. And more people that they're waiting for help, and children that they are starving and they're tired and exhausted because of these leftist policies, these progressive policies of these incompetent politicians. Let's just flip the camera and let's go around for a little bit. Sorry about my little conversation that we had there. Let's just go for a little bit. I have a hit with the network right now, so I'm just going to go and give you guys a broadcast right now of the actual situation of this. Look at this, man. Not even. I'll go around and walk a little bit to give you guys a reality of how it looks. So this is the way it looks. Then I'm gonna go into the area of the tent area. This is where they're attending the children. I'm gonna start from the left side. So this is a tent for the children. Let's start from the left side. Look how fast, things that I want to mention, things differently now in this caravan. Look how fast the containers of trash fill in. This has been possibly 2 to 3 hours that the caravan just arrived and look at the trash. It's already been piled in. Trash is being deposited where it's supposed to be deposited. The smell is not as quite as great as you think that it's going to be. You have organizations that are helping. You have right here UNICEF that is giving out diapers, as you see in the back. You have UNICEF giving out diapers. Also, you have the Red Cross over here. ¿Te ayudo?
Gracias.
¿Te ayudo?
Gracias, gracias.
Limonada.
Suero de limón.
Arre. Dije, oye, ya están dando limonada, ¿no? Pues ahorita vengo para acá, ¿verdad? Espérame. ¿Sí lo puedes ahí? Sí, ¿segura?
Gracias.
Ok, muy bien. Ándale. They're giving out hydration liquid. Also, it's saying
the General Assembly will assume its consideration of agenda items
to create a better emotional health.
Of the International
Basically, what the United States is
continue the debate on the item.
Illness.
I therefore give the floor to the Bolivarian.
This is how it looks right here. On this side. And then on this side.
Señor Presidente,
walk through the middle right here, a little bit in the canal.
Mr. President, we would like to thank the President of the International Criminal Court for the presentation of the report containing A/78/222 that we have taken due note of. And we were able to see in that report the legal activities put forward by that body in fulfillment of its mandate, including current cases underway, the conclusion of some, and the status of investigations underway. Mr. President, the Venezuelan state is firmly committed, both in its national legislation and in practice, to the respect, promotion, and protection of all human rights and fundamental freedoms. And there we express our categorical rejection of all crimes committed against humanity, war crimes, genocide, and ethnic cleansing, all of which are set forth in the Rome Statutes. We also reiterate the key role played by states as a guarantor of fundamental rights for their people and our further support for guaranteeing access to justice in those cases where such atrocious crimes have been committed, but always based on the premise of national jurisdiction having primacy. Venezuela reaffirms its firm commitment to the Rome Statutes and to fighting impunity, especially for crimes that are the most serious and internationally important. We believe that that is an unavoidable step, both for maintaining international peace and security and for strengthening the rule of law at the international level. Based on that commitment,
Simon won't stop meowing now. I don't know what to do.
First, take note
open the door and
of
everything.
the statements made by Prosecutor Ingan on the 29th of October, and secondly, to call for once and for all measures to be taken, urgently and concrete measures to be taken, including from the ICC, that Israel, the occupying power, be held accountable for the atrocious crimes that it has been committing for years with impunity in the occupied Palestinian territories. And that would include, throughout the last 3 weeks, another and regrettable spiral of violence, death, and destruction, which has cost the lives of thousands of civilian, innocent bystanders, including women and children.
He's not even playing with me. He's just watching me play with it.
Without
dude.
Making a mistake, a true
crazy right now, dude.
Genocide. Sir, in February of 2020, my country addressed the ICC for investigations to be conducted to investigate criminal responsibility of the members of the U.S. government who have perpetrated crimes of international importance against the Venezuelan people, with the application of a cruel and inhuman economic financial blockade and embargo which prevents our people from having access to food and medicine. Through the systematic and intentional use of this embargo, it has become clearly a crime against humanity, according to Article 7 of the Rome Statutes. This is a whole series of unilateral coercive measures which violate the United Nations Charter and all norms of international law, and that are clearly geared to depriving all of the Venezuelan people from their means of subsistence. We await with interest the quick beginning of investigation into the case called the Venezuelan case. Despite our clear and manifest commitment to the Rome Statutes and the principles contained therein, and our actions of 3 years and our growing collaboration with the Karinkan office, despite all of that.
I don't give a shit about this. I gotta wait till they're doing the next thing. dog? What do you mean? What's wrong with him? Fuck you, Oprah. I don't like you. Have a nice life. Anybody else want to say something? already didn't like the fucker's avatar. Started seeing that fucker thing, dude. Bah. I'm gonna miss quadruple F Oprah. They have left the building. Later, bud. SMA, take it easy. I think these fucking idiots mistake my kindness for desperation. What it is. They think that I'm so fucking desperate for their viewership that I'm just gonna listen to whatever they have to say. Take it. No. Who the fuck picks a picture of Oprah for their avatar anyway, dude? That shit was just annoying to see constantly. I'm just gonna be completely honest about it. I just look over and see Oprah's face in chat constantly. I'm gonna ban anybody that ever does that again. I don't care who the fuck they are. Just like I ban all Santa Clauses. You come in here with the Santa Claus avatar, guess what? It's the ban. You're not allowed to be Santa Claus in here. We had a Santa Claus incident back in the day. From now on, everyone that's Santa Claus is that guy. Plus, what are you doing? You're not Santa Claus. Why are you trying to be Santa Claus? Whoever the hell you are, even if you are doing that, you're not allowed to be Santa Claus, man. No. That's pedo type shit you're up to. Yeah, we run tight ship around here. Got to, I'm the only mod. track people. Who's who? But think about the trolls, man. Their identity is all they got. Their identity gives them acknowledgement for their trolling. Otherwise, they don't get any attention for it. That dude having a big ass Oprah face tells me he's probably a troll. Who else would pick that for their avatar? He wants to piss off streamers with that thing. And he would say shit to kind of piss, to nudge people. I felt like he would do that. They would do that. Santa, yeah. Yeah, back in the day. Dude, Simon, what the fuck is wrong with you today, man? Is the lack of the heart medicine or what? Are you dying now or something? Hey. Tomorrow's the Day of the Dead. Guido, what are you talking about? Oh, I'm seeing some old shit. Whatever. I was looking at old shit. We're going to the other side. We're going to, hey, the Costco gourmet Thanksgiving dinner is on sale. $50 off right now. $150. But do you know what I don't like about it? They give you 2 pies. Like, I would rather, instead of getting 2 pies, maybe give me twice as much meat and maybe some green beans or something. Wait, where are the green beans at? Did they take the green beans out of it? Where are the goddamn green beans at, boy? How much cheaper? Oh, they're still in there. See a 2 8-inch pie, man. Here's what you get: 5 pounds Amish farm raised skin on netted turkey breast, 1/2 pound tray mashed potatoes, 8 ounces turkey gravy, 1.6 pounds mac and cheese, 2 pounds of corn, 2 pounds of green beans, 2 pounds of St. Clair dressing stuffing. But 5 pounds of cranberry relish, 12 dinner rolls, 8-inch pumpkin pie, 8-inch apple pie. Is it all frozen? Work into the beans, like whole green beans are ready to thaw and cook. Oh, wait a second. Steamed and served with butter or baked in. Oh, you gotta cook everything yourself. The beans are ready to cook. You motherfuckers. Hold up, man. Casserole? Make a casserole with them? What? Oh, wait a second, man. Another. Wait. So it's ready ready to heat and serve. Okay, the mac and cheese is ready to go. The potatoes, frozen mashed potatoes, the closer you get to spread. The potatoes are like... Okay, looks like those are just heat and serve. Yeah. The stuffing, of course. Heat and serve, right? Everything else heat and serve. Doesn't say if the bird is cooked. You'll get a turkey breast that's pre-brined and ready to roast. You have to roast it still. Man, so bullshit with that shit, you see? $150 and you still gotta cook everything pretty much. That's kind of messed up. I'm just getting some banquet TV dinners, dang it. We gotta get the turkey ones. Four seasoned peppers. Is that what I gotta get? Cook it from scratch. Oh no. I gotta. If you gotta cook up. Oh yeah. If you gotta cook it up from scratch. Yeah. I'm not doing all that. I'm not gonna do all that shit. I'd rather go to some restaurant or something. We'd be like this up in there. I'll turn the stream on and we'll have some horse meat for Thanksgiving. I realized they had duck instead of... I want to be more exotic. There are a lot of different ones though I'm seeing that you can order from. Like if you live near Crackle Barrel, they got something they do for Thanksgiving. Whole Foods. Sprouts has a really cheap one that they do. It's like $70 for a decent amount of food. What are the other ones? I already said Whole Foods, right? Whole Foods has a big old spread of different ones you can get from, actually. Honey baked ham, of course. Apparently grocery stores do it too. Some grocery stores, Safeway, Boston Mike's does it. Yeah, some of these. Oh, and one I clicked on earlier. Some they were kind of expensive. It would look like. What is that? Williams Sonoma also has one. It looks like it actually comes with like dishware. It's super pricey. I don't know if it actually does or not, but I know they sell like stuff like that. And it looks expensive. For 4 to 6 people, it's $300. I had a Vietnamese chick. Actually, those cigarettes that I showed yesterday, that have been in there for years, she gave me for Christmas one year, she gave me a Williams Sonoma like spray thing to like clean like stuff up. Like it was like this little stocking stuffer type gift, you know. It's like, here you go. Here's a Christmas present. My place wasn't dirty or anything. It's just, I think that she got it from one of these. I bet it came with one of these meals though, because she was kind of bougie. Like she had a BMW at the time. Now she's got a Mercedes. Like she's always, or vice versa. I don't know. She's always been kind of like that. For a Vietnamese hairstylist, is pretty interesting. I saw her titties. Yeah. But then I got weirded out when she said that her ex said they looked like boys' titties. And I started thinking, well, why is he saying that? Like, I thought she was testing me or something, especially after getting catfished by that dude, you know? So I started thinking, well, they do kind of look like dudes' tits. I was thinking, I didn't say it out loud, but I didn't like, I just sat there. She was standing up in front of me, and I was just sitting down, and I just sat there, kind of like, no, I don't know what to do. I don't want that to happen again, you know? I don't want to get tricked again. She put her shirt back on. I got a little bit longer. It was kind of awkward after that, though. Happened right in there. I think it might have been the same night that the cigarettes were left here. Probably. Like, threw all kinds of red flags when she said that out of nowhere. Like, alert, alert, alert. Like, that other dude kind of said it on the slide too, when he was like, it's biologically impossible for me to have kids, they said. I had to think about it for a second, like, what does that mean? Weird way of saying it. That's how they might clue you in. You might be making out with a tranny, which you think is a female, and they all of a sudden tell you, as you're squeezing on their man titty, that you're hugging on them. It's biologically impossible for me to have kids. But it sounds like a female when they're saying it too. But then you realize that's why they weren't letting you touch their crotch all night. Might be something else down there. I didn't try to grab it again to find out. They took a shower and they asked for my lotion before taking the shower. Their lotion use was extremely audible. I have PTSD from it now. And now I can hear it. It was echoing almost somehow. That person was horny for that night. But then I had to get my ride home. Stories like that where they don't tell dudes. Cranking to kill the boner. Cranking? Cranking? I don't know what that means. He was beating his meat to release his load? Yes. desserts. Dude, I need to stop looking at these meals. Like, Williams-Sonoma has a ton, like 3 days of classic French cuisine. Or 5-day entrees. Or no, they got the individual beef Wellington set. You can buy all kinds of meals from Williams-Sonoma. Have you guys seen this? This is how rich people live, isn't it? Yeah, so what kind of meal we gonna get this weekend for the thing? Oh, honey, just get the Williams-Sonoma Ultimate Thanksgiving Dinner. It serves 12. Yes, it's only $750. Definitely worth it. $750. What do we get? Oh, sir. 40 pounds of food, baby. Is that gonna be enough? I don't know what's in it. Got a 16 to 18 pound Willie Bird fresh turkey. 3 trays of classic mashed potatoes, 3 trays of green bean almondine, 3 trays of sausage cranberry stuffing, 3 trays of maple squash au gratin, 3 trays of Brussels sprouts and pancetta gratin, 3 trays of bacon mac and cheese. And you know what else we get? Honey, some of that classic turkey gravy, cranberry relish, Parker house rolls, pecan pie, and pumpkin pie. Waha! Diggity dog. Why so many trays though? I want more variety, less trays. How about that? What's in a tray? How much is in a tray? It doesn't say. That's a little sus. Tray. So, how do you pick, man? Do you guys ever do this? You buy your Thanksgiving meal from someplace and they ship it to you? Costco one, you gotta cook, man. Costco, why you gotta be stupid? Alright, so then maybe the best one might be a Whole Foods or Honey Baked Ham. This has to be ordered like by the 5th at some of these places, I think. I don't really know how this is done. Maybe to get decent shipping price or something like that. The Whole Foods one's cooked. The point is not having to cook it, man. Here's the stuff. Now you can cook it. Gourmet Thanksgiving meals, even. Better than Granny used to make. Ultimate, the Thanksgiving extravaganza for $540. What do you get, Chuck? Everything in our Thanksgiving feast for $12 plus an appetizer collection full of all the hits. Just add your favorite desserts and Thanksgiving is set. Also, it comes with no dessert. I actually kind of like that. I don't want them to just make me eat. Like, I don't need a big ass pie normally, you know what I mean? There's so much sugar in a pie. Unless it's like a pumpkin pie, maybe. But they always give you like a pumpkin and like an apple pie, and the apple pie is loaded with sugar. Oh, that's what I forgot. Dude, that's what I went in there for. I forgot to get tissue. Bingo! Okay, here's what we get, folks. You ready for this? Yeah, the Costco pumpkin pies are pretty good. Dude, I always get too much of the whipped cream stuff, so I have like 4 or 5 cans of expired whipped cream in the fridge. They're just been in there. I can always get the nitrous out of them though, you know, have a little so I keep them in there, but alright. Classic roast whole turkey with turkey gravy, maple bourbon ham with brown sugar and citrus glaze, sea salt and cracked pepper green beans. What does V mean? Maybe it's vegan. Classic creamed spinach, VG. I guess one's vegetarian, one's vegan, maybe. Yeah. The first one's vegan. The classic cream spinach is vegetarian because it has the cream in there. Okay. Roasted butternut squash with cranberries and sage. Vegan. Creamy mashed potatoes. Vegetarian. Traditional herb stuffing. Cranberry orange sauce. Sauce. Shrimp trio platter, classic antipasti platter, truffle and chive deviled eggs, spinach, artichoke, parmesan dip, vegetable, dentes with hummus, aromatic butternut squash soup, and brioche rolls. Brioche rolls, no. Sounds alright. That's, I don't know, I don't like how they don't. Oh, they do put the quantities, but it's down here. They make this complicated, dude. You have to actually figure it out for yourself by multiplying the servings by the amount per serving on the nutritional facts to figure out how big each container is. What a pain in the asshole, dudes. Why would they do that? There's no way to see. That's literally the only way to find out how much is in each container is to get to click on each ingredient. Like it says brioche rolls. You get 12 servings per container. Okay, so that one's pretty easy to do because it's rolls. Okay, so then we go down to shrimp trio platter. 14 servings per container. Serving size 4 ounces. Wait, how many shrimps is that? It doesn't say. Okay, and then roasted butternut squash, cranberry sage. You get serving size 4 ounces, servings per container, 8. So 8 times 4, 16, 32 ounces. 3 ounces, that's a pretty decent amount. That's right. Yeah. A quart of it, that's decent. Okay, what about the ham? Maple bourbon ham. 3 ounces serving size, and there are. It says varied servings per container. So there's no telling how much meat you actually get. It's weird, man. With the other one, what's there? There we go. Classic roasted turkey is going to say the same thing. Varied servings per container. Very, very odd business practice to not tell people at least roughly how much food they're getting when they're spending $540 plus tax. I just can't order from them out of principle for that. Even if I go to one of the smaller ones, it's the same way on all of them for Whole Foods. You've got to do your own research, and then you can't tell how much meat you're getting even then. Getting Thanksgiving dinner is like buying a house. I didn't know. You do in advance, you gotta put in the footwork, you gotta put in the time, you gotta do the research. See what other people have done in my shoes. Looking at the forums, every year I eat like crackers for Thanksgiving. Like it's not Thanksgiving. Like I might have had an MRE last year. I can't remember. Oh really? You can't get it from your usual butcher? They don't have them. Why is that? Our turkey's not thriving. Hey, Cuckoo Ruku, thanks for the 15 hours, man. Well, 2,500 square meters have been completely flattened. Dude, there you go. So, Whole Foods is out, and what is it? What was the other one? Honey baked ham. Maybe there's still time for them. Says pick 6, 12 selections available. What I'm looking at, the perfect Thanksgiving dinner. Oh, Thanksgiving turkey feast. Does it not come with the ham too? You gotta get the ham with it. Dude, this at least shows the amount that you get with each one. Oh, and it comes with tartlets. That's cooler than a big ass pie. That one comes with pie and tartlets. And turkey and ham. $200. Hey, they got that veterans discount though. Scratch. That money. Sometimes get lucky. Let's see. Honey. Oh, this is Omaha Steaks. This is Omaha Steaks, dude. That'd be pretty tasty, probably too, though. But their ham won't be the same. God, no, it's not the same. Why didn't it take me here? Get me out of here, Omaha Steaks. You're not the one. I need the sugar ham. The sugar ham. How much you eat sugar ham meal? Honey baked ham and honey baked whole turkey. Where's the whole sugar? Honey baked oven roast whole turkey feast. It doesn't come with the ham though, man. Where is it at? Where's the one with the ham and the turkey? They don't have it. You have to get it separate. Damn, probably. Can I add on? See, it's frozen. What is it? Prep and serve. Let's see. Eating instructions. Our whole turkeys are fully cooked, ready to enjoy. See, that's what I'm looking for first off. Thaw, take the turkey out of the refrigerator, remove the bag, place it in the roasting pan, roast side up, and then loosely boil. 1.5 to 2 hours still it takes to warm it up? God dang. The heck? Can I just slice into it and warm it up that way? Probably. I don't need the whole thing warm again. Yeah, I probably won't even need to do all that with it. bothers me about the Costco one is the beans aren't cooked. I'm not trying to... Dude, that's the whole point. I mean, I'm trying to cook your beans, dog. Get that shit away from me. This one doesn't come with any beans, so... It's not the same as the beans, is it, baby? Wait, what is it coming with? Honey baked, oven roasted whole turkey, country cornbread stuffing, maple sweet potato souffle, roasted turkey gravy. Oh, that's it. And a pecan pie. Ooh, pecan pie now. That's one I can get behind. Okay, what else we got here? Sweet glazed bacon. What is this? Add mouth-watering flavor to any side or main dish with our sweet glazed bacon. Whether you are hosting a large formal dinner or cooking for an intimate Sunday breakfast, our thick bacon slices can add extraordinary flavor to any meal. Our hearty bacon is sliced extra thick, the best texture and flavor. When you crave a hint of sweetness, our unique honey-baked sweet glazed flavor provides the perfect touch of syrupy goodness. Quantities are limited, and all orders are subject to substitution. Because this shit be poppin', and sometimes we eat it. Sorry. They eat our orders, dog. What? It does look amazing, though. Sweet glazed bacon. Don't even look it up. It's $44.99 for 24 ounces of it. Wait, what? 3 1.5 pound. Oh, that. Yeah, no, so, no. 3, 6, wait, 6, 7.5. I'm a little retarded right now. They have little ready meals at Vons. Are they any good? Oh yeah, Costco's got something too. It's got like turkey slices in it though. I got it one year. Maybe that was last year what I got. It was kind of meh. I think I got it after Thanksgiving though, because I couldn't eat on Thanksgiving, right? It was the day before my colonoscopy. That's right. You hate watching Kick? Why do you say that, Jen? Why are you on Kick then? Other places. Why do you say it so much? That person said that a bunch. Kind of weird. What? Kicks you from YouTube. Okay. Now you want me to kick you from Twitch? Are you from Kick? His account on October 19th, so it's not like you haven't been on kick before already. He didn't do it today. Alright, well, have a nice life. Weird. I don't negotiate with terrorists. Dude wasn't coming at me with an apology, they were just trying to terrorize me. Get out of here. Bye.
Taught us that the most heinous crimes committed in Africa were perpetrated by the West and continues to perpetrate.
We're still talking about that. Waiting on them to talk about the next part. Keep an eye on them, I Peppercorn beef tenderloin is currently out of stock. What do you think about that? I've never had the honey baked ham tenderloin though. I don't know how that would be. The stock though, so it must be pretty good. Tacos for Thanksgiving. Yeah. That's too much. post that video, dude. That's cool. I posted that video to Discord. I didn't see it until now. The drone is silent. Oh, what's happening?
Thank you, Mr. President. We regret that once again the Palestinian delegate has chosen to exploit this esteemed platform and exhaust its valuable time by sharing misleading information and inflate numbers seemingly
Are they the first to go? Hold on. Well, who is this guy? He's not nearly as awesome as the other guy.
Member states in the court, all of those I universality of
The chair recognizes the distinguished delegation of Israel.
Why though? Is it the start of it?
Thank you, Chair. We regret that once again the Palestinian delegate has chosen to exploit this esteemed platform and exhaust its vulnerable time.
Did you ask him?
Would the delegate of Israel please indicate whether the statement he is in the process of making constitutes a right of reply?
We want to have a right of reply, Mr. President.
The exercise of the right of reply has been requested. May I remind members that statements in the exercise of the right of reply are limited to 10 minutes for the first intervention and to 5 minutes for the second intervention, and should be made by delegations from their seats. I now call on the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. We regret that once again the Palestinian delegate has chosen to exploit this esteemed platform and exhaust its valuable time by sharing misleading information and inflate numbers, seemingly running out of valid legal arguments. We should all remember, there is no law without facts. And the facts are very clear. Hamas, the genocidal terrorist organization, started this war, and Israel has the legal and the moral right to protect its citizens, period. Hamas is the ruler of Gaza Strip. Hamas is behind this attack, and it will be held accountable for the ramifications of its actions, period. In this asymmetric warfare, everything is asymmetric. There is one side, a democratic state, which abides by the international law and does everything within its power to minimize civilian casualties. And on the other side, there is a genocidal terror organization which blatantly ignores and violates international law time and again, and strives to maximize the civilian casualties on the Israeli side as well as on the Palestinian side. If the Palestinian delegate and their supporters' concerns are genuinely for the well-being of Palestinians in Gaza, we suggest they address Hamas, which hides in the tunnels under hospitals and whose actions and use of civilians as human shields significantly impacts the situation on the ground. the right thing to do is to condemn Hamas. If they won't condemn Hamas, as they haven't been refusing to do since the massacre on October 7th, perhaps it would be better if this forum would focus on developing the international law rather than being influenced by those who wish to spread false information and political agendas. Thank you, Mr. President.
I need to see something back here.
Bush delegation of Brazil.
Mr. President, as I mentioned during the debate, the difficulty to achieve consensus for the first time in this annual resolution highlights the need to challenge activity and
distinguished Israel.
Israel was an early advocate for the establishment of the International Criminal Court of humanity, as well as on the Palestinian side.
Of the General Assembly to conclude its consideration of Agenda Item 74.
So now we're going to Palestine then, right?
It is so decided. Members are reminded that the 43rd plenary meeting of the 10th Emergency Special Session will be held immediately after the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned.
And now we're going to do Palestine. I was just confused. It's hard to keep track with this shit.
The 43rd plenary meeting of the 10th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly is called to order.
Because they don't have like end date,
General Assembly
end times.
will continue its consideration of Agenda Item 5, entitled Illegal Israeli Actions in Occupied East Jerusalem and the Rest of the Occupied Palestinian Territory, to resume the debate on the item pursuant to the decision taken at the 40th plenary meeting on 27th October
It'll be caught up pretty soon. Like in 2 minutes. It'll be at regular speed.
Can I encourage delegates to, if you need to consult, can you do so outside the room so that we can hear the delegates who will make presentations this afternoon? I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kuwait.
Oh, this is good. They're pretty powerful.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to salute you using the greetings of Islam, the religion of peace and mercy. Peace be upon you, so is God's and His blessings. Allow me to begin by extending our deep respect and gratitude to the 121 states that honorably stated their position last Friday and decided not to stand idly by while genocide and collective punishment were visited upon our defenseless civilian and Palestinian brothers. Please do not forget that on the same day when you decided to stand by what you deemed as right and made your positions known, challenged criminality, atrocities, and heinous crimes committed by the Israeli occupation forces, they declared the start of their ground invasion of the Gaza Strip. They did not stop there. They doubled their strikes and bloodthirsty violence against innocent civilians who were mostly women and children who committed no sin to deserve this fate. Does the world still believe that what has been unfolding is in self-defense? Are there among you those who continue to remain indifferent in the face of an unfolding genocide playing live daily before your very eyes? Do you accept that an occupation entity unilaterally rides roughshod over the rules and principles of the UN Charter, international law, and international humanitarian law? I just wonder how audacious are those who turn a blind eye to atrocities and fail to condemn them. You drag this organization to an abyss the likes of which we have never seen before because of your double standards and selectivity in applying the law. Mr. President, Kuwait's position vis-a-vis the crimes committed before our own eyes is based on three basic principles. First, an immediate ceasefire. Second, opening border crossings and providing urgent access for relief humanitarian assistance supplies. Third, rejecting any attempt to initiative to forcefully displace the Palestinian people to areas outside their occupied territories. On the application of law, I would review with you the actions of the coward occupation forces violating the interests of civilians. And I say coward because this is because of the actions of the Israeli forces who have no sin other than they were created Palestinians. We see daily violations of the principles of international law, international humanitarian law, in addition to many decisions and resolutions adopted by the Security Council and the General Assembly, the countless decisions. So I would like to review with you the violations against the civilians. Some of the most difficult scenes that we are seeing daily is killing innocent children. Young children who only hope to go to schools to play with each other. They have committed no crime whatsoever. And I would like to draw your attention here to the statements declared made by Save the Children 2 days ago, to the effect that the number of children killed in Gaza in the past 3 weeks alone exceeded the annual number of children killed all over conflict zones in the world since 2019.
Over 3,257 children have been killed since October 7. Let's review together some of the resolutions all over conflict zones in the world since 2019. Over 3,257 children have been killed since October 7.
I didn't do this.
Let's review together some of the resolutions by the Security Council that are daily violated by the occupying authorities for the past 25 days. First, Security Council Resolutions 1261 of 1999. It was the first resolution of its kind to be tabled before the Security Council condemning targeting children in armed conflict, forcibly displacing them, attacking targets protected under international law, including in areas in which children are present in large numbers. In addition to guaranteeing access by humanitarian officers and providing humanitarian assistance in a safe and complete manner without any obstruction to children affected by armed conflicts. The resolution also stresses the importance of the safety, freedom of movement, and security of UN staff and associated staff, and stressing the responsibility by all states to put an end to impunity and to their commitment to bring those responsible for the gross violations of the 1949 conventions to justice. Second, Security Council Resolution 1998 of 2011. This resolution condemns attacks against schools and hospitals and obstructing access to humanitarian assistance by parties to armed conflicts and other violations of international law against children in cases of international conflict. Third, Security Council Resolution 2286 of 2016, which condemns acts of violence, strikes, and threats against those who've been injured, who are sick, medical crews, and those who provide humanitarian assistance, who are exclusively undertaking medical tasks, and against their means of transport and equipment, as well as against hospitals and other medical facilities. Fourth, Security Council Resolution 2347 of 2017 that condemns the destruction of cultural heritage represented in destroying religious sites in armed conflicts. Fifth, Security Council Resolution 2417 of 2018, which calls upon all parties to armed conflicts to commit to international humanitarian law, including the basic stuff and services that are indispensable for the sustained livelihoods of civilians, and to respect those who work in providing humanitarian assistance and other foodstuffs for relief purposes. Sixth, Security Council Resolution 2475 of 2019. The resolution urges all parties to conflicts to undertake measures according to international law and to commit to protecting civilians, including persons with disabilities, to prevent violence and acts of aggression committed against civilians in cases of armed conflict. 7. Security Council Resolution 2573 of 2021, which condemns attacks in cases of armed conflicts against civilians or civilian targets, and also arbitrary strikes or disproportionate strikes that lead to depriving civilians from the stuff that they definitely need to remain alive. Considering such acts and violations, gross violations of international humanitarian law, and calls upon all parties to armed conflicts to cease fire, to exercise ceasefire against civilians. Please forgive me for having spoken at length. However, I think that we are at a stage where we have to start talking about all Israeli violations in all of our meetings. The misinformation campaigns by the occupation authorities require that we respond with unrefutable facts. It has become clear that when the word of what's right and justice pains them, and the fact that the people of the world stood beside the Palestinians is something that terrorizes them. Therefore, we stress the need for the implementation of relevant Security Council resolutions on the protection of civilians, where such resolutions include uncontroversial languages, and therefore it's illogical for us not to implement them today. It's as if those who drafted these resolutions would know the criminal acts that will pursue in the future, and such resolutions seem as if they were custom-made to respond to the gross violations perpetrated by the occupation forces. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, what the Secretary General said pained them when he said that what happened in Gaza on the 7th of October was not born out of a vacuum. So they started attacking him, asking him to resign, and they declared that he's not welcome to enter to their occupied entity. I would like to tell you, Mr. Guterres, you are the moral compass of this organization. We have only listened to arguments that highlight what is right, no matter how bitter the facts were. You should be welcome to any place on earth, any place that does not fear the words of rights, justice, and honesty. This only confirms what we already know, that is, this occupying power does not know what honesty is, what right is, and only promotes empty words and fabrications. The times has come, and we will not repeat what we have said over the last 56 years. The violation, killing, and violence perpetrated by the occupier has no place in our world today. Our only way forward would be the achievement of a full and comprehensive peace by the implementation of resolutions adopted in international contexts and the agreement to the Arab Peace Initiative of 2002 for the establishment of the State of Palestine, with Jerusalem as its capital on the lines of June 4th of 1967. We are all for the above. Therefore, we are not going to go back to where we were, to square one. The time has already passed. This is not because we refuse to address the situation. The world knows that the state of Palestine did not reject political negotiations. However, ignoring international legitimacies according to the interests and to the changes in views of those who are in command on the other side is something that we will not accept, and we will not ignore. We are states, and we have our own influence. I would like to take this opportunity to tell you the following. You tried everything. I would like to say to the occupying power, you were treacherous, you fought, you struck, you killed, you forced populations out, you displaced, you detained, and you imprisoned. You burnt everything.
That was a big one.
Before you. You only have one choice, which is the only choice that would rid us from this circle of violence that you have imposed for the past 56 years, which is to end occupation and to leave the Palestinian occupied territories. Our heart is broken. Our blood is boiling. Get out of our land. Leave our land. We don't regret your departure. In conclusion, our Palestinian brothers, You are free. You are the people of steadfastness and of struggle. We take pride in you, in your steadfastness and your courage. That is unprecedented. We will make every effort to show that you are in the right, and we will spare no effort to stand by your side. You are an inspiration. You have been the symbol of dignity, and I hope that you would be protected, and peace be upon you, my distinguished delegates. I thank the permanent representative of the state of Kuwait, and I now give the floor to the permanent representative of the Russian Federation.
President, distinguished colleagues, the events of the last few weeks in the area of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict have left probably no one on this earth indifferent. All of our hearts ache as we look at the heart-rending stories of human suffering. And the parties are shifting blame for the suffering from one to the next, while the civilians in Israel and Palestine continue to perish. Our mission receives tens of messages every day from Israeli citizens, Palestinians, and the diaspora. These people write to us about their loved ones in the conflict zone, urging us to do something, anything, to put an end to the violence. First and foremost, they are calling for a ceasefire, for hostages to be released. They're calling for the necessary humanitarian assistance to be delivered. These are thousands of horrendous individual stories, thousands of lives. I'd like to use the opportunity afforded by this rostrum to assure all those who have messaged us, who have contacted us, to assure them that we hear your pleas and we're doing everything within our power so that the international community can take steps to resolve this most acute crisis. We'd like to stress yet again that the violence visited upon civilians, Israeli civilians, since the start of October has no justification. We categorically repudiate and condemn them, all terrorist acts. We extend our condolences to all those who lost loved ones in Israel, Palestine, and in other countries. We demand the release of all persons held captive. Unfortunately, this tragedy didn't appear out of thin air. The protracted Israeli-Palestinian conflict was and remains at the epicenter of all Middle Eastern upheavals. For over 70 years, the Palestinian issue has remained unresolved, and it has prompted regional and international divergences of opinion. It's been exploited as an ideological motive by terrorist and extremist organizations in different parts of the world. What's more is, the fact that the issue is unresolved has resulted in untold suffering on the part of the Palestinian people, the Israeli people, Arab states, and all of the many Palestinian diasporas living therein, including refugees who've been forced to remain in camps for decades and decades. This state of play has been exacerbated over the last few years because Washington has acted alone, separately from our collective efforts, from agreed efforts. It's acted alone, imposing on Israel's Arab neighbors and economic peace without settling the Palestinian issue. We've reached a situation whereby there are now individual unilateral initiatives which not only ignore but actually undermine the international legal basis for the settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, endorsed by the UN and enshrined in UN Security Council and General Assembly resolutions. The US has attempted to turn a blind eye to the ongoing construction of Israeli settlements on the occupied territory. It's recognized Israeli sovereignty over the occupied Golan Heights. And what we've now seen is the Americans calling for an end to the settler violence being foisted upon Palestinians in the West Bank. As a result, Palestinians who see no way out, and we see a conflict that's unprecedented in terms of its scope and risks spilling over to the entire Middle East. Over all these years, we've been warning about the fact that this course has no prospects. It's dangerous and can result in tragic consequences. This new outbreak of violence proves what we've said many times before. A normalization of Israel's relations with Arab states, although of course that would be positive, cannot occur at the expense of the Palestinians. It cannot result in a lasting stabilization of the situation unless we resolve a key issue in the Middle East, that is the Israeli-Palestinian issue. This approach, as we saw for ourselves when on the 27th of October, here in this chamber, we adopted the Jordanian resolution. This approach is supported by the leadership of all Arab, Muslim, and many other states. It's a paradox that on the one part, the entire international community has recognized that Israel's activities in the occupied Palestinian territory are illegal because they're at odds with UN Security Council resolutions and the provisions of international law. That's on the one hand, and on the other hand, our Western colleagues in their statements prefer to simply forget that this unprecedented escalation on the ground is also a consequence of the settlement policy of West Jerusalem, as well as the systematic restrictions West Jerusalem has placed on the Palestinians' ability to freely visit their holy sites. We're delighted that Antonio Guterres did not shy away from flagging this, speaking during Security Council deliberations on the Middle East on the 24th of October. He noted that the current uptick in violence did not happen in a vacuum. As a result, he was immediately subjected to irate and undeserved criticism on the part of Israel, which preferred to see history starting from a blank page, to see history begin on the 7th of October 2023. Colleagues, we'll all have to return to the root causes of the conflict. We'll have to put the Israeli-Palestinian settlement process on an agreed track. However, right now we need to immediately cease fire and put an end to the bloodshed. This should be obvious to all, you'd think. Unfortunately, our Western colleagues at the Security Council are continuing to torpedo any efforts to de-escalate the situation on the ground. They continue to block the UN Security Council's attempt to urgently take measures to immediately normalize the situation, first and foremost to enact a ceasefire. This is what common sense dictates. What's more is, it's what humanitarian organizations in Gaza are calling for. Clearly, the fully fledged ground operation Israel has begun in Gaza can turn not just into a tragedy for 2 million Gazans, it can also trigger a regional conflagration. You'd think that everyone understands just how dangerous this scenario is, and yet it's only Washington which won't listen, which hypocritically is trying to pursue its own regional agenda, politicizing UN Security Council draft resolutions, trying to pass them, but we did not allow it to pass, nor did China. Our US colleagues are trying not just to divert attention from the failures of their policy to shift blame when it is itself at fault. They are accusing Iran, Hezbollah, and Gazans of all of the world's ills. They're also trying to legitimize all this, legitimize the ground operation through the Security Council. We remember the no-fly zone in Libya in 2019 when our Western colleagues had no trouble interpreting UN Security Council Resolution 1973 to their own benefit, waging an aggression on Libya. The UN Security Council does not have the right to grant this kind of carte blanche. President, I'd like to highlight that when we condemn the killing of Israeli civilians and foreigners in Israel, when we do that, we still cannot turn a blind eye to what Western Jerusalem is doing. They're committing flagrant violations of international humanitarian law in Gaza.
It's not very healthy.
Entire neighborhoods are being razed to the ground. According to information, we have
what do you mean?
Over 8.5 thousand people have been killed in the enclave. Many of them, most of them, are women, children, and the elderly. Indiscriminate airstrikes have taken over 3,000 lives. Young Gazans are lying there under the rubble. Over 2,000 of them. Half of them are children.
Bacon and eggs.
As a result of the latest strike on the Jabalia refugee camp in the Gaza Strip, over 400 people died. The number of losses amongst UN personnel is staggering. 64 people have been killed, 22 have been injured, and 42 UNRWA objects have been destroyed. The number of IDPs in the Gaza Strip stands at 1.6 million people. As a result of the bombing of the Strip, 9 hospitals are completely out of commission. The rest of the hospitals are facing acute shortages of medicines. Over 100 people, including over 300 people, including many of them children, have also perished in the West Bank. Against this backdrop, Israeli officials are making insulting pronouncements regarding all Palestinians, talking about the collective responsibility of an entire people, responsibility for the actions of Hamas. Israel's orders to evacuate over 1 million people are pronouncements that do not hold water. Also, the total blockade imposed by Israel on the Strip is unacceptable. It's cut off from the rest of the world. This blockade has provoked panic amongst these frightened people who've lost all hope. It's undermined the work of medical and emergency staff and will inevitably result in greater civilian casualties. You cannot vanquish terrorism using these means. We call on the parties to the conflict to immediately put an end to the bloodshed, to give mediators an opportunity to seek a diplomatic solution, including the swift release of hostages. We will have to go down this path sooner or later. The question is how many innocent people will die until the decision is taken to do so. President, colleagues, we cannot but mention the hypocrisy of the US and their allies. They, in other completely different situations, are issuing appeals for the respect of humanitarian law, establishing investigations committees, imposing sanctions on those who are actually genuinely only resorting to force as a last resort to put an end to years of violence. And yet today we're witnessing horrific destruction in Gaza, greater than all the West criticizes in other regions. Greater by many orders of magnitude. We're seeing strikes on humanitarian objects, including hospitals, thousands of children dying, horrific suffering on the part of civilians under conditions of a total blockade, and yet the West remains silent. The only thing they can muster is continued pronouncements about Israel's supposed right to self-defense, although as an occupying power, it does not have that power, as confirmed by the advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice handed down in the year 2004. We hope that these blatant double standards are obvious to our colleagues in the global south.
Are we getting in trouble?
As for Israel's security, and we recognize its right to ensure its security. This security can only be fully guaranteed if we resolve the Palestinian issue on the basis of relevant UN Security Council resolutions. We do not deny Israel the right to fight terrorism, but fight the terrorists. Don't fight civilians. Otherwise, you yourselves are taking the side of evil. You are deploying the same methods evil deploys. The Jewish people suffered persecution for many centuries, and the Jewish people should know better than anyone that the suffering of ordinary people, innocent lives lost, in the name of blind retribution, will neither restore justice nor bring the dead back to life, nor console their families. Islam, Christianity, Judaism are united in recognizing the value of human life, which belongs to God. God giveth, and only God is entitled to take it away. In these very testing times, the Russian Federation is taking active measures to immediately resolve the crisis. We are very much in favor of an ongoing negotiation process at an endorsed UN forum, following which we should establish a sovereign Palestinian state within 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital, living side by side in peace and security with Israel. On this note, we'd like to commend the efforts of the Arab group, spearheaded by Jordan. They authored the UNGA resolution adopted on the 27th of October. That resolution called for urgent measures to put an end to the violence, to the military hostilities, to immediately release hostages, to prevent a humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, and to disallow the conflict spilling over into the rest of the region. The Russian Federation wholeheartedly supported this Arab peace initiative. In fact, we are one of the co-sponsors. We urge all states to implement it. President, we stand convinced that in addition to resolving this new uptick in violence, we must put paid to this upsurge in violence, but also come up with a strategy of collective action to achieve the political resolution of this conflict. This is something that the Middle Eastern Quartet, the Middle Eastern Quartet, which is made up of Russia, the US, the EU, and the UN, was working on, but it's been blocked by Washington. On the agenda, we have a joint mediation mechanism with a key role for regional states, and we've seen positive trends of late in the Middle East. The Saudi-Iranian normalization, the reintegration of Syria into the League of Arab States, all of this proves that countries in the region, when they take the situation into their hands without being subjected to external pressure, they can progress a great deal towards a stabilization in the Middle East. Under the current circumstances, the Russian Federation is in favor of constructive exchanges with all parties involved. We're ready to continue contributing to the resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, including at this stage, once we neutralize the current crisis. First and foremost, we need to put an end to the violence, unless we want to put away the idea of resolving this conflict one day. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation, and now I give the floor to this distinguished representative of Nepal.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Nepal is grieving under deep anguish in the death of 10 Nepali nationals in southern Israel when it came under sudden attack on 7 October 2023. The government of Nepal has strongly condemned the terrorist attack on Israel. With equal gravity, we are against the indiscriminate use of force against civilians by both parties involved in the conflict, including the strike at the hospital in Gaza that killed hundreds of people, including children, women, elderly, medical personnel, and patients. We are deeply disturbed by the rising number of deaths of civilians, destruction of properties, and the resulting humanitarian crisis. Nothing can justify inflicting sufferings on and killings of innocent people, whether Palestinians or Israelis. Nepal calls for an immediate de-escalation and avoidance of indiscriminate use of force to prevent civilian casualties, stop the destruction of public and private properties, and provide immediate, unrestricted, and adequate humanitarian assistance to the desperate civilians in Gaza. The United Nations has the responsibility to prevent humanitarian catastrophe and breach of peace. We, the member states, must demonstrate courage to utilize the platform of the United Nations to bring both sides to the negotiating table to find a just, peaceful, amicable, and lasting political solution.
What the fuck are they even doing? Shut the fuck up, Nepal.
To this end, Nepal
I'm reading about them. They suck.
Made by the Secretary General
they suck, actually.
To de-escalate war.
Good luck if you're a woman there, by the way.
Humanitarian corridors and avail unrestricted humanitarian relief. We are deeply concerned about our missing student, Mr. Bipin Joshi, and are desperately waiting for the information on his whereabouts. Nepal is in favor of a two-state solution with Israel and Palestine living side by side in peace and security within recognized international borders based on international law and the relevant UN resolutions. This is the only way forward for a just, lasting, and peaceful solution to the question of Israel-Palestine conflict. Peace is only possible when both sides respect each other's existence and dignity. Hatred never incubates peace. Nepal calls upon both sides to exercise maximum restraint and resort to dialogue to find a solution where both Israelis and Palestinians live in peace. I thank you for your attention.
Dude, their literacy rate is 52.74%.
I thank the distinguished representative of Nepal, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sri Lanka.
Mr. President, it was the great Mahatma who told us that an eye for an eye only ends up making the whole world blind. Is that what we seek to achieve, distinguished delegates? He didn't stop there. He asked us the question, what difference does it make to the dead, the injured, the orphans, and the homeless, whether the mad destruction is wrought under the name of totalitarianism or the holy name of liberty or democracy? That's the question he asked. Mr. President, liberty and democracy, the Mahatma says, becomes unholy when our hands are dyed red with innocent blood. In the context of today, that's perhaps very easy to understand. Mr. President, victory attained by violence is tantamount to a defeat, for it is momentary. The weak, they say, can never forgive. Forgiveness is the attribute of the strong. Sri Lanka therefore offers these words of gentle persuasion to our fellow beings who are at war. A war that neither will win, but will surely leave a loser, and that is humanity. Is that the legacy, I ask, we desire to leave our future generations? Is this the agenda we intend to prosecute for peace? Do we really believe we can achieve the SDGs in such a hostile environment?
They got human rights violations in Sri Lanka, man.
Mr. President, it was only in the latter half of last September, that our leaders met in this august assembly, in this very hall, to lay the foundation for a better world. We deliberated upon what remedial measures should be taken, as the euphemism suggested, to get back into the game that did not look promising at halftime. We comforted ourselves in the thought that many games are won in the second half. Dreams, isn't it? It was only on that optimistic note that we resolved to take upon the challenge of working towards those lofty goals. We discussed the vital role of financing for development. We discussed the climate catastrophe confronting the planet. We adopted 3 declarations on the main topics on health concerning our countries. Our ministers adopted the scope and elements of what would be the summit of the future. However, the supreme irony is that in contrast, we are compelled to witness death and destruction. Violent attacks on civilians, kidnappings and hostage-taking, and retaliatory measures on civilian life and property, and the threat of a wider conflict. Mr. President, all this predictably will ensure the game will be lost at full time if the hostilities and military misadventures we witness in Palestine and Israel today does not stop now. as the PGA was pleased to observe in his opening statement of this emergency special session. The war drums must stop beating. Mr. President, Sri Lanka is therefore deeply concerned by the ongoing escalation of violence and military action in Gaza, which is causing deaths and injuries to many innocent civilians and children, resulting in a grave humanitarian situation. The legitimate security concerns of both Israeli and Palestinian people have to be recognized. We observe that indiscriminate actions that cause civilian casualties will only make the realization of an enduring peace a distant reality. Sri Lanka supports diplomatic efforts to find a lasting solution to the conflict and humbly requests, both parties to engage in a dialogue to achieve a durable peace.
Mr. President,
since the adoption of the resolution entitled Protection of Civilians and Upholding Legal and Humanitarian Obligations last Friday by this Assembly, the situation in Gaza has worsened manifold. Death and destruction continue unabated.
They might have slaves, though.
According to UNRWA, over 1 million people have been displaced. The UNICEF has reported that out of the total dead, 3,450 are children. Innocent.
Contemporary forms, this 2021 report, UN expert, contemporary forms of slavery exist in Sri Lanka, including traditional slavery, forced labor, debt bondage, serfdom. Wait, hold up, I gotta click on it. Children, exists in Sri Lanka with vulnerable groups such as children, women, ethnic minorities, and older people particularly affected. I don't know, man. 1% of Sri Lanka children are involved in some type of child labor, most of it considered hazardous. This 2021 report of the UN is saying. How are these people in the UN? This is weird to me.
Children.
How are these countries in there?
The United Nations last Sunday held a memorial
Fuck
for
their
59
opinion.
UNRWA staff killed
weirdo.
in Gaza. Millions are suffering without basic essentials and face a lifetime of trauma. I'm asking the question, will such trauma solve the problems of the Middle East?
This is right here. This is child labor is particularly severe in areas populated by ethnic minorities, Tamils, such as in tea and rubber plantation regions where children are forced to drop out of school and support their families. Sexual slavery, domestic servitude, and servile forms of marriage. Children doing all that. Sri Lanka.
To keep open a humanitarian corridor to provide urgent humanitarian assistance to the civilians in Gaza, and are committed to supporting the efforts and activities of the United Nations Secretary General in his endeavor to mitigate the suffering of the people, the loss and damage.
because it's ethnic dimension, in particular Malaysian Tamils, who were brought from India to work in the plantation sector 200 years ago, continuing to face multiple forms of discrimination based on their origin. So they're doing this shit to Tamils in their country, right? They're treating them like Israel is treating the Gazans, the Palestinians. Yet it's okay for them though.
Life and property, and to bring about a ceasefire.
It's just so stupid.
Mr. President, Sri Lanka calls for the free
look into these
movement
countries
of
a little
essential
bit
items
and see
and
that they're all,
humanitarian aid, including food,
especially the ones that are for
medicine and electricity
Gaza,
and water
are
supply
crooked countries,
to Gaza. We call on all sides to immediately halt violence and take steps to prevent further civilian casualties.
Like they straight
We
have
also call
child
upon the
slaves,
international
man,
community
sex slaves
to redouble their efforts
in their country, and they're giving advice
support the
on
United Nations
something.
Relief and Work
Fuck out of
Agency.
here!
The UNRWA is playing a commendable and courageous role, I must say, in helping a vulnerable
And they think it's
population
okay
under extremely
to have this in their
challenging
country, but not
circumstances.
other countries.
Mr. President,
Like,
in the light of
people
the
act different
ongoing
over there.
hostilities, it is therefore important, my delegation says, to address the situation with
What the
empathy,
fast forward this idiot.
with understanding, and a commitment to finding a peaceful resolution.
He's done
We therefore
anyway.
have a plea to the leaders and the peoples of Israel and Palestine. We acknowledge, of course, the deep pain, the loss, suffering that both sides have experienced as a result of the ongoing hostilities. We urge you to prioritize the well-being and security of all individuals involved and to work towards a lasting peace that ensures the safety, dignity, and the rights of both Israelis
Because he
and
knows
Palestinians.
English
We
or
understand
something,
finding
I'm
a solution
supposed to
such
like
complex
him.
and long-standing conflicts is not easy. However, we strongly encourage
Fuck him.
meaningful dialogue and negotiations with the aim of reaching a comprehensive and just agreement that addresses the core issues which are at hand.
He
which
represents
include
a shit
addressing concerns
country.
related to borders, settlements, security, Jerusalem, and the right to self-determination. Mr. President, we believe that it is
Fucking
crucial to
ugly
recognize
ass comb
and respect
over.
the aspirations of the rights of both Israelis and Palestinians. Mutual understanding, empathy, and compromise will surely build the essential trust in creating a conducive environment for peaceful coexistence. We therefore urge you to listen to one another's concerns and perspectives, and to engage in constructive dialogue that promotes understanding and reconciliation. We also call upon the international community to play an active role in these efforts. Mr. President, ending hostilities and achieving a just and lasting peace will require courage, will require leadership, and a genuine commitment to finding common ground. However bleak the prospects may be, we believe that with dedication, goodwill, and a shared vision for a better future, it is possible to achieve a peaceful resolution to this long-standing conflict. Let us therefore foster social cohesion,
Dang,
make
that's
available
a
lifelong
dog.
learning opportunities, promote reconciliation and healing, rebuild infrastructure, promote economic recovery, strengthen institutions and governance, engage civil society, and promote participation, and finally, invest in peace building and conflict prevention at the community and national levels. Mr. President, it is our prayer and hope that together we can build a future where Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side in peace, security, and prosperity. By
Really,
pooling our
dude, these
resources and
countries that
our
are this
from all
little
governments, international organizations,
and
and the
their
whole of our
military
global
might
community.
is
Therefore, seize
fucking
upon this
pathetic.
opportunity to break
They
the
should
cycle
get
of
like a
violence and
minute
work
to
towards
talk.
a future that upholds the values,
Especially
justice,
when they have
equality, and
child
respect
sex
for human
slaves
rights.
in their
Thank you, Mr.
culture, and
I
it's
thank
an
the
okay
representative
thing.
of Sri Lanka, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Greece.
Where? Greece?
Mr. President, I align myself with the statement delivered previously by the EU and would like to add the following in my national capacity. Let me start by recognizing the courageous work and sacrifice of UN employees in Gaza, and in particular those, including the 70 UNRWA staff, who have paid the ultimate price in the line of duty. I would also like to extend our sincere condolences to all Palestinians and Israelis who have suffered or lost loved ones. Mr. President, the gravity of the situation in the Middle East gives us great concern. This serious crisis presents a huge challenge and a test to all of us. In view of the above, Greece welcomes the attempts of the Security Council to address the situation in Israel and Gaza and regrets that these efforts so far have not been fruitful. We acknowledge that discussions are still ongoing and we hope that a conclusion will be reached. My country, right from the start, condemned in the strongest possible terms Hamas for its brutal and indiscriminate terrorist attacks across Israel. Terrorism has no justification. Any form of violence,
They're half
terrorism,
as
or
big as
inhumane
Sri
treatment
Lanka,
is totally
but
unacceptable.
military ranking is
Israel has a right to
it's
self-defense
twice as good.
to react and protect its citizens, always in line with international law and international humanitarian law. We call for the immediate release of all hostages without any precondition. Human lives cannot be reduced to a bargaining chip. At the same time, we are particularly alarmed by the catastrophic humanitarian crisis unfolding in Gaza. All civilians must be protected at all times by all parties. To protect civilians and provide life-saving supplies, all necessary measures should be taken, including humanitarian corridors and pauses for humanitarian needs. Our aim should be to protect as many lives as possible. In this regard, we are stepping up our assistance together with our partners to help those in need. Yet, we should all make sure that this conflict will not spill over and take far-reaching dimensions in the Middle East. We call on all states and international organizations to intensify urgent concrete steps to support efforts by the United Nations and regional states to prevent the violence in Gaza from expanding to other areas in the region. Greece's foreign policy is a principled one. We remain fully committed to a two-state solution in accordance with international law and relevant United Nations resolution. Only a political solution could create the long-term condition for peace, stability, and prosperity in the wider region. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Greece, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mauritius.
Why didn't he talk longer? He had a better military. Ooh.
Mr. President, it is now 6 days since the UNGA.
To the distinguished representative of Mauritius. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Mauritius.
I have no idea, dude.
Peace Initiative adopted a resolution calling for a humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. Yet, the bombs are still exploding and civilians are still dying in huge numbers. Even before the resolution was adopted, Mauritius fully supported the Secretary General's call for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. Bloodshed of innocent civilians and destruction of basic infrastructure are unacceptable and will continue to fuel further violence. As we speak, the situation is worsening on the ground with no sign of abatement. We call on all parties to exercise the utmost restraint. According to latest reports, more than 10,000 civilians have fallen victims to the hostilities, whilst above 25,000 are suffering from injuries. 1.65 million people have been displaced already. It is revolting to note that women and children account for more than 62% of the fatalities. Moreover, 67 UN staff members working with the Palestinian Refugee Agency have been killed during airstrikes, with around 44 UNRWA installations being damaged. Yet again, a humanitarian crisis is unfolding in front of our very eyes. In the Gaza Strip, people have limited or no access to basic necessities, while food, drinking water, health services, safe shelter, and electricity are no longer existent. Latest reports indicate that the Gaza Strip is hardly able to sustain essential services. The international community needs to act now. Violence in Palestine must cease. The world cannot take the risk that violence spreads to other parts of Palestine and the neighboring countries. We welcome the safe passage of some aid convoys into the Gaza Strip for the supply of basic food, basic goods, essential medical equipment, and fuel so that health facilities can continue to operate. And we hope that adequate supply continues to flow in order to save as many lives as possible. Mauritius expresses its profound sympathies to the families of the victims as a result of the conflict both in Israel and the Gaza Strip. Mauritius strongly condemns violence in all its forms, including the terrorist attack on Israel on October 7th, resulting in a number of hostages being taken. We welcome initiatives to find immediate solutions on various aspects of the conflict. The recent release of some hostages demonstrates that dialogue is only possible and is in fact the only way to find solution to the current situation. We appeal for the immediate release without conditions of all innocent civilians being held captive. Mauritius takes this opportunity to commend the efforts of all parties engaged in facilitating such release. Mr. President, Mauritius reiterates its unwavering support for a two-state solution based on relevant UN resolutions and on international law, which envisages the establishment of an independent, viable, and prosperous Palestinian state within secure and recognized borders, living in peace side by side with the State of Israel. We make a strong plea to both parties to urgently come to the negotiating table to revive peace talks in good faith. It is only through such talks that a peaceful and long-lasting solution can be found. Mauritius supports the holding of a series of international conferences under the auspices of the United Nations involving all major actors, including Israel and Palestine, to agree to an immediate ceasefire and reopen the discussions with a view to finding a lasting solution. In this respect, we continue to encourage the Secretary General in his mediation efforts. At the same time, the full weight and scope of international humanitarian law must apply. Violence and terror only bring destruction and untold suffering. It is high time that a comprehensive solution is found to the conflict based on the principles of the United Nations Charter and on international law. Mr. President, we must all strive together to give peace a chance at a time when the world is already beset by a cascade of interlinked global crises. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mauritius, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Lesotho.
Where? Dude, I don't know, dude. I don't even know these countries. DeSoto?
Mr. President, I take the floor. As I take the floor, allow me to join others in conveying our deepest condolences and words of sympathies to all families who have lost their loved ones in both Israel and Palestine as a result of this unprecedented conflict of our times. We also pay tribute to the United Nations humanitarian personnel who died in the line of duty while working selflessly to provide hope and support to the desperate civilians in Gaza. Our thoughts and prayers are with the injured. We continue to offer our solidarity to those who are working tirelessly in their mediation efforts in order to find lasting peace and stability in that region of the world, with the main objective of averting further loss of life of innocent civilians. It would be remiss of me not to commend the General Assembly for taking a principled and historical step last Friday by prioritizing the humanitarian situation of the people of Palestine through the adoption of the resolution that recognizes the centrality of preservation of lives of innocent civilians. However, my delegation remains mindful of the fact that adoption of the said resolution does not in any way whatsoever symbolize the end of the conflict in question. It only calls for further engagement by all and sundry to do our utmost to find a lasting diplomatic and political solution to this problem, which has acquired unprecedented proportions of our lifetime. Regrettably, the repeated failure of the UN Security Council to pass a definitive resolution on this conflict erodes confidence of the global citizenry on the functionality of this organization, thus amplifying the clarion call for its reform. We implore its members to take full responsibility and find an immediate solution to this war. Mr. President, my delegation is deeply concerned about the violation of human rights of people on both sides, some of which have been abducted, while others are being cut off from the essential basic needs. Unfortunately, most of them are women and children who are non-combatants. In this regard, we call for the immediate release of those kept in captivity. The world cannot continue to watch the horrifying pictures of children in Gaza being mercilessly killed on a daily basis from the Israeli bombardment. Under these circumstances, Lesotho appeals to all parties involved to exercise maximum restraint. Mr. President, further escalation of this conflict raises legitimate concerns regarding its potentiality to spiral out of proportion. We are therefore all bound to call on the parties involved to give way to a diplomatic solution without any further delay. At the same time, we urge all parties to allow humanitarian corridors with guarantees of safety to humanitarian personnel. In conclusion, Chair, we express concern over any attempt to forcibly relocate the people of Gaza, contrary to the past UN resolutions, in which unequivocally recognize their inalienable right to self-determination. Our wish is that of a two-state solution wherein both Israelis and Palestinians will live side by side in peace with each other, in line with the pre-adopted UN resolutions. History has proved beyond reasonable doubt that the cost of war is insurmountable in all its facets. As a result, during this critical time, the world must stand up steadfastly to recall the very foundations of the United Nations and live up to them. Finally, Chair, as John Donne puts it in his poem, no man is an island entire of itself. Any man's death diminishes me because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never sent to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Lesotho. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bahrain.
Honorable Chair, at the outset, I would like to extend my thanks to you for resuming the 10th Emergency Special Session of the UN General Assembly to the backdrop of the painful and unfortunate developments that the Gaza Strip is witnessing and its dire humanitarian implications. Honorable Chair, the adoption by the General Assembly last week of a resolution that calls for an immediate and permanent and sustainable humanitarian pause that leads to a cessation of hostilities with a majority of 121 countries is a reflection of the world's demands for immediate measures to end the war. It is now time to respond to these calls and work tirelessly in order to achieve a permanent ceasefire in a manner that guarantees the safety and security of all parties. The Security Council has so far been unable to issue a resolution that puts an end to the consistent escalation that is causing untold suffering for the fraternal Palestinian people. Nevertheless, the Kingdom of Bahrain is calling upon the international community to uphold its humanitarian responsibilities in responding to the GA's resolution and to move immediately to preserve the lives and properties of people and the safety and security and stability of the region. We must also work to implement the legitimate international resolutions concerned with the Palestinian question and support the National Palestinian Authorities and the Palestinian Liberation Organization as the only legitimate representative of the fraternal Palestinian people. And under these cruel circumstances, the number one priority should be the protection of civilians on both sides of the conflict, and the international community should not hesitate to condemn any action that could lead to the loss of innocent lives, especially the murder of children and women. Such scenes of death and destruction can create entire generations filled with accumulated anger and thirst for vengeance, without solutions for any of our key causes. The Kingdom of Bahrain re-emphasizes the importance of consistent diplomatic efforts among all regional and international parties to de-escalate through an immediate ceasefire and an end to military operations, along with providing protection to innocent civilians on both the Palestinian and Israeli sides, and the release of all hostages and captives and detainees, in addition to refraining from any practices that could widen the circle of violence. We also emphasize the importance of lifting the siege off of the Gaza Strip and opening humanitarian passages and corridors and facilitating the flows of medical assistance and food and water and fuel and electricity unimpeded to the Gaza Strip. We must also put an end to the targeting of residential neighborhoods and health, educational, and social facilities, and houses of worship and infrastructure. And we must reject any attempts for forcibly displacing Palestinians from their lands in line with the international humanitarian law and the Fourth Geneva Convention for the year 1949. We value political and diplomatic efforts made on all levels in order to put an end to this destructive war. Therefore, we value the call made by His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, for an immediate ceasefire for humanitarian purposes. We value all his sincere endeavors to advance the role of the UN and to uphold its responsibilities and serve humanity. The Kingdom of Bahrain, led by His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, King of the Kingdom of Bahrain, may Allah keep and protect him, and along with the directives of the government led by His Highness Crown Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, may Allah protect him, reasserts that the two-state solution is the only true guarantee for peaceful coexistence between the Palestinian and the Israeli people. There will be no stability in the Middle East without guaranteeing the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people, especially a just, lasting, and sustainable peace in the region. We restate our steadfast position in support of the legitimate rights of the fraternal Palestinian people, chief among which is the right to establish their independent sovereign state with the borders of the 4th of June 1967, with East Jerusalem as its capital, as per the two-state solution and in line with the international law and the Arab Peace Initiative and the relevant resolutions issued by the Security Council and the UN General Assembly. In conclusion, Mr. President, continued escalation in the Gaza Strip will lead the region to a dangerous abyss and a new cycle of violence. The victims will be civilians and innocents. There will be more suffering and violations. Therefore, we need concerted efforts in order to contain this crisis and its catastrophic humanitarian implications, and we must work to establish a just, permanent, and lasting peace by including more peaceful negotiations and dialogue as per the rules of the international law for the peace and security and stability of all regions' peoples. Thank you.
Of Bahrain. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of El Salvador.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I begin by expressing the deepest condolences of my country to all the victims of this resurgence of the conflict of long date. My country joins in those voices that have expressed deep-seated concern for the escalation of the violation and the grave unraveling of the situation in Israel, the Gaza Strip, the rest of the occupied Palestinian territory, and the region. Without reservation, we condemn all acts of terrorism, regardless of the motivation and regardless of where it takes place, by whom, and when it is committed. We ask that these indiscriminate attacks stop and that all aggressions perpetrated against the civilian population cease. We also express our deep-seated concern for the disastrous humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip and the repercussions for the civilian population. We recall with heavy hearts that boys and girls are half of the population in Gaza, and they have lived their entire lives in a zone under constant conflict and siege. We express our support to the efforts of the Secretary General and for all of his calls in favor of immediate access and without impediments for humanitarian assistance to respond to the needs of the Palestinian civilian people in Gaza. However,
I broke
We
my
call
finger at
for
work today.
concrete
On the
measures
other
to be
hand,
taken
I'm completely
to
fine.
contribute effectively to a cessation of violence in the region and to put a stop to the suffering of the civilian population who are the most affected in this situation. We recognize the leadership efforts and fundamental role played by the group of Arab states to bring about a cessation of hostilities, to guarantee the protection of the civilian population, and to provide humanitarian assistance. Once again, we welcome the adoption of the resolution entitled Protection of Civilians and Fulfillment of Legal and Humanitarian Obligations of Friday, 27 October. We believe that it was a concrete and tangible result yielded by this special emergency session of the United Nations General Assembly. Notwithstanding that, Mr. President, despite the adoption of the resolution at the same time that we met to resume the session, thousands of innocent people, including boys and girls, are losing their lives in Gaza, and many more are also losing their hopes that the violence stop, that the conflict come to an end, and that this organization take measures that would have an impact and put an end to their suffering. The meeting was convened after 6 days having elapsed, during which hundreds of people died in a horrific manner in the attack on the Al-Ali Arab Hospital, many of whom were seeking refuge from the constant bombing in Gaza. Today, to date, more than 9,700 people have died. More than 21,000 have been wounded, and more than 1.4 million people have been displaced. These tragic numbers and events have done nothing more than increase with every hour that goes by, exacerbated by the events of recent days around the world. People have been following the development of this conflict with incredulity, frustration, and anguish. Many ask themselves, where is the United Nations? Where are the bodies that were created to protect the rights of thousands of people, especially those groups that are the most vulnerable? The people of the world are looking at this organization that was created to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, and we must not fail them anymore. Rather than adopt resolutions that are legally binding with concrete mandates to put a stop to the fire, the Security Council has seen itself wrapped up in a vicious cycle of the presentation of resolutions and meetings and vetoes that do nothing more than undermine the little credibility that this body enjoyed before the resurgence of the conflict. Nothing, and I repeat, nothing justifies the inaction of the United Nations given the human suffering that we have witnessed in recent weeks. My country strenuously calls on the members of the Security Council, especially those who abuse their veto power, to fulfill their responsibilities, and that all members of the General Assembly have commended them under the United Nations Charter to maintain international peace and security. We urge that a stop be put to thinking under the shadow of individual particular interest, and that action be taken in keeping with the well-being of all humanity. This assembly has played its role, and its message was clear. The majority of states represented in this organization condemn all acts of violence aimed at Palestinian and Israeli civilians and ask for an immediate humanitarian truce, which is lasting and sustained, and that would lead to a cessation of hostilities. The Security Council then needs to listen to this call and take immediate action. Mr. President, my country is asking for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire. No atrocity can justify another atrocity. We deplore and repudiate all attacks and aggressions against civilians and destruction that is widespread. We vigorously condemn the violence inflicted upon the civilian people, regardless of whom it's committed by and where. We ask for the immediate release of all civilians and demand their security, well-being, and humane treatment in keeping with international law. We have heard, we have recognized and made our own the clamor of the families that are asking for their loved ones to be able to go home. We ask all parties to immediately and fully comply with all the obligations incumbent upon them under international law, including international humanitarian law and the international law of human rights. Civilians, humanitarian personnel, and civilian humanitarian goods need to be unconditionally protected and at all times. We would underscore the impact and grave repercussions of armed conflicts, especially on women, boys and girls, and all civilians who are existing in a condition of vulnerability, such as people with disabilities or senior citizens. As put by the executive director of UNICEF just a couple of days ago, the real cost of the most recent escalation will be measured in the lives of girls and boys. Those losses due to the violence and those lives forever changed by the violence.
Intense.
We also ask that in fulfillment of international humanitarian law, all humanitarian and civilian facilities be respected and protected, including hospitals, medical facilities, transportation and equipment for medical care, schools, and places of religious faith and facilities of the United Nations. We unequivocally condemn all the aggressions and all attacks against the United Nations staff, humanitarian and personnel workers, and doctors, other medical staff, journalists, and the media, and we firmly defend their respect and protection. May I now take a moment to express our most sincere condolences and deep condolences to the families and members of UNRWA for the Palestinian refugees and all the humanitarian organizations that have suffered losses in this conflict. We pay tribute and we honor the memory of all the women and men who have lost their lives, protecting the rights and the dignity of the civilian population in the region. May I also express our deep admiration of UNRWA, which, despite the fact that is in a situation of chronic underfunding, it has spared no efforts to save the lives and safeguard the lives of the civilians in Gaza. We ask that the financial gap of the body be urgently addressed to provide humanitarian assistance, maintain basic services, and pay UNRWA staff. Mr. President, humanitarian access must immediately, fully, sustain, and safely be facilitated without any restrictions, so that essential services and supplies can reach all the civilians in the Gaza Strip. This should not be limited just to water, food, medical supplies, fuel, and electricity. We would underscore the imperative need under international humanitarian law to guarantee that the civilians not be deprived of what they need for their survival.
Greece was up there for.
We ask that to that end,
40th in military
immediately and
with only 11
effectively humanitarian
million
corridors
people. They were up there
be
for like
established
30
with full
seconds to a
protection and
minute.
other initiatives be
This lady's
taken
taking
to
all her
facilitate
time.
the delivery of assistance to civilians. Mr. President, my country firmly rejects any forced attempt to move the civilian Palestinian population. And in this regard, we request a cancellation of the order that Palestinians, UN staff, humanitarian workers, or medical staff evacuate the zone north of the Gaza Strip. We reiterate that measures must be adopted that are adequate to guarantee the safety and well-being of civilians and their protection, especially girls and boys, and allow for their displacement in conditions of security. Mr. President, El Salvador joins the call of all parties to all parties that they act with a maximum amount of moderation. Today, that's more important than ever in order to prevent a further destabilization of the region and further escalation of violence in the region. We all have a responsibility in this regard. We ask the parties, especially those that have influence on the parties, to work urgently to that end. We highlight the need to guarantee accountability for the uncountable number of victims in this conflict. Investigations need to be undertaken that are independent and transparent under international norms and in keeping with them. It is necessary to put an end to impunity, guarantee justice, and prevent further violations. Mr. President, we recall here that a lasting solution to this conflict can only be achieved through peaceful means and with the will of the parties, based on each and every resolution of the Security Council and of this General Assembly. We recall that the United Nations, under the resolutions adopted by this General Assembly, have an ongoing responsibility with regard to the Palestinian question until it is settled in all aspects. We recall that achieving a lasting,
she's still here?
fair, and
I had just had a dream
settlement of
already.
this question is indispensable.
I
in
just
order to
fucking
bring
fell
about
asleep and
peace
had a
stability in
dream
the
for
Middle
a
East.
split second.
We urge the international community to redouble its efforts and coordinate efforts geared to restoring the political horizon and to promoting and expediting a fair, lasting, and peaceful solution to the conflict. What is required with urgency is a collective effort to begin talks on the peace process in the Middle East. Mr. President, El Salvador wishes for this special session of the General Assembly to be the beginning of a process that would lead to the so desired peace in the region. It is in our hands to return hope to people, the hope that they placed in this organization. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of El Salvador.
Fuck out of here.
And now I give
Salvador.
the floor to the distinguished representative of Panama.
Panama? Oh, this is rich. They're known for their civil rights, aren't they?
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, Panama reiterates its vigorous condemnation of the terrorist attacks and the violence perpetrated by Hamas against Israeli civilians last October. According to international humanitarian law and conventions and the treaties of international law, deeply committed to the protection of and respect of human life, Panama emphatically regrets the resurgence of violence that has led to the loss of lives of thousands of people in a series of violent events that have convulsed the region, such as the attack on the hospital in the north of Gaza, and which, moreover, led to the destruction of both civilian and humanitarian infrastructure that need to be protected by international law and by international humanitarian law by all parties. Given the grave situation in the Middle East, Panama calls for peace and the respect of human rights, with special attention for people who are most vulnerable in the Gaza Strip: life, health, and the well-being of the entire population, with emphasis on...
My fucking mailman was just outside when I was saying that really loud. He's from Panama. What if he thought I was like attacking him personally or something? Because like randomly, as he's like delivering my mail, I'm yelling about Panama and their civil rights. What the fuck? What did I just say? Oh my god. What the fuck did I just say, dude? Oh, did I say anything too bad? Did I say anything too bad? I didn't say anything too bad, did I? No.
Women,
But
children.
they don't have very good... But he probably thinks that I was saying it to him or something. Because how random is that, dude? He's like, he grew up in Panama. He's that Panamanian, dude. You know what I mean? Dang it.
Boys and girls and teenagers.
Dang it, how awkward.
Senior citizens
man,
and persons with disabilities needs to be respected and protected.
Weird. He thinks I'm
We
super
also
weird now.
urge all parties involved to exercise restraint and to strictly respect the norms under international humanitarian law, both customary and by convention. This is essential to protect civilians and medical facilities in the areas of armed conflict. The escalation of violence only further deepens us into human suffering, increases the loss of lives without religious origin or ethnic distinction. Therefore, we also defend the idea of a humanitarian corridor that would allow the delivery without impediment in a continuous and safe manner of medical and humanitarian assistance to the people of Gaza. It's viable, it's possible, and it's urgent to do so. We also call for the urgent release without conditions of all of the civilians who have been abducted. In that regard, we recognize the efforts of the international actors who are dedicated to this task. The international community cannot tolerate the use of civilian hostages as a form of blackmail. Panama reaffirms its unbreakable commitment to peace, security, and stability in the Middle East and in the world.
So he sees it when he opens it.
We should be an international community that demands the construction of a lasting peace, and we reiterate our firm commitment to multilateralism with the aspiration that it bring about an immediate cessation of violence and that international law be respected and that an effective path to peaceful settlement of the conflict be opened. Thank you.
Heard me.
I
He's
thank
a listener.
the distinguished representative of Panama, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Romania.
He's older. Romania? Yeah.
Mr. President, we are faced with a very serious crisis in the Middle East, and it is paramount to address the unfolding humanitarian situation, to save lives and to facilitate solutions to avoid regional escalation. At the 10th General Assembly Emergency Special Session, we meet to defend the principles and norms of the UN Charter and to reaffirm that there is no justification.
Representative of Panama, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Romania.
Okay, then you
To
get
10th General Assembly Emergency Special Session, we meet to defend the principles and norms of the UN Charter and to reaffirm that there is no justification for terrorism anywhere and anytime, nor for loss of lives of
They
any
shouldn't
kind.
be able to have that position.
Romania condemns in the strongest possible terms the indiscriminate and atrocious terrorist attacks committed by Hamas across Israel, starting with October 7th, 2023. Each country has the right to defend itself and its citizens against terrorism, Israel included, in line with international law. We are profoundly shocked by the large amount of lost lives of Israeli and Palestinian alike, and our thoughts are with all the innocent victims of the conflict. Romania is one of the countries that mourns the loss of 5 dual nationals. All hostages held by Hamas must be immediately released. We acknowledge the work undertaken by international partners in releasing them. As one of the countries that has dual nationals held hostage, we hope the work in releasing them will continue. Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people. On the contrary, it acts against their aspirations by harming the Palestinian cause and the prospects of the two-state solution. My delegation reiterates the call to make a clear distinction between the justified and legitimate Palestinian expectations and demarches, which should be only addressed as part of a political process, and the terrorist attacks of Hamas, which are harming, in the end, Palestinian lives and the Palestinian future. Mr. President, At this stage of the conflict, it is important to reaffirm the respect of international law and the universal principles of international humanitarian law, particularly the Geneva Conventions. The protection of civilians, especially children, must be ensured at all times by all. While we welcome the humanitarian trucks that crossed Rafah last weekend and in the following days, we should be firm and united in upholding unhindered humanitarian assistance to Gaza. These measures are necessary, including humanitarian pauses, so as to allow the full, rapid, safe, and unhindered humanitarian access consistent with international humanitarian law for United Nations humanitarian agencies and their implementing partners to act swiftly. All civilians should be protected at all times. As you know, the European Union and its member states will continue their efforts to assist EU citizens in the region. From a national point of view, this also includes their evacuation upon request. The conflict in Gaza not only destroys the future of Israelis and Palestinians, but it has also an immense potential to sparkle hate speech around the world. The rise of anti-Semitism, of anti-Palestinian or Islamophobic speech in the world is of great concern. It is the moment to act again and speak out against hatred. We are convinced that the most durable solutions to such complex situation are only those emerging and endorsed by all the legitimate parties involved. And therefore, Romania has abstained at the vote on the draft resolution. Mr. President, for too long, there is a lack of meaningful progress of the Middle East peace process. Many windows of opportunity have been lost, and in the end, civilians pay the price. However, we cannot give up peace. The two-state solution remains indispensable and the only option available for a lasting resolution to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. The two-state solution remains also indispensable for bringing just and lasting peace in the Middle East based on international law and relevant UN Security Council resolutions. The two-state solution will prevent the spillover of the conflict and stop other actors in fueling it. My delegation stands ready to engage for mediation efforts as part of the joint international responsibility to maintain peace and security. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Romania, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Barbados.
Mr. President, Barbados associates itself with the statement delivered by Jamaica on behalf of the Caribbean community during this session, as well as with the CARICOM statement of 9 October 2023. Barbados condemns the heinous terrorist attacks perpetrated on Israel on October 7th, 2023, which caused over 1,000 to lose their lives and hundreds to be taken hostage, including women and children. Those responsible for these devastating violent acts must be brought to account. We express our alarm at the deteriorating situation in the Middle East and our deep concern for the safety and security of the people of Israel and Palestine. The conflict between Israel and Hamas in Gaza threatens to spill over to the entire Middle East, with catastrophic results for the people of that region, for global peace, and for the already fragile multilateral order. If this conflict continues unabated, it will also have devastating impacts on vulnerable populations everywhere. The international community of states and their peoples must therefore unite and prevent the situation from any further deterioration. The UN
Why does this guy
Security
get any
Council
time at
must act
all?
urgently
Population
and
282,000? Military rank non-existent?
The adoption on Friday, 27th
Why are they
October
there?
by our Assembly of a resolution which called for an immediate, durable, and sustained humanitarian truce leading to a cessation of
You should get 5 seconds to say
hostilities.
something.
This was an important signal by the global community. Barbados voted in favor of that resolution because of its clear call for the protection of all civilians and the release of hostages, for the respect of international law, and for the need to find a lasting solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict on the basis of a two-state solution. Barbados also supported Canada's proposed amendment because it clearly identified those responsible for the terrorist attacks of the 7th of October on Israel. These points are all in accordance with Barbados's views on the situation as set out in our statement of 24 October. Mr. President, an immediate humanitarian ceasefire, as called for by many and by the UN Secretary General, is now essential in order to ensure the protection of the lives and well-being of the innocent civilians of Israel and Gaza. Any aerial bombardment in Gaza, an area smaller than my own country, but with 7 times our population, is bound to have devastating effects on civilians. The death of thousands of Palestinians in these last weeks bears grim testimony to this. Barbados further calls for the immediate unconditional release of all hostages and the provision of humanitarian assistance in all its dimensions to the people of Gaza. I also wish to express Barbados's support and appreciation for the remarkable work and terrible sacrifices of the UN staff on the ground. We commend the Secretary General and his teams for their effort to provide relief and to find a path to peace.
Hey,
Since
welcome,
joining
Warren.
the United Nations upon our independence in 1966, Barbados has always supported a two-state solution, recognizing the rights of the people of both Israel and Palestine to their own state. The international community must now urgently agree and take action to ensure that the Palestinian people can exercise their right to self-determination in an independent, internationally recognized state in accordance with international law. A sustainable peace must
Did
be
they
the
all
world's
just
singular
take this from
focus, and it is
ChatGPT or
only
what?
with dialogue that this can be achieved. I thank you.
Fuck you. Copy and paste. Everybody's saying the same thing. They're on this side, they say the same. Another side,
Barbados.
they say the
And
other
now
thing.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Federated States of Micronesia.
Micronesia. Dude, and that dude, he needs a new set of dentures or something.
Thank you, Mr. President. This emergency special session of the General Assembly meets at a time of extremely difficult circumstances for civilians in both Israel and in Gaza. This
Oh my God, Micronesia, 113,000 by the way.
It's utmost
Not even
to
gonna look up
address
the military.
and prevent this crisis, an already volatile situation, from spreading. Mr. President, now more than ever, it is important for this General Assembly to stand against the terror of Hamas and condemn unequivocally the abhorrent and despicable acts of October
Smaller than
7th
Chicago,
against
aren't
civilians and the state of Israel. Many of the victims were women, children, and the elderly. The heinous and brutal acts by Hamas and any other terrorist groups deserves this Assembly's condemnation and should never be tolerated. Terrorist attacks anywhere on anyone should not be condoned and are not justifiable. Neither is it justifiable for terrorists to use schools, hospitals, and innocent Palestinians as human shields. Micronesia stands with any state to defend itself from terrorist acts, and we support Israel's right to defend its territory and its people. It is not only a right under the Charter, the UN Charter, it is the obligation of any sovereign country. Mr. President, on behalf of my country, I express our heartfelt condolences to the families who lost loved ones. We call for the immediate unconditional release of the hostages held by Hamas and want both sides to respect international humanitarian law. We are grateful to those countries that are working tirelessly to save and protect civilian lives, Israelis and Palestinians alike. Any civilian's life lost is a tragedy.
Okay, oh, we get it. You're all crying yourself to sleep.
Peace and security of the entire Middle East are under threat, and the risk of the crisis expanding within and beyond the region is very real. The international community and the United Nations must redouble efforts to bring back the peace process, a durable solution with two people, Israelis and Palestinians, two democratic states living side by side.
How can they all say the same fucking thing?
And dignity within mutually
it's like AP newsreel.
Borders is necessary for a lasting
Here's your
peace.
script.
I thank you, Mr. President.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fucking script reader. This is irritating, dude. It has been like this for like the past 4 meetings.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Papua New Guinea.
Papua New Guinea, fuck you. Off the rip. You know what I mean? I can already tell you they're going to be like a stupid small ass country and nobody gives a shit about their opinion. What are they going to do? Hit us with spears? Huh!
Mr. President, thank you for your stewardship of this emergency special session. Papua New Guinea is seriously concerned about the unfolding situation in Israel and Palestine following the heinous terrorist attack by Hamas on Israel on 7 October 2023. We offer our sincere condolences and sympathies to all victims of the conflict, both in Israel and Palestine, and to those UN staff who have tragically lost their lives in the line of selfless duty.
I don't know what it is, actually.
Mr. President, my delegation condemns, in the strongest possible terms, the barbaric, depraved, and murderous Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad terrorist attack on Israel, and particularly against innocent civilians of Israel and other countries. Such heinous act must never be condoned by anyone. This is why we also supported the Canadian draft amendment on Resolution A/ES 10/L.26, which in our view is important. The kidnapping and taking of hostages of Israeli and other countries' citizens, predominantly civilians, including children, the elderly, and women, by Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad terrorists, is also condemned in the strongest possible terms by my delegation. This is against international humanitarian law, and we call for the perpetrators to be held accountable. Papua New Guinea also joins other countries in calling for the urgent release of all hostages held by Hamas and without any preconditions. We welcome the release of those who have been released thus far and urge for the rest held against their will to be freed from abduction and captivity. All lives matter, and all measures are needed to protect civilians and their assets by the conflicting parties. We call on Hamas to not use civilians as human shield. Mr. President, acts of such heinous nature perpetrated by Hamas and such other groups, including Hezbollah, must be designated by the Security Council as terrorist groups that deserve to be dealt with in a similar manner as Al-Qaeda and ISIS.
Mr. President, Asian
Papua New Guinea stands in solidarity with the State of Israel and unequivocally recognizes Israel's right to self-defense under international law. In the exercise of the right to self-defense, we also recognize the importance of proportionality and distinction as provided for under international
of 26
humanitarian
different
law.
countries.
Papua New Guinea also strongly supports Israel's rightful existence as a nation and strongly condemns parties, including terrorists and terrorist organizations who are opposed to Israel's statehood.
This is what I'm looking at.
Mr. President, the evolving situation in Israel and Palestine has potential serious implications for peace and security and imperials' lives and livelihoods, not only for the parties to the conflict, but also for the wider Middle East region and beyond. The international community must work with all concerned parties in good faith and mutual respect to urgently de-escalate the situation and restore peace and security in the affected areas. We therefore join others in urging for an urgent humanitarian truce. This must also include the avoidance of the use of inflammatory rhetoric that is unhelpful to de-escalating the tense situation. In this spirit, we appreciate various international and regional efforts underway to de-escalate the situation between Israel and Palestine. Such efforts deserve the international community's support. We also appreciate the humanitarian efforts to provide for the needs of those who are affected by this conflict and extend to the frontline humanitarian workers our gratitude for their selfless service. We also call for the protection of all humanitarian workers and for the parties in the conflict to ensure their safety and security. Mr. President, this current conflict once again brings to the fore the critical importance and urgency for restarting efforts for the two-state solution. We encourage direct negotiations through peaceful means between all stakeholders in Israel and Palestine towards finding a mutually amicable and lasting political solution for Israel and Palestine to live side by side in peaceful coexistence. Finally, Mr. President, we are also concerned with the paralysis in the Security Council to appropriately consider all relevant issues in good faith and to urgently address the worsening situation as seen in the recent series of failed draft Security Council resolutions on this serious, increasing concern for peace and security and the well-being of all parties to the conflict. The Council must do better in the courage of its mandate, a mandate that is representative of all humanity, not just merely representing that of a council member's parochial interests alone. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Papua New Guinea, and I give the floor now to the distinguished representative of Tonga.
Dude, what is this? The fucking retard country day? Tonga?
Mr. President, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Kingdom of Tonga. Tonga condemns the horrific terrorist attacks by Hamas against the State of Israel on the 7th of October 2023, which resulted in the slaughter of civilians. Tonga condemns further the kidnapping of civilians during that attack and who continue to be held captive as hostages. Tonga stands in solidarity with those who call for their immediate and unconditional release. Tonga supports Israel's inherent right of self-defense, as assured by the Charter of the United Nations, in its determined response to protect its citizens and bring stability to the volatile security situation. Mr. President, we acknowledge that this should not lessen the rights of Israelis and Palestinians to live in safety, in dignity, and in peace. Civilians, be they Israelis or Palestinians, are not a target and must be protected. Tonga supports further the desperate need for humanitarian aid to be delivered without restrictions or undue delay. In that regard, any respite in the military campaign in Gaza will be most helpful in order to facilitate delivery of such humanitarian aid to Palestinian civilians. Mr. President, as we continue our prayers for those who mourn the loss of loved ones, those who have survived, and those who are living now in uncertain fear and pain, the Kingdom of Tonga remains steadfast in its call for a peaceful coexistence between Israelis and Palestinians. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Tonga. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of San Marino.
I don't even know what he just said. San Marino.
Mr. President, Excellencies, San Marino joins the statement previously made by the European Union, and now I would like to make some remarks in my national capacity. The current crisis in the Middle East has brought profound suffering, pain and destruction on both Israeli and Palestinian sides. This crisis demands a prompt and strong response by the international community.
34,000 is their population.
All innocent victims, Israelis, Palestinians, citizens from many other countries, as well as staff members of the United Nations and other humanitarian organizations. San Marino condemns the horrendous terror attacks launched by Hamas on 7 October 2023, the killing of innocent civilians, the holding of hostages, and the continued indiscriminate missile attacks on Israel. The perpetrators of these crime atrocities must be brought to justice. We call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages without preconditions. In this regard, we welcome all mediation actions carried out by various actors on the international scene, with the aim of enabling the immediate release of people kidnapped in Israel. San Marino recognized the right of Israel to defend itself in line with international law and at the same time recognized the right of the Palestinian people to a free and independent state in accordance with UN resolutions, international law and
people are going in and get like cups of coffee and shit right now. San Marino.
At all times. The Palestinian population cannot be blamed for Hamas terrorist acts. The scale of the military operation and the forcible transfer of civilians within the territory, as well as the demolition in the West Bank, are a violation of international humanitarian law. It is essential to ensure at all times the protection of civilians and civilians' infrastructures, in particular medical facilities, schools, and UN premises, as well as to provide urgent humanitarian aid to promptly reach the Palestinian population who are stranded in the Gaza Strip in desperate conditions. Mr. President, it is crucial to avoid regional escalation, and we call on regional actors to refrain from any action that can further aggravate the situation. San Marino supports any initiative that may foster dialogue, promote an immediate ceasefire, and ultimately put an end to the ongoing conflict. We fully respect the right of the State of Israel and the legitimate aspiration and rights of the Palestinian people, and we remain committed to a lasting and sustainable peace based on the two-state solution. Finally, Mr. President, with reference to the resolution previously adopted, we regret that the amendment proposed by Canada was not adopted. In our point of view, it would have helped the resolution, making it more representative for many countries and finally more inclusive with respect of the position expressed in this venerable assembly. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of San Marino, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Angola.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, the resumption of the 10th Emergency Special Session of the General Assembly on illegal Israeli actions in occupied East Jerusalem and the rest of the occupied Palestinian territory comes at a very challenging time and under painful humanitarian circumstances. This debate is of great importance due to its implications for peace and security in the Middle East, a region of great political and diplomatic sensitivity, and which at this moment represents yet another test for multilateralism as mechanism to resolving the intricate international challenges we face today. Angola is deeply concerned about the exponential increase of violence in the Middle East since the 7 October attack, which every day worsens human suffering and takes the lives of innocent civilians, including women and children. We condemn terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, regardless of their motivations or actors. Likewise, we are also alarmed by the likelihood of the Gaza crisis spilling over and turning into a regional conflict with dangerous implications for international peace and stability. The international community must mitigate such risks by urging all parties to exercise restraint, de-escalate, and respect the norms of international law. The only viable way to achieve durable peace is through dialogue and peaceful settlement of disputes. In this context, we support the UN General Assembly resolution that, among other key messages, calls for an immediate, durable, and sustainable humanitarian truce leading to a cessation of hostilities and the immediate and unconditional release of all civilian hostages, as well as demands the immediate, continuous, sufficient, and unhindered provision of essential goods and services to civilians through the Gaza Strip under the international humanitarian law, and reaffirms that a just and lasting solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict can only be achieved by peaceful means based on the relevant United Nations resolutions and in accordance with international law and on the basis of the two-state solution. We commend the humanitarian work being done by the UN personnel under very difficult and challenging conditions to save lives, which is an expression of their unwavering commitment to the values of human dignity and international solidarity. We mourn those who died victim of this conflict and express our heartfelt condolences to the bereaved families in Israel, the Gaza Strip, and beyond. Excellencies, Angola recognized the pertinent role of the United Nations in seeking universal solutions based on its Charter's major principles of international relations, namely, sovereign equality of all its members, obligation of all the members to settle their dispute by peaceful and amicable means in such a manner as to not endanger or jeopardize the international peace, security, and justice, and fulfill in good faith the obligation assumed by them in accordance with the Charter. Tolerance and peaceful coexistence among nations. The current challenges of peace and security in the Middle East demonstrate the urgency of prioritizing the search for a fair and sustainable solution based on the application of the relevant United Nations resolutions and international law with the aim of achieving the two states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security within international recognized borders. The United Nations remains the best hope and the last frontier for peacemaking and peacekeeping to prevent conflicts and settle international disputes. However, today's global challenges reinforce Angola's conviction about the urgent need to reform the United Nations system, especially its Security Council, to make it effective, representative, and inclusive, and able to strengthen multilateralism as the way of dealing with common and interconnected threats and preserving all the peace and security. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Angola. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Finland.
Mr. President, Finland aligns itself with a statement of the European Union. We have condemned the cowardly terrorist attack by Hamas against civilians in Israel in the strongest terms. Now, in only 3 weeks, over 10,000 people in Israel and the Palestinian territory have lost their lives in the attack and the escalation that has followed. We are deeply saddened by all this human suffering. Civilians, including women, children, the elderly, have once again paid the highest price. We stress that international humanitarian law must always be respected by all parties to a conflict, and all civilians must be protected in all situations. Security belongs to all. Finland recognizes the right of Israel to protect its civilian population, but we strongly underline that military operations must be proportionate and in line with international humanitarian law. All possible measures to spare civilian lives must be taken in all situations. We call for the immediate and unconditional release of the hostages held in Gaza and commend the role that the UN, Egypt, Qatar, and other countries in the region have once again played. We supported the Canadian amendment to the resolution presented on Friday. The amendment would have been important and truthful in clearly mentioning the responsibility of Hamas, which is a terrorist organization. Because the amendment was not adopted, we unfortunately had to abstain on the resolution, despite agreeing with most of its highly relevant and carefully formulated content. We thank the Arab Group for all their work in building consensus on this extremely important and urgent issue. We urge the Security Council to assume its responsibility under the Charter and adopt the resolution as soon as possible. The already catastrophic situation is deteriorating as we speak. Mr. President, the humanitarian situation in Gaza is indeed catastrophic. International humanitarian law protects objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population, such as food, water, medical supplies, shelter, as well as electricity and fuel. The civilian population of Gaza, including the children and women, of whom 50,000 are estimated to be pregnant, is in desperate need of all this. We call for continued, rapid, safe and unhindered humanitarian access. All necessary means, including humanitarian corridors and pauses for humanitarian needs, must be employed to facilitate the delivery of more aid with utmost urgency. Our great appreciation goes to the UN and other humanitarian actors and their staff for their crucial work, often at the risk of their own lives. Efforts to discredit the UN and the other humanitarian personnel are unacceptable. A joint international effort to de-escalate and to prevent further escalation is needed. The developments in the West Bank are going in the opposite direction. Israel has the legal obligation to protect civilians also from the violence of Israeli citizens residing in the settlements, which are all illegal under international law. We greatly appreciate the diplomatic role that the Secretary General Guterres, the countries in the region, as well as the United States have played on the ground. We commend Egypt for the important initiative to host the Peace Summit. All diplomatic efforts are of great value. We highlight the constructive role and commitment to non-violence of the Palestinian Authority. The role that the Palestinian Authority has played and continues to play as the partner for the entire international community should be commended and respected. The situation again highlights that the only sustainable way to end the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is a negotiated two-state solution based on the pre-1967 borders. The solution must meet Israeli and Palestinian security needs and Palestinian aspirations for statehood and sovereignty, end the occupation that began in 1967, and resolve all permanent status issues. Gaza and the West Bank must be considered as one entity in order to create a viable Palestinian state. We, as the international community, must bear our responsibility by making the strongest possible push for negotiations as soon as it becomes possible. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Finland. And now we have heard the last speaker in the debate on this item for this meeting.
Something.
We shall hear the remaining speakers tomorrow at 3 p.m. in this hall. The details of the program will be announced in the Journal of the United Nations. The meeting is adjourned.
Dang it. It sucked today. Look at this, he messed with his exposure, really lightened it up. That's cool. I had no idea that states or countries or whatever with such small populations were represented at the UN and got just as much time as the other countries. 331 million US gets just as much time as a country that's got 30,000. Why do they? I don't. Why? Bison bacon. Make some bison bacon. Oh, some bison ribs. Hey, want some pterodactyl ribs? That's like old school chicken. Hey, what are you doing drinking, man? It's Wednesday. You gotta give your liver a break, man.
Smoke weed every day.
Hearing some gunfire, obviously. By the way, I saw that I believe the Houthi rebels in Iran claimed that they fired a bunch of drones today.
His audio sucks, dude. Like all that white noise he's got with this audio. Like I got the drone, dude. The drone's badass sounding. His noise in the background is shit. It's crickets. And like buzz. Let's try it again. Okay, wait till he's not talking though. Oh my god. Please rewind it where he's not talking. Dude, that sounds almost exactly like it. Oh, they stopped. Wait, where'd they go? Oh, I heard crickets there. There are crickets there. Talking to? He's talking to you one. I died with. Hamas's official warning. From October 24th. Oh man, fuck dude. Just recycling shit. Fox News. Recycle action. Make sure everybody saw it. Everybody's freaking out, man. It's never gonna end, man. Hamas said it's never gonna end. Hamas said it. We gotta protect Israel. It's so dark there now. Dang, it's dark. Oh, there's stuff still happening. Dang, it's dark. We need this guy to do what this guy did. This is what I was talking about the other day. I was like, why isn't this guy messing with his exposure so we can see? He's fucking got it pointed over here, which is messing the exposure up because it's trying to, you know, it's like doing it to this. It's taking the exposure rate level from over here, so it's making this super dark. But if you were to take this out, maybe, and not have this in the image, you might actually be able to see a little bit of what's happening over here, possibly. I don't know. Because who the fuck cares about this? What is he, like, making sure they don't blow up the hospital? He's gonna get the only footage of the hospital blowing up if it happens. That's his goal, just in case. He's a hospital protector, also. But did you see how much this one over here brightened up when he started playing with it? It was pretty impressive. It was dark, dude. Look, I'll scroll back to just an hour ago. Wait. There it goes. That was an hour ago. That's what it's looked like for a while. Every night it's looked like this on his stream. Just tonight he decided to play with the exposure and really brighten it up. From the Gaza, though.
Flare, guys, we have a flare. There's a flare up there. It just burned out. The flare burned out, but it was there.
Dude, we need that sound command, don't we? Hold on. Hold on.
Whoa, we had a flare. We got a flare, guys. We have a flare. There's a flare up there. It just burned out. The flare burned out, but it was there.
We gotta have, dude, somebody stat. Come on, we need that whole thing. That whole thing, but it was there. You don't act stupid. Come on. Alright, I'll clip it real fast. I'll get it. I'll get it. Thing, but it was
flare. There's a whoa, we had a flare. Whoa, we had a flare. We got a flare, guys. We have a flare. There's a flare up there. It just burned out. The flare burned out, but it was there. Whoa, we had a flare. But it was there. Whoa, we had a flare. We got a flare, guys. We have a flare. There's a flare up there. It just burned out. The flare burned out, but it was there. Whoa, we had a flare. We got a flare, guys. We have a flare. There's a flare up there. It just burned burned out. The flare burned out, but it was there. Whoa, we got a flare. We got a flare, guys. We have a flare. Whoa, we got a flare.
Let the pause be there too.
Whoa, we got a flare.
Do it
we got
with
a
the
flare,
pause.
guys. We have a flare. There's a flare up there. It just burned out. The flare burned out, but it was there.
Because then you can hear that he actually. Alright, so I'm gonna get that, but I could make multiples out of that one, you know what I mean? I could make a short one that's like, there's a flare, guys, we got a flare, here we got a flare. And then like the sillier one that's just like clowning, but it costs more. You know what I mean? One of them's like actually pointing out a flare, and the other one's like laughing at Luckner. I just had to chop it up a little bit, put it in real fast. First, download. Damn, can I download the clip? The easiest way to do it is for her to record the audio off of the stream. Can't download it because I forgot these clips were. Easier with Twitch. YouTube's gotta be so stupid, man. Like, you can't download individual clips on YouTube for some reason. Alright, so I'm going to stop this audio. Start.
Whoa, hey, we had a flare. We got a flare, guys. We have a flare. There's a flare up there. It just burned out. The flare burned out, but it was there. Whoa, hey, we had a flare. We got a flare, guys. We have a flare.
What the heck just happened? Dude just went online on.
Whoa, hey, we had a flare. We got a flare, guys.
Okay, I got this. Audio extractor, so then I'll upload this audio with actually MKV, I think. Yeah, MKV file. And I'm extracting the MP3 off of the MKV. It's going to be an impact. For some reason. probably just makes it. But it's still weird.
Whoa. Whoa, hey, we had a flare. We got a flare, guys. We have a flare. There's a flare up there.
Crackly. Audio got messed up.
Whoa, hey, we had a flare. We got a flare, guys. We have a flare. There's a flare up there. It just burned out. The flare burned out, but it was there. Whoa, hey, we had a flare.
For this? Do I talk to the police department? How does this work?
Talk to George Soros. He's the one that started all of this bullshit. George Soros.
Whoa, we had a flare.
I see the face of God.
Whoa, we had a flare. We got a flare, guys. We have a flare. There's a flare up there. Whoa, we had a flare. Whoa, we had a flare. We got a flare, guys. We have a flare. There's a flare up there. It just burned out. The flare burned out, but it was there. Whoa, we had a flare. We got a flare, guys. We have a flare. There's a flare up there. It just burned out. The flare burned out, but it was there. Whoa, we had a flare. we got a flare, guys. We have a flare. There's a flare up there. It just burned out. The flare burned out, but it was there.
What do y'all think? Hey, El Hermano. How you doing, bro? The man's in the house.
Another one. Another one. Another one. Another one. Another one.
Nice blood. I don't know the name.
As we mentioned, anger, frustration is growing after Israel's military says it conducted multiple military operations in Jabalia, that's inside Gaza. The IDF says both of its strikes there killed Hamas terrorists, but there were civilian casualties as well. The spokesperson for the White House National Security Council said, quote, "We mourn every innocent life taken in this conflict," and added that the U.S. continues to urge Israel to minimize any harm to civilians. And joining us now is a spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus. Colonel Conricus, I appreciate you making time to speak to us. I want to ask you first about the situation in Jabalia there. The IDF tells NBC News today that earlier Israeli fighter jets on this day struck a Hamas command and control complex in Jabalia, telling us we can confirm that Hamas terrorists were eliminated in the strike. How do you make that assertion? Can Israel provide proof that Hamas terrorists were, as the IDF says, eliminated?
Yes, hello, thank you for having me. We will issue, I think, both names and numbers, and hopefully we'll have pictures in the future as well. It's important to understand that this is a live combat zone. Jabalia is a Hamas stronghold. If you remember the days of the war in Iraq, think about Ramadi, think about Anbar province, think about really hotbeds of terrorist activity where terrorists have had a long time to embed themselves within the area and under the civilians. That is Jabalia. Okay, that's the best equivalent that I could give as an example. Our troops are both on the ground, and of course we continue to operate from the air as well. The aim is very clear and very simple: to get the civilians out and to strike Hamas, its commanders, and its military infrastructure. And I want to emphasize, we have been calling on civilians in that specific area to evacuate for 2 weeks. Nobody can claim that they didn't know this was coming. So nobody can claim innocence.
Understood. So Colonel Conricus, let me ask you about that specifically. I understand we saw the leaflets in northern Gaza while saying that Palestinians should flee south. Many of them did. They say they were struck, that there's no safe place. But I want to ask you, because the death toll does keep rising throughout Gaza, including Palestinian civilians in Jabalia. I understand that Israel and the U.S.'s argument is that Hamas is using Palestinians as human shields. But where does Israel draw the line? How many civilian casualties is Israel comfortable with to justify the targeting of Hamas terrorists?
So we will always try to apply a proportionality and think about necessity, right? What is necessary to strike, what can be achieved by doing a certain action, and then what is the price that is paid by non-combatants, okay?
So to be clear, what is that? What is that perspective then, just so I understand when you say proportionality?
How you hold your head up on your own? There is no cookie cutter formula, X equals 2Y. There isn't such a thing, and no military ever says such a thing because it doesn't exist. Everything is on a case-to-case basis where we make an assessment of what the target, what the value of the military activity is, and then we try to balance that with what we assess the collateral damage or the adverse effects on civilians will be. In order to create a better situation, in order not to have civilians influenced, we have called ahead, we have told them to evacuate, and it's been 2 weeks. So I think any claims towards Israel regarding striking non-combatants should first and foremost start with the fact that we have asked them not to be there.
But Colonel Conricus, you know full well the way that the Arab world sees this, and even part of the Western world sees it as well. There has been tougher language from some, even at the White House that I cover on a day-to-day basis, and while they stand with Israel's right to defend itself right now, they are concerned about the growing number of civilian casualties there. So recognizing the need to root out Hamas militants, I think the question remains open about where that line is. Does Israel see anything that has occurred in the course of the last 24 hours and have some concern that too many civilians have died there? Do you concede that dozens, if not hundreds, of Palestinian civilians have died there?
No, I do not. And I would urge anybody reporting on the matter to be very careful and professional, not to rely on data disseminated by Hamas. They have been caught lying twice in this war already.
But understand, to this point, understood. I apologize for interrupting.
So let me just finish that.
Please.
Let me just finish that. So it has to be clear. We aren't fighting against the civilians. We have made that clear from the beginning. Hamas is using them as human shields. They have embedded their military infrastructure underneath where the civilians are. And in order for us to be able to perform our mission, which is to rid Gaza of Hamas and to ensure the safety of our communities, we have to get that where the combatants are. There's no magic way of getting to the enemy, which is hiding underground, without going through what is above ground. If anybody in the world has an enlightened way of doing that, please do tell. We would be grateful to do this in a swifter and better way. It doesn't exist because that is how Hamas has populated the area, and that is how Hamas is using them as human shields.
Understood.
We will try. Yeah, we won't target civilians. We never do, and they should be out of that area, out of a concern of their own safety.
But I guess I understand that you don't target civilians, but even if you're targeting Hamas leaders, Hamas fighters, Hamas terrorists, if you know that civilians are there and they were giving weeks warning, if they're still there, I think that's part of the dilemma that the world is watching right now. Let me ask you about a small number of Palestinians and foreign nationals who we learned today were able finally to leave Gaza. Thousands of others, of course, remain stuck. Where are they safe to go within Gaza without fear of Israeli strikes?
Gaza is a war zone. It's a war zone because Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th. Let's keep that in mind in each and every reporting of the object. Because
understood, and that assault was awful and beyond compare. Where should they go, though, for those civilians? Where do the innocent civilians go?
Indeed, in order to care for those people, which, as you say, are not related to fighting, there is a humanitarian zone northwest of Khan Yunis, which is in southern Gaza. It's called El Muassi, which is along the coast. That is a humanitarian zone that we have established, an area which is the safest place to be in Gaza. Wherever Hamas is, wherever their commanders are, whatever infrastructure they're using, we will strike those locations because those are the combat capabilities of the enemy. We have said that there's a humanitarian zone, and we hope that that won't be contaminated by Hamas as well.
So can you guarantee that there will be no strikes in that humanitarian zone?
What I can guarantee is that we only target Hamas, and if Hamas won't contaminate that area too, then of course we will not strike it. That is the purpose of having a humanitarian zone.
Understood.
That is why we established it, out of a concern for the safety of civilians.
Colonel Conricus, let me ask you, if I can, very quickly about some video on social media that shows Palestinians being beaten by IDF soldiers in the West Bank. We're choosing not to show it right now because it's graphic, but appears to show what looks like soldiers in uniform dragging at least one person whose legs are tied, his face is covered. The IDF itself has called that footage deplorable, that it does not comply with the Army's order. What can you tell us about the latest on that investigation, and if there are any other investigations now open by the IDF into its own forces?
As you said, deplorable and not according to our values, investigated. The people responsible will be held accountable, as they are always, and there will be corrections made. We have issued clarification statements. Commanders have said it in their own voice to soldiers: behave according to the law of armed conflict, behave as soldiers, professional soldiers should behave, be professional, stern, yet be humane. And that does not represent nor our values nor our other troops. It is a freak incident which is being investigated, and steps will be taken against those responsible for it.
Are there any other investigations? Last question. Any other investigations open right now, or is that it?
No, we have other investigations looking into reports of unprofessional conduct by troops. There is zero tolerance for it. We understand very well that this is exactly what Israel haters, anti-Semites, and Hamas supporters around the world will be looking for in order to amplify. We have no tolerance for it, and it will not continue.
Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Kornikas with the Israeli Defense Forces. We appreciate you making time to speak with us. Thank you very much.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and
better about it.
We got a flare. We got a flare, guys. We have a flare. There's a flare up there. It just burned out. The flare burned out, but it was there.
Okay, man. That's why I tested it. It's a long one, dude. That's why. on, Mr. Bill, only willing to play that. There are a lot of people with tons of dough. How is Spec still holding down the top spot? What kind of weird shit is this? You ever seen this one? What kind of sport is this? Huh? Huh? You like it already, don't you? You trying to play? Dude. What the fuck, man? Man, that would suck. Why is it so mad? What did they do to it? He didn't wait. He didn't wait for it. He saw it looking at him. Oh, damn, that dude was brave and he took it. Oh, shit. Man, that thing didn't even care that he didn't get looked at. He's just like, oh, you don't want to look at me? What do you, like, what do they get, you think? $1,000? Probably not even that. $100. Man, how did it decide those people? And now it doesn't. This thing like walks around for a couple minutes, and then it looks at them, I guess. And it's like, hold up. Are you looking at me? Oh shit! No! Oh! Dude, this shit's epic, man. Wait, what's rude? I know, I just changed the channel on everybody, didn't I? Oh my god! It's going after everybody now. As much as I think that like rodeo is bullshit, I appreciate this thing getting this chance to hit people. This is probably the best part of the rodeo. Alright, I'm gonna fast forward. It turns around a little bit. Something's about to happen here. A lot of people watched it. Maybe not. Oh no. No, dude, it's time to go. Give it up. Oh, that motherfucker. He's still in his chair on the ground like that? Are you serious? All these guys is about to get plowed into.
Vamos ver se agora ele investe logo algum destes três jovens para rapidamente acabarmos a mesa.
Bring another one. Ooh, dude, that dude won. That's on the ground. Oh my God, he just stayed there. It looked like he was about to get trampled. He's still there, isn't he? No, no, they're all gone. Nobody wins. Oh, what? Oh, this is the final round? What? Why is it so mad though? You have no chance of this. Oh, damn. Oh, it really doesn't like him. The audience actually, like, jumps in to help. Is that? Oh, no, they're probably, like, workers. But, like, if this thing, like, decides to come at you, you're out. You're no longer in the game. Jeez. It's a baby too. He's telling them like not to fight it, it seems. Just get out if you lose. Oh, there it is. Sorry, we had to take a little commercial break or something. Hopefully I don't get copyrighted from it, because it's pretty awesome. 24 million views on that bad boy for somebody with only 34,000 subs. Yeah, man, that's a pretty decent little video you got there, boy. I enjoy it thoroughly. Oh, they do? I mean, I don't mind them doing that, but I don't like the regular, like what they do to them by strapping their dick all up with a rope, and like rodeos are messed up. Even the ones where they lasso baby calves, dude, sometimes they break those calves' ribs or their necks. All kinds of shit happen to them because of how rough they are. Really, like they get them, and then the thing like snaps because they're both running at full speed, and when they get them, they'll stop the horse, and the horse will be backing up while the thing is still running, and then just straight goes whop up bop and falls on its fucking ass, and he slams it and shit. You know, it's just like, dude, why is all this necessary? Is all this really necessary nowadays? Y'all to be competing with this shit? Yeah, better things to do. I mean, back then there wasn't anything to do. That's why they would compete and do that kind of stuff, right? Because it was like, hey man, what you want to do? I don't know, man, you want a lasso competition? Hell yeah, man, I'll fucking beat you to the horse cattle stable. You know what I mean? There wasn't shit to do. Now we got the internet. They can get on there and beat off all night. Yee-haw! Look at me go. Now. You know what I mean, though? It's like, there's more to it than that. It's just like, stop abusing animals at rodeos, man. They're worse than zoos, and zoos are pretty bad with you know, what they do to animals. Zoos, aquariums, rodeos are the worst. Mexican rodeos are even worse. They might be stabbing them. The thing. They got the stabby kind of rodeos. Stabby rodeos. What? Braided? What do you mean braided his penis? They braided. Braided bull penis. Oh, here's some braided bull penises. Look at these. Oh, wait. Oh. Ooh. Did you know bully sticks are actually bull penises? Did you know that? Made from penis of a bull or a steer. Bully sticks. Long-lasting shoe, ideal for keeping dogs occupied. You're giving your dog bull penis. Dried up bull penis. Here you go, little boy. I know how you like your penis. Yeah. Yeah, just like me. Damn, look at these things. Look at this bowl. God dang. Look at this. You see them, boy, on the penis, boy. You seen all them buckets of penis I'm looking at right now? I tell you what. A hell of a lot of penis. That's the most penis I've ever seen in my life, dude. Of any species. There's tons of penis. Somebody just now hit the... They just now got here. They've never been here before. They can't believe that's all penis either. It is. That's actually all penis. Close look at it. Damn, how's it so long? Holy cow, this one looks like a freaking, like an actual snake, dude. What? Man, Bull's got some crazy penis. What I'm talking about. Oh, now that's nice. Now, this is what you're talking about, braided bull penis, right? Is that what they do to it? Oven dried? Damn, look at this size, look at that. Look, those are a nice size too. Nice and big. Look at that, it helps with that. Yeah, and look at that. Look at that, look at it. No splinters. I'm a bull penis salesman right now. You know you want the monster one, or you just want that thick. That thing got some goodness in it, doesn't it? They all got some goodness. That penis goodness. Oh my gosh. You gotta get one of these. You know what? They're probably good for humans too. Just chew on that instead of jerky. Why not? Long-lasting beef jerky. Cock jerky. Yeah. I'd pay that. I'd pay for that. If I could get my hands on it. I want it softer than the dog kind though, you know. Maybe a bigger penis would help. Horse penis jerky. Oof. I bet that'd be chewy. I'll chew to it. Oh yeah. For that to come out, have one. $4.30. Same thing for hours. Nothing. There was nothing.
D. Samuel says people are angry and frightened in Israel because of the attack. They have lost IDF troops before. They know this is going to be.
He's got his
audio
too loud, doesn't he?
That's what D. Samuel says. This war isn't going to stop until Hamas is gone. I never said the war is going to stop. What I've said a couple times is, could Israelis lose confidence in their leadership? That's a different thing. Saying we want somebody else to run the country and lead this war is different than we don't want to conduct the war. And what I've said a couple times is it possible that Israel, if you have like a lot of reports of casualties, could say, for example, hey, Netanyahu, would Israelis say, Netanyahu, you let this thing happen on your watch, and now this, and we waited all this time to go in there, and now all these people are dying, so we want somebody else to run it. That's all I'm saying. I don't think that's a crazy thought that could happen. That doesn't mean they don't want to fight the war. I mean, I literally saw an article in The Economist talking about this.
I'm gonna just mute him every time he says literally. Also. Penis, bro. I'm getting recommended some full penis talk. To know what I want. How do you want it? This person on Reddit said they got a can of green beans one year for Halloween. What was the weirdest thing you got on Halloween? I can't even remember anything weird. Can of green beans. Got a choice of juice box, candy, or potato. My daughter chose potato. Those read someone said the same thing, and all the kids picked potato. They ran to the store to get more potatoes. What is this thing with people handing out potatoes for Halloween? Kids love to get the potato. Irish farmers. Oh, really? A quick search told me that Halloween was originally in Ireland in 1845. Ireland had the Great Potato Famine. Many Irish farmers came to America and brought Halloween and their love of potatoes with them. What did man? That really would just happen? Let's learn something today, man, bro. Just talking about potatoes for Halloween. Tell them why. Get the really small ones. You know, you use the big ones. Those are expensive. The big baked potatoes, that'd be expensive. They'll never come back to your house, probably. Oh no, it's the potato house. I didn't get anybody knock last night. Oh, which reminds me, I need to turn the light back on. So it turns on at night. Turned it off last night because I didn't want anybody to go. Hey Lonnie, good morning. Yeah, I mean evening. This person said, I gave out a jar of salsa con queso last night because my cousin brought her son by while trick-or-treating and I didn't have any candy. To make it better, her son was dressed as Colonel Sanders. He was more excited about the queso than his candy.
Candy is dandy, but liquor is quicker.
I was just talking with a coworker about how she had some neighbors who gave out handfuls of pennies at Halloween. Yeah, so somebody said only if you like the sound of them pinging up their car as the kid walks away. That could be. They don't do it like they used to? Yeah, I can imagine. I used to get kids, now you don't, huh? Did you want to get some? Did you have candy ready, Miss Mother? This guy says, look at this. He cleans pools, and he said he saw today someone who has two $100 bills embedded to the bottom of the pool. I've never seen that before. There's so many fucking candy thieves nowadays, too. And there's cameras everywhere now. Like, what the fuck, dude? And they don't just take the candy, they take everything. They'll take what the candy's in and just take off with it. That's what this one just did. Let's check this out. The one I just watched. Really? Lady? Wasn't even a kid. Why go slow-mo? What? It is live. Oh, man. It's live right now. Furthest to the drone. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen?
Not so close. That's my job in life. That's what my grandma said. It's a camel, bro.
They don't even care that the.
I'm not. She about to grab. She grabbed the whole brother.
They don't even care that the camera's there. What should they take? They take a light too? They did, they went in for multiple handfuls. It's interesting.
Not so close. That's my job in life. That's what my grandma said. It's a camel, bro. She's driving the bus. No, I'm not. She about to grab. She grabbed the whole brother.
Interesting, man. Like, they even know that they're doing wrong, and they know that they're being filmed, and they're just like, I'm a kid. And social media is giving kids like an out or something. Too much of a fucking voice, so they think that they're like, hey, I'm supposed to be this. I'm supposed to be a little shit. Social media said so. It's normal. It gives them a reason to be little shits because social media forgives them. Like, they used to have their parents and their friends. You know, now they got like social media, dude. Kids are on everywhere. Everywhere. They're on YouTube, they're on Reddit, they're everywhere the adults are, kids are. It's crazy, dude. Just the way that's all turned out. Because, like, when I was a teenager, 8-year-olds weren't on the internet. 15-year-olds might be. 8-year-olds weren't yet. That was probably happening. That's all changed now. Six-year-olds are on the internet. Parents are just handing them a smartphone or a tablet that's got internet connectivity, and they're getting on it and exploring. I need to do something. I need to sign in on something like this BP. I've been missing out on getting my BP, bro. On PUBG, on like my daily sign-in bonus. I'm doing it now. You guys can still see everything, I think, right? Say that you're not using the word "too" correctly. And was the next thing gonna do it? Bro. Thank you. Thank you, bro. So when's the new season start? back to the game. I'm not really playing, I just got some free stuff. Oh wow. That's pretty cool. 27, maybe. 27. Don't you wanna drink a beer with me tonight? I'm doing that. Have there been more flares?
وعز الدين القسام.
This is exactly who just got hit on this, but this is from earlier yesterday or something.
وتظهر الصور إسقاط مسيرة تابعة للقسام قنبلة فوق مجموعة من جنود الاحتلال في مساحة مفتوحة ويتجمعون خارج آلياتهم العسكرية.
There's a Palestinian drone, right? There's like the video that I found it from. They actually show it, but all of it. So they hit, yeah. They showed that close-up shot of it. They definitely hit them, and they were knocked down. There were people not moving afterwards. Wait, let me see if I can. So it's going to show it here. Coming out of one of their tunnels. Looks like it. Oh shit, they actually hit it. Damn, man.
يا رب اسمك الأعظم يا رب سدد رمينا يا رب اسمك الأعظم سدد رمي مجاهدينا
Oh my gosh, this is raw, dude.
يا رب ثبتنا يا رب يلا فكر
Very good, buddy. Hey, look, this is how raw it is. Look, check this out. This is the channel I'm getting it from. Yo, is that raw enough for y'all? If you want to subscribe, this is the channel name. I recommend it. YouTube knows what I want. I'll be right back. Oh, time to eat. Back. Time is food. Irish sharps, and tortilla chips. Taco Wednesday.
All you've been doing.
Whoa, now this though.
Thank you. God bless you. And you're still here commentating. God bless your dear heart. Image that your guys are getting. Other people on a day basis. It is just a tip of just come and walk with me through the Darien. Whenever you want to. Whenever you want to, I can invite you, come to the Darien and be a man and grow a pear that you have in between your legs and come and walk with me in the Darien. God bless your dear heart, man. Why you're not asking tough questions? To who? To who? To who you want me to ask tough questions? Please ask tough questions. To who? To who do you want me to ask tough questions? What it is going to happen. A lot of people are asking the toilets. Well, there's a river on the back right here where it is kind of like a forest. So some of them they're using the river, some of them they're using some parts where it is no populated areas. And this is the way it looks. Basically,
that's good for the dirt.
You're getting this kind of situation. Right now, people are sleeping right here on the bleachers. Whew. It's hot. The weather is really humid. A lot of the people are just waiting for the process of the permit to see if they can move freely into the United States of America or into the northern borders that they're connected to Mexico and the United States. This is the way it looks.
It's a caravan of 6,000. It's on our way to our border right now.
Give it a like to this video. Share the video and like the video. If you guys can, to the borders of the state, outside of the borders of the state of Chiapas, and from there walk all the way to the northern borders of the United States of America. So that's the current situation. Oscar, you rock. Let the liberals spew their BS. They live in La La Land.
It's really crazy, dude. That we are.
I love when I talk to them. Hold on.
That we're okay with it. The country is okay with this.
Hold on. Fox showed your video of the caravan you did yesterday. Yes, that's what I heard, but I've been really tired and extremely busy the whole day. You know, it's not only Real America's Voice News, it's other people that they're really, their intentions is to inform, so I have been you know, extremely occupied you know, doing our broadcasts. Are you traveling them with the border? I'm walking with them right now as we speak. I have been walking with them for 30 kilometers. All the way to the border, I don't think so. The group is going to be divided as soon as they get the permits. So, you know, the group is not going to be as huge and as big as it is to arrive to the borders. From San Diego, see the truth that Oscar is showing us, and I see it in LA too. Thank you so much. Something is happening. I don't know what's going on.
I know. Ask somebody. Asshole. They'll all be like, I don't know. I thought it was time to whistle. Fucking IQ, high IQ people coming to our country right now. They don't even know why they're whistling, probably.
Let me see what's going on. Something is going on. I don't know what's going on.
How does he know? It's right there.
We're live, people. We're live. I'm Oscar Blue from Middle America's Voice News. This is the migrant caravan that is waiting for the permits for them to move freely outside of the state of Chiapas.
Somebody got their permit.
They are going to be moving into the borders of the United States. 6,000 people waiting.
I got a hot dog.
So I don't know why
somebody's getting laid over there.
Everybody's something happened right here, and everybody's moving inside of the cage. Good evening to all that is joining the live feed.
For real though, why isn't he throwing and figuring it out? They're all looking at something. I'm starting to actually think somebody's getting laid.
We're going to stay here for a little while. A few more minutes.
That kid yelled when he saw the bomb. Did you hear that? They're connected.
I can tell you that we are exhausted. We have been traveling a lot. This month has been exhausting. Let me flip the camera so I can talk to you guys for a little bit. Also, there's migrants over here on this side. But let me flip the camera so I can talk to you guys and tell you guys what's been going on.
No. I got the corn chips, all of them. I'm sure they were.
Colonel, I appreciate your time again, obviously in these early hours of the morning for you. You heard that man there, you know, asking the question about his family who are dead. What did they do to deserve this? What is your reaction, Colonel, to these accusations that you hear that the strikes on the Jabalia refugee camp are hitting civilians and amount to a massacre by the IDF?
Hi, Erin. Sad images, really, at the human level. When I watch it and I detach myself from the reality that we are facing, I see sad events and I see people suffering, and that is not something that we intend to. What I could say to that man, without even a drop of cynicism, is you should have evacuated, you and your family. You shouldn't have been there. That doesn't mean that we wanted to kill anybody. It just means that when we warned Palestinians 2 weeks ago to evacuate that specific area because there was going to be major combat operations, they should have heeded the warning and they should have left. The sad reality that is unfolding now is that the civilians in Gaza are paying the price for the atrocities of Hamas. We are fighting a battle here to defend ourselves. We cannot allow a situation for Hamas to continue to exist after the atrocities of October 7th. And in order for us to be able to safeguard ourselves, we have to eradicate Hamas wherever they are, even if they're hiding in tunnels underneath populated areas.
Colonel Conricus, so the point, though, about wanting them to leave, I mean, these are 100,000 people in a refugee camp. By definition, they lack resources. Where were people like that supposed to go? Was it even reasonable to tell them to go? I mean, they don't have anything to begin with.
No, that is unfortunately not accurate at all. And if you let me, I'd like to explain why. If you look at the footage that you're showing, you don't see tents. This isn't some makeshift refugee camp. These are permanent dwellings of Palestinians living in a Palestinian-controlled area under Palestinian rule. These aren't refugees no more than my grandparents are refugees who came from Poland and Morocco in 1948. This is the time scope that we're talking about. These aren't refugees, and it's not a refugee camp any more than half of the population in modern Israel are refugees of the expulsion from Arab countries in 1948. So, yes,
Colonel, I understand your point. I understand your point about permanence. I'm sure King Abdullah would say the same about refugee camps of Syrians in Jordan, and Egypt the same about other refugee camps they have. But while I understand the point you're making about the permanency of the residents, they are poor.
And their
they can't
ability
leave.
to move, Erin. Yes, they could. They made a decision. Now, the fact that they made the wrong decision does not make them a target. That is not what I'm saying. I am saying that we warned ahead. Everybody in Jabalia knows, the same guy who was holding the page listing the unfortunate deaths in his family, I feel for him, but he knows that Hamas is there. He knows that the place is full of what they call mukawama, resistance. All of them know it. And they know that there will be fighting there, and they know that the safest place for them to be is not there. It's in the south.
So let me ask you a question about, though, how you know what you're striking. Because I know you put out a statement today, the IDF did, at least, Colonel, regarding the second strike, right? The second strike in 24 hours in Jabalia camp. And a quote from it is that based on precise intelligence, IDF fighter jets struck Hamas command and control complex in Jabalia. Colonel, of course, we all know Israeli intelligence failed in the lead up to the Hamas terror attack on October 7th. How do you know that Israeli intelligence is right now?
Erin, I think you asked the same question 3 weeks ago, and I think I'll provide the same answer that I'm saying now. We are basing our military operations off intelligence. We continue to monitor their communications. We continue to listen and see what they're doing. We issue information, not claims, but we issue names, faces, and positions of dead Hamas commanders and key operatives. We do that because we do still have excellent intelligence, very granular intelligence of what they are doing, of their whereabouts. Granted, I cannot argue with what you said, the first part. Yes, we failed on October 7th, clearly, and that needs to be investigated. But definitely, that does not imply that our intelligence is wrong. On the contrary, we continue working based on that intelligence, and we generate more intelligence. Our ground troops are there in friction with the enemy. Every encounter, when we meet the enemy, we defeat them, even if we have casualties, and then we generate more and more targeting intelligence.
All right, well, Colonel Conricus, thank you very much. I appreciate your time tonight.
understand that some were born here, of course, third, fourth, fifth generation. Yet, when I see anti-Semitism all around the world, I say, thank God I have a country. Now, my duty, my morale, if you ask me about morality, big words, morality is to protect my children. Morality is to protect my people. And therefore, I am entitled to finish terrorism. Now, you, in your country,
Palestinians have a morality, Mr. Bismuth? Do Palestinians' children have the same rights as Israeli children have?
But I have nothing against children. Why? Did you see my soldier going and slaughtering Palestinian children? What are you talking about? Yet, in 2006, when they had elections, knowing that Hamas is a terrorist group, knowing that Hamas wants to eliminate me as a nation, knowing that Hamas wants to renew this Islamic jihad, whatever, 70% of Gaza people voted for them. And although they did that, I'm not attacking civilians. I have nothing against civilians. I have nothing against Palestinians. But I have everything against terrorism, and I will.
I take your point, sir, but how do you then defend the position that it is reported over the last 4 weeks, more than 5,000 people may have died in the Gaza Strip, according to some figures, including a large number of women and children?
Who are you taking the numbers from? Who are you taking the numbers from?
Sorry, I'm sorry. Please, I'm in the middle of my answer.
Yes.
I want to tell you something, and that's very important. First of all, I'm not targeting civilians yet. You know, before being a member of parliament, I used to be a journalist myself. I covered the war in Kosovo, Iraq, Afghanistan. I covered many events in my life. And you know, when the West, when the civilized world, if you want, attacks terrorism, then he's entitled to. When it comes to Israel, so immediately you take, for example, Hamas, and you will say, military branch, what do they say? Political branch, as if you have branches, as if anything in barbarian actions like they did is military, as if anything political is in what they do. So please, the same thing you would expect from your government, the same thing you would expect from your army in India, in America, in Great Britain, in any country, this fighting terrorism, this fighting Hamas is also your war. Why? Because if you really care for Palestinians, if you really care for babies in Palestine, if you really care about children in Palestine or women, you should eliminate a terrorist group like Hamas. Because who's behind what's happening in Gaza right now? It's Hamas. Because if they stop, first of all, if they wouldn't have come inside our villages, our houses, our communities, then we would never respond. You would have never seen that.
Do you see a ceasefire? Do you see a ceasefire, Mr. Bismuth, on the horizon? Or do you believe this war could expand further?
I, as an Israeli, not only member of parliament, as an Israeli citizen, I will not allow my government to stop until Hamas is eliminated. You have to understand that. This is my duty for my nation, for my children, for my women. 3 weeks ago, my babies were slaughtered. My women were raped. 1,400 civilians died. And now my babies, because my soldiers, these are youngsters, are now in Gaza fighting a very difficult fight for the protection of our people. And by the way, if I wouldn't care about civilians, I would send my Air Force. I wouldn't send my boys there to fight. I care about life. And let me tell you one thing in order for you to understand. In my country, where I come from, we have the cult of life. We worship life. In Gaza, as you can see, the cult is death. They worship death. And you don't succeed in understanding. You don't even want to understand that. What has happened 3 weeks ago is something dreadful for humanity. And you brought here for 10 minutes someone who spoke about war crimes.
She's entitled. Ma'am,
did not have the decency. Wait a second, I did not finish.
Yes.
Did not have the decency to condemn. And by the way, when you think about Palestinians, the Palestine Authority, the president of the Palestinian Authority, Mr. Mahmoud Abbas, or if you prefer Abu Mazen, still did not condemn the burning, slaughtering of babies. So tell me, what are you talking about? Humanitarian, ceasefire? This group is going to be eliminated, and I can tell you and the audience that we are functioning according to international law. And believe me, if they kill my baby, they party. If I, by mistake, touch one of their children, I cry. This is the difference between Israel and Palestinians.
Well, Mr. Bismuth, at the moment, the truth of the matter is, while I appreciate your sentiments, the truth of the matter is little children are dying. And we cannot run away from that fact. The fact is that little children are dying.
The truth is that in my country called Israel, which I love, soldiers, or how would I say, missiles protect children. Here in my country, missiles protect children every night. We're being launched, and me with my little kids, I take them to a secure place. So again, missiles protect children. If you cross the border and you go to Gaza, over there, children protect missiles. So before coming to me, Israel, and believe me, I function according to international law, and I care about life, especially of kids and women, whatever they are.
Okay.
Go to Hamas, go to Palestinians, go to that ridiculous, horrible professor that you interviewed for 10 minutes and ask her about the functioning of Hamas, about all the historical choices Palestinians have made, never wanting to really have peace with us. And by the way, when in 2005, we don't occupy Gaza, what are they doing over there? Bombs, shelters, creating houses, meaning that their intention is not even prosperous country for the population. And we in 1948, we're almost the same age, you and I. When we had the state, what did we do? It wasn't Israel that we wanted. It was much smaller, and we accepted, although it wasn't all the land we deserved to get. We said, okay, 3-4 years after the Holocaust, people danced in the street, and we started building medicine and agriculture.
Mr. Bismuth,
and economy,
I've run completely out of time. I've heard you. You've made a strong, passionate argument.
I don't want you to hear me. I want you to understand me.
Okay, fair enough. That's good to have a journalist on the show, or someone who's been a former journalist, now a member of parliament. Boaz Bismuth, for making your point so strongly, thank you very much. A focus now on our big election battle. Now, elections on my plate is back again in the run-up to the
comment before I go. I'll flip the camera and say goodbye to you guys, and we will walk a little bit. Yes, what we have discovered in the past 2 years have been, Saludos Oscarito was born in Tijuana. Never been there. Well, just born. Parents moved out. Saludos a mi paisano tijuanense. Un abrazo, mi hermano. So let us just walk. Let me just flip the camera so we can just walk where I'm about to leave and finish the live feed. I'm gonna walk a little bit.
I eat dinner all day.
So I'm just gonna walk down. Allá acabo en vivo, lo acabo allá. Allá está Mara. So I'm gonna walk through this place. So you guys can see the last of this particular situation, how it looks. They sleep outside, yes. Do you get to be home with your family tonight, Oscar? No. I get to be in the hotel. That's about it. That's where I get to be, nowhere else. I haven't been lately with my family home in the longest of time. Look at this, how they live underneath. That's a pueblo de Univision, huh? Yeah. Look how they live right here. Look how they're sleeping right here. Oh, ahí está, mira. No, ese es Pedro, ¿ah? Pedro. ¿Va a hacer enlace? ¿Va a hacer enlace? Se le va a informar. ¿Ocupas que te ayude? Sí. Ahorita mientras estoy dando la vuelta. El ingeniero hasta mañana. So, this is how it looks from outside. Outside of the camera. People sleeping on the streets. people sleeping under tents. People sleeping on this side.
But he still doesn't know why they're applauding.
Look, this is another site that you guys haven't seen. This is the other side. We just stay here.
Somebody else just got laid. You're in by 6:30. Okay. I don't have a certain time. I think Simon does. Maybe I eat around when he does. That's what I do. He's not eating right now, though.
Thank you so much. We all love Oscar Blue. Man, we have been doing this for quite some time now. And the most difficult thing is that we have been doing it in our country of Mexico. We have been doing it in where it's mostly insecure, that is Mexico, that is South America, Central America. Way more different, the coverage over here than coverage on the other side of the fence. But this is the way we have been doing it. So thank you so much for all your undeniable support.
You're dead, man. You're the dead. Dogs. Oh, I keep dogs to Sam. Dude. No. $55 dogs. Sounds like that's a lot of dogs.
Under treaty agreements between the 5 tribes and the U.S. government. These treaties were signed the same year that Congress passed the 14th Amendment to our Constitution, which ended slavery and guaranteed formerly enslaved individuals citizenship in the U.S. as well as equal rights and protection under the law. Specifically, The 1866 treaties required the 5 tribes to abolish slavery and treat formerly enslaved individuals and their lineal descendants as equal citizens of the tribes. Despite the fact that these treaty obligations still exist and remain binding on the 5 tribes, the descendants of freedmen continue to be denied tribal citizenship and other basic rights associated with citizenship, like equal access to federal housing assistance, health services, vaccines, and more. While the Cherokee Nation, after years of litigation, is now doing right by the Cherokee freedmen, and that is not true for the other 4 tribes. In fact, in September, the Tribal Supreme Court of the Muskogee Creek Nation ruled in favor of the Creek freedmen who sued the Creek Nation for violating its 1866 treaty obligations to the freedmen. This came after years and years of systemic maneuvers by the tribal court system to stall the freedmen's case. Indeed, Creek tribal leadership has since appealed of this hard-fought and long-awaited decision. Last Congress, both the House and the Senate held hearings on this issue, yet it is clear that the remaining 4 tribes are continuing to exclude black freedmen from the Native American community, while we've heard that tribes will include
black freedmen
their population counts, because it means that they will receive more federal funding that they're not willing then to share.
Black freedmen.
Native freedmen. And so while H.R. 4820 makes drastic cuts, listen to this, to housing overall, the largest funding increase in the bill is made to the Native American Housing Block Grant Program, which was allocated $290 million more than the President's funding year 24 request, and 41% or $323 million above the funding year 23 levels. Yet, there's no language in the bill that ensures freemen will have equal access to millions of dollars in this new funding. We must ensure that the fiscal year 2024 spending bill is fair and adequate, and that my amendments do just that. So I urge the committee to make my amendments in order so we can keep families safely housed going into the holiday season, help increase the supply of affordable housing, and lower housing costs all across the country. And let me just add that this struggle to get the descendants of these tribes recognized has been a struggle that I've been involved in, and Barney Frank before me, and Mel Watt, all have been involved with. And again, we made progress with the Cherokee, but not with the others. And I tried some consideration for ways by which these tribes could live up to the treaties. And I asked them during COVID to assist in the vaccinations that were needed. They denied them that and did not give them that kind of assistance. And so I will continue on this issue. But if you look at the...
I don't know, man. I don't know what actually you're talking about here. This player's job. Hey guys, there's a flare.
We had a flare. We got a flare, guys. We have a flare. There's a flare up there. In desperation. burned out. The flare burned out, but it was there.
Whoa, what the heck was that? That's fast, dude. I think that's where it landed. Come here. Maybe now he's hungry. What? Oh yeah, that one. Man. That's like it was a lot of sodium. Back up my sodium intake in there, man. Oh shit, it's the only stream up now. Well, damn.
Johnny McCarter for the Facebook stars. Thanks, Johnny. And Brian Qualls. I think I thanked Brian before.
Well, better not thank him again. He might get spoiled. They might only come for the thank yous. That's what we want to hear. To hear all the thank yous.
Some people were watching. Some people were watching like Al Jazeera, because I guess they were showing a feed.
This is live. I know this stream is live, dude, and it is always live. Just so y'all know, I know. I wouldn't put this much
Yeah, Al Jazeera Arabic has
faith
their
in
own
it if I didn't
feeds.
really know.
You don't really see that much though right
I've
now.
matched it up before with other streams to see like flares at the same time and stuff. And this isn't this
Reuters
this channel
doesn't have
doesn't loop shit
Believe me, I know.
ever. And damn, their viewership went up. Woo! Remember when I was feeling sorry for them? They were like, there were all the streams out here, and they would have like 200 or 300 people in their chat. And that was at 2,000. Times have changed. It's still all Spanish though. Well, mostly. Gaze for Gaza, that was in English. Everything else is Spanish though. Oh, so this is like over 500 bombs. There was another English comment.
Well, give it a few minutes and see what happens. But we weren't seeing
Dude,
anything
we
on
just
that anyway
both
because
said
of all the
few
smoke.
about the same time.
Unfortunately.
He said give it a few minutes, and I said they're very few. And they're pretty much the same. We were like less than a second off from one another. That was pretty trippy. They are very few is a weird way of even saying it. Like I'm a fucking alien, dude. They are many few. Is that what I just said? And it just matched up with his few?
Yeah, I mean, Al Jazeera has their own feed, right? And you can see some flares on their feed. They have Al Jazeera Arabic on YouTube. They have a feed where you're seeing some flares there. Yeah, but I can't steal feeds. So I can see feeds, but I can't steal them.
I'm borrowing them. I'll give it back, yo. Oh man.
But again, it's too bad we don't have that because the stream location we're in, when it's clear, is a good location.
Not really. It's really not, dude.
I wonder if the feed stopped just because they couldn't see anything. I don't know.
Only way I'd use that one as a main camera is if this one wasn't up, because this one always has the better audio, and sometimes shit hits right next to it.
And I don't, it's hard to get information about what's going on there.
He'll get the water shots.
It's not like there's reporters embedded who are telling you what's going on.
That droning, the constant drone, that's what's important though. That constant drone and every prayer call this camera gets. Big deal. Huge. For me it is. That's a hat. Dude, if we didn't have this camera here, I wouldn't be covering this anymore. That's how important this camera is. Probably. Because it allows me to leave it up at night and stuff. It would be different coverage for sure. I love this person. Whoever they are. And the station for not coming after me. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, all these people are saying this channel something ABC. They're just using the AFP feed. Maybe they bought the rights to it. I don't know, but that's the feed. It's the same feed. It's the AFP feed.
It must be the one I'm using. Must be the AFP.
By the way, thanks Y Chin. I appreciate that. Y Chin, thank you, Y. Much appreciated. Also, Iowa thanks to Ali Das Baltakis. Ali Das Baltakis. Thank you, Ali Das, for your support. Brian Qualls, our new member, thank you. Tank's wife, thank you.
How does he get the AFP stream? I don't know. I don't see an AFP stream up. Where'd you get that from? Maybe it's like straight from the website. Live. AFP TV live.
Also, I mean, remember last night we were watching our feed. There was so much going on the feed we had last night, you know? There was tons of stuff happening. Although you still can't really tell what's going on.
AFP. I don't know, I can't find it. Looking for AFP.
But look, as I said, I'm working on getting more stuff. It's just a whole process. There's all these different complicating factors.
It only gets complicated like that when you're making shit tons of money. Stealing streams? What are you talking about? I'm listening to him. He's not fucking broadcasting this video. My God.
I actually need to take some time tonight after this stream to do some technical stuff that I need to do to see if I can get...
I'm really making a lot of money here, raking in the dough, buddy.
I need to.
Why are you jealous?
Do all this other technical
you need
stuff.
some friends? They run.
Which I haven't even had time to do.
What are they doing? I don't know what he's doing. He's cleaning his hands or something. He's getting weird, man.
Thank you, Iron Man. I appreciate it. So I'm sorry. I appreciate that, Iron Man. Thank you. So I'm sorry I can't show you anything right now. I hate not being able to show you anything, but that's where we're at right now. Now this is interesting. Shahab Agency says
I
fierce
guess
and
he
violent
left.
clashes are
They
taking
were
place
left.
in southeastern
Why
Gaza
did
at
he
this
leave?
time. And
I
new
don't
press
get
says
why they
violent
cared
clashes and
to
intense
begin with,
explosions
dude.
south of Gaza City. South of Gaza City. What you see on the AFP cam is north of Gaza City.
And like, I provide more, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many channels out there that all
So
that
we're
they
hearing
have
about fierce clashes in
is
south
one.
of Gaza. Forget
Hold on.
about, again, that's not going to be anything on, I don't think any cameras are showing south of Gaza.
They'll only have like this camera up, right? One camera, and maybe they'll have the time up for the area, right? And maybe it'll say Gaza on it. That'll be it. Bad news. It's constantly updating. It updates once a minute. Actually, I have it set to once a minute to let people know like what's going on if it updates some news, as well as I'll do the prayer to call thing. Also, you know, the weather out there. I mean, why not? Kind of adds to the ambiance knowing what the weather is. What else? And I'll use more up than just one. It's gotta do more. The news thing, that's one of the most important parts of it, though. That being there, I think, changes things. It makes it a little more fair use when I'm not here. That and the chat on the screen. But the other night I messed up on this thing and it wasn't updating correctly. I accidentally put it on Syria or something before going to bed and didn't update all night. Now I make sure before I go to bed that it's correct. It's important. And Lou gave me that shout out to Lou for telling me about this site at least, where I was able to grab the information from it and then do an auto tab auto updater on the tab so that it just updates for me. Reloads the tab every minute. That's why it kind of flickers. Simon, you're really being a little bugger. Oh, it makes me stirring.
Hey, Duke. Duke, that's a nice offer, but it's extremely expensive. But Duke, I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Duke has been incredibly generous. Duke has been incredibly generous. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Duke.
Hey, look, there's rent this month at least. Duke's trying to get in his pants. I know what Duke's up to. Duke's trying to get a handful. Trying to see, looking there at some Daisy Dukes.
It's possible, you know, that stream will come back, but again. Yeah, you know, as I mentioned, the stream we were just looking, the stream we've been looking at from Stay Road Israel, there's another stream from Stay Road, and that stream is still going, but it's still, you can't see anything. Because it's all smoke. It's all smoke. So even if the Duke says I can handle it,
Ooh.
Duke, if you want to reach out to me, I'll discuss it with you.
Jeez.
It's just, it's a ton.
Duke's ready to pay anything. What the hell?
But
Duke is going crazy.
Duke, you can write to me on Twitter, @Lookner on Twitter, or there's the Agenda Free TV Gmail, agendafreetv@gmail. But then you have to put some identifying information in, so I know it's you, because we're gonna get 100 people writing me saying they're Duke now. That's what's gonna happen. By the way, quick thanks to Raymond Olina. Thank you,
now
Raymond Olina.
Not Duke's lost forever. Everybody's gonna be Duke. I'm Duke too.
But yeah, you can see some flashes on the AFP stream in the distance right now. And as I mentioned, you can, Al Jazeera.
This is the Duke show. He's
Al
talking
Jazeera
to me.
Arabic is showing some stuff too. They have they have their own shots there. They have one shot showing.
They also call me Duke.
I'll post the link to Al Jazeera Arabic.
I don't know why, man. Let's go with it. They're appreciative. I'm appreciative, you know. Whatever.
Al Jazeera Arabic. I'm literally posting it in the chat right now. If you go to Al Jazeera Arabic, they're showing a couple flares right now. I just posted it in the chat, the Al Jazeera Arabic link. By the way, thanks Patricia Marvin. I appreciate that. You guys are very generous. Thank you. Thanks, Patricia Marvin.
Damn, Duke was paying, he was giving donuts to talk to
they're showing 2 flares.
A minute ago, it was $60 to tell him. That he would buy it.
The Al Jazeera stream is actually pretty close to where stuff is happening, it looks like.
Oh, really? Let's see if it's live.
Oh yeah, there is a hospital in that camera. In the Al Jazeera stream, I think you see the hospital in the lower left corner.
This is close, you think? I don't know, but that one I don't know. Oh, you can't see it yet. You're gonna love it.
Big flares on the Al Jazeera stream.
You're gonna love it. He's not showing the Al Jazeera stream.
remember, guys, remember we were on the air all last night. And remember how much gunfire there was last night?
What the hell those flares are,
and non-stop explosions. So it's not like this is unprecedented.
I wonder
we
if
had
Al
so
Jazeera
much noise
isn't
on our
live.
stream last night for hours and hours and hours.
They're more likely to lose something, dude, honestly, than this camera is just sitting out there.
So it sounds like something similar is going on tonight. But again, right now I don't have a feed for you. Rank 1 says it's been wild the last 2 nights.
Dude, I wonder if they're hitting their tanks with those homemade rocket launchers. That's what we're hearing, maybe. Because they have a ton of those things. Civilians would have left that area. Oh, yeah, I can imagine it's crazy right there where they're at.
Thanks to Kathleen Winans and Tanya Duke for the Facebook stars. Thank you. I didn't see that IDF was online. I just checked IDF. They're not live right now. Oh, thanks, Randy Schlievert. That's very kind of you guys. Thank you.
Schlievert.
Thank you, Randy Schlievert. I appreciate it.
One of the tribe.
Thanks for all your support, Randy. Randy's a longtime supporter of the channel. Thanks, Randy.
Randy got a four-way. He got the four-way shout out. Randy. Last night, some Palestine no water.
Yeah, the Al Jazeera stream is showing like 3 flares right now.
They were using the plumbing though, that they were getting the humanitarian new pipes in, and I heard that they were using the new pipes. I didn't hear about them digging stuff up though. Probably because maybe the new pipes they had built that maybe. We built this city. No, we built these rockets instead.
Yeah, guys, I'm aware of where the other streams are. I'm keeping an eye on them, but again, I can't steal them.
nay, somebody said in chat.
Guys, I can see the other streams, you know, so. Yeah, you know, again, I don't really have anything to report. You know, I'm looking for updates. There's really not real-time updates. I can see there's stuff going on streams. I can't steal the streams. So that's where we're at. What can I say?
Hey.
By the way, thanks to Urban Birder and Malsh420. Thank you, Urban Birder and Malsh420. All right, here's what I'm going to do, because I had to do it anyway. Right now, I don't really have information to show you guys. I don't have a stream right now. I don't have information to show you. As I've mentioned, I have been really working a lot the last week or so to try to get another stream for a case like this. Part of what I need to do that, if I'm going to do that, part of what I need to do that is to do some technical stuff to see if it's technically possible for me to do what I want to do. So what I might do is, since right at this moment I don't have anything to show you and I'm not seeing a lot of reports to show you, and since I do need to do this other stuff at some point, if I'm going to get another stream, I think maybe what I should do is work on it now while I have nothing to show you. Let me do some work on that, because I got to do it. If I'm going to get any more, if I'm in the future I'm going to get any of those streams, I got to do this. So I can do that stuff now, get it done. If the stream comes back up, then I can come right back on the air. But otherwise, I'm just kind of sitting here, and I'd rather be working on that, because that's going to help me possibly get you more stuff in the future. So I was actually working on it before we came on the air, but I think that's going to be the best thing, because I do want to do it, but I got to find the two. If I don't do it, then it's not going to. I can't do anything else. So let me go do that. Let me go work on it now. Again, if I get my stream back, I'll come back on the air. I can just do another stream. But I don't have it right now. So I will do that. I'm going to do that. And I'll keep an eye on things.
I just say he steals all the time. Just randomly.
I'm doing my best, believe me.
I steal? Or he steals? I'm not a stealer. A borrower.
All right, I don't want to. We'll just. I want to say a quick thanks to our. By the way, thanks to Joseph Fiorentino and RS Pat. Thank you. Let me thank our moderators. So again, we very well might come back a little later tonight if I can get a stream back up. Because just in the absence of that, I don't really have anything to report right now. So let me go work on this stuff, but it's very possible that a little later tonight I will be back with more coverage. But let me just say thanks to our moderators. We have moderating right now.
have torpedoes. Torpedoes, man. That's interesting. Might have to restart it. Restart the stream. You're not going to do anything. Well, you might have to go find me. Or maybe it'll do it automatically. Hey, thank you, JD. Ted. YouTube Ninja stretched out the Sister T again. Thank you for that. Sponsoring today's stream. You've been lagging hard. What has the stream? What's been lagging? Hey, thank you, Lonnie. There she is. Thanks, Sister T. We had a good day today. Hope you have a good night. Everybody else too, though. Not just Sister T. Even we're done. Even YouTube Ninja. Ted Thomas again. champ. The world champ was there. That was the world champ, he was there. And the man was trying to be more like y'all. Time to go. I pushed it a little more, but I'll go ahead and do it now. That'll be alright. Alright, I'll see you all in a second. I'll grab this one.
Another one. Another one.
Oh, yes.
Dude, what did I name it? Oh, I named it Tuesday Part 2. Named it the wrong thing. Got the wrong date on here. There we go. Alright. One last step. Now that's all the steps.